Introducing MoGraph TV from MoGraph.com, a free motion graphics and animation channel streaming your favorite content and favorite artists 24/7. MoGraph TV features motion graphics tutorials, talks, tips, inspiration, and replays of popular live shows. We offer something for all levels of designer, from introductory tutorials to high-level breakdowns and everything in between.
That track looks great to me.
MoGraph TV features software like Cinema 4D, After Effects, Unreal Engine,
What up?
third-party plugins, and other 2D and 3D software. We also feature live motion events, short-form clips, crypto art, and even a little photo and video editing. Learn from the people that inspire you most, and stay up to date on all the latest industry news, announcements, and community events. You'll also see exclusive offers only available by watching. With 3 8-hour blocks each day, you'll be sure to catch everything, no matter what your time zone. Keep it on as a companion to your workday and learn something new. Meet a friend, watch a demo, catch a classic tutorial, or even find new inspiration.
That's a British word?
A lot of things are British words.
Yes, good luck with all your projects.
MoGraph TV, television for the design community, 24/7.
Gather round. Hello, welcome to day one. Oh, applause already? Thank you. Wow. A lively crowd here at Las Vegas, Nevada. Here at NAB 2023 at the Maxon booth, showcasing Maxon 1 and the beautiful lineup of products that we have actually nominated for NAB Show Product of the Year nominee. So big round of applause to all of our developers and our whole team on that. And first up, we have all the way from across the pond in the UK, Andy Needham, longtime cinema user, and good to have you back, brother.
Yeah,
good to have you back.
Great to be back.
Yeah. All right. So we're going to get here started, and after Andy's presentation, he'll be in back. And definitely check out Go2Dat. This is our design animation tour that's going to be going on for the rest of the year. So check out Go2Dat, and you'll be seeing that during the commercial breaks. But let's have a big round of applause for Andy.
Thanks. Thanks so much, Matthias. All right. Hello, my name's Andy Needham. I'm a senior freelance motion designer based in London, UK. I've been working in the industry for over 20 years. With some major brands like Apple, Google, Pepsi, Amazon. I'm also a digital artist, and I love to use that sort of personal project side to, learn new techniques and things like that, stuff that you can't necessarily do while you're on a job, but then you can take those techniques, put them into your production. So I'm also an established trainer, over 9 years of creating courses, mainly on LinkedIn Learning. That's where you'll find a lot of my work. And some of these other companies here I've had the pleasure of working with, some of the best in the industry. But if you have Maxon 1, then you have Cineversity, which is such a fantastic resource as well. So thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate you showing up on day one of NAB at the Maxon booth. And I'm going to show my current reel, and then we'll get into the presentation. So. Thanks so much. Alrighty. Okay, there's quite a lot to get through. I've got a couple of client projects to talk through and some personal artwork, and then another thing that I'm focusing on, which is learning ZBrush. So without further ado, let's get into the first one, which is Modify. Modify is a browser-based, AI-powered, non-destructive design tool. There's a lot of AI tools around now. The basic premise for this is to use a text-based prompt to generate an image using AI, and then from that you would develop it further with the regular kind of image editing tools and transformations and modifying it with additional, just stacking these additional modifiers on top. So they needed a promo, and let me show you that, and then I'll talk a bit more about the project. Thank you. This project came to my friend Dexter George's studio, and in turn he brought me on to help out on developing some materials that we use throughout the spot, and also the diffusion surface, which was featured heavily. So yeah, there's quite a few things that we can get into here. It had a particular look. You may see that there's like a sort of cap on the top, which we didn't want that to be deformed. It had to stay sort of a regular shape. And so I'm going to jump into Cinema 4D and just talk about the initial problem with this setup. So we have just some regular geometry, kind of a spline extruded, and if you put that into a cloner, and we're cloning in object mode onto just a plane, so the rig would need to be flexible. We could put it onto any kind of geometry. If you start to scale this up with a shader effector, we're actually going to deform our geometry, right? So problem, we need to solve that. So the thought is, let's start with a spline, because we could potentially scale up the middle part of this, or the spline, and clone onto the top point. So let's see how that goes. I've got my spline and end side, which I've just set to 2, giving us essentially a straight line. You could probably use a segment spline as well. That would get the job done. But using this setup, I'm cloning in object mode onto my plane. And now we get a whole load of splines, just going to connect those, so Cinema 4D now sees that as one object. And then with our cap geometry, which is right down here, if we put this into a cloner now and set that to object mode, I'm going to put on render instances because there's going to be quite a lot of these generated. We just drop in our connect. Now if I do that more accurately, there we go. We're going to get a whole load of these caps here. So all I need to do is just adjust my properties and just change the alignment. And now we're having the cap cloned onto the top of the spline, which works great. Once we put, now we can use effectors on our cloner with the splines. So put in our shader effector, and we're getting this nice looking result. So how do we fill in the rest of it? Simple, just to take an instance of all these cloned splines. So we'll grab that, and the instance is right here. And I'm going to drop this into this sweep setup that I have. I'm taking essentially the same shape, the same rectangular shape, and once I apply that to a sweep, I think I need to put this the other way around, because I've got a profile and a thing like that. So the order of operations is important, but now you see that we have exactly the look we wanted, and we can also animate this, and it updates really quickly. We can change the geometry up, but I also wanted to think about, and this is just after the fact, something I've been thinking about, like how could we do this with like capsules or something like that, right? And it gets you most of the way there. But yeah, let's just see, because capsules, we can find those in the asset browser if you come over to nodes. We're mainly going to be focusing on geometry selections and geometry modifiers. Super powerful stuff, right? We can keep all procedural. So I'm going to just close this down. And the first one we're going to do is we're making selections. So we want to kind of define a region to act upon. And when you're working with this, it seems kind of not intuitive in a way, because you can't see your selection like you would if you're making a polygon selection in the viewport. So my trick is just to store the selection initially, which gives me, if I name this selection, I'll get a tag, and then I can apply that tag to a material. So now I have a visual of my selection. Now I want to select this middle loop as well. And the problem with select facing, if we're set up in this axis mode, is it's looking for an angle threshold, and we've gone beyond that point now. So we just use a grow selection capsule to just set that to one step, and now we've got our cap, so we've defined that. And then with that still stored, because we're just following the order down, we can then put that into a transform element and scale this, move this up, right? So, this kind of works nicely. We can do this. We can then put that into our cloner. And the thing is, I found when I was using my shader effector, it would kind of do it on both sides, something I'm still trying to fix. But the trick, I guess, is to just move it down underneath a floor. And then when you apply your shader, you get a pretty similar looking result. So this can play through quite nicely as well, super fast with capsules. And let's just have a look at changing the surface as well. So I can drop in a disk, and we get a completely different look. Could be really cool, like a visualization of some kind. But yeah, just another thought really, just trying to sort of take something and abstract it and take it in a different direction. So yeah, I'm going to move on, and here's a few bits that were R&D renders and things like that, and then we can start to animate it and stuff. And it was a fun one to work on. And just to refresh your memory, let's just check out the promo one more time. Cool, thank you. All right, Fabric is next. Right, so Fabric provides the entertainment industry with solutions to organize their data. Yeah, I know this guy knows what I'm talking about. And the company needed to create a new website, and we needed a whole load of imagery that could be used across press releases, other branding, and the website and such, which would feature their products, Fabric Studio and Fabric Origin. And so a part of this was to develop like a kind of organic surface, which is here. And these were just static, which could be used. So these could be generated relatively quickly. But then I had to think about how to animate these and bring them in, and how to do it in a kind of organic way as well. So I thought of using particles to do this. And then I wanted to bring in the grid surface as well, to follow along the particles in the wake. And then the other thing was actually, how is this going to work when a user scrolls the website so that the animation happens on scroll and things like that? So there's a few factors to consider. But yeah, let's dive into how we look at this. And we're going to be talking about a little bit of X particles, but a lot of the power comes from vertex maps and things like that. So I'm going to go into C4D and we'll take a look at this. So I've got this all baked down. We're not going to go through this step by step. It's quite heavy, but for the benefit of the demo, we've got this nice and nicely baked. And the system's very simple. We're basically emitting onto a subdivision surface. So we've got a lot of vertices here, and we're setting a particle for each vertex. So from there, the key thing is to set up your constraints so that the particles are kind of connected at birth, and we have collisions enabled. So by using some data mapping on the modifiers, they're going to scale up, and they're going to do that over a sort of certain amount of distance. And when they scale up, we're actually activating a push apart modifier as well, which creates like all these other connections and collisions, and this chain reaction happens. So it was a really kind of straightforward thing to put together, I guess, but it all gets kicked off by the geometry that we have in C4D colliding with the surface initially. So once we've got that setup, I could apply some Redshift tags, and we get, if we fire up the render view, we can see the particles are coming along. But what about that grid? How's that going to come in? So I thought, well, we're going to use vertex maps and things like that. And you can actually, when you have X particles installed, you actually have a X particles fall off field, which if we want to, we can find that in a second. But once that's part of the setup, you just treat it as a regular field and build upon it. If I enable this, and just sort of hop over one frame, it should just kick in. All right, this is actually feeding a vertex map, which I have up here. So here it is in the fields, and I'll show you, you can find them basically in the field objects. You'll get a new list of objects, and all I'm doing is kind of inverting that and then remapping the data with a curve. And this gives us the result, right? How are they being rendered? They're being rendered with Redshift at render time, I guess. So the viewport stays fairly snappy, I guess. We've got one matrix for spheres, which are being distributed on the vertex, and another one for cylinders, which are being distributed on the edge. So effectively, we're recreating the classic atom array, which is right here, but we're just doing it in a more kind of optimized way, I think. So let's just dive into, so this works out lovely, and it's a great looking result, but I'm going to just talk about a purely kind of Cinema 4D way of doing this, no plugins. So let's just start off. We've got our geometry, we've got our dynamics tags. They're going to fall down. They're going to start to feed data into a vertex map. And actually, before we go any further, if you don't know what a vertex map is, and I'm going to just quickly talk about that. So I've got a plane. I'm going to just give it enough segments so we have enough sort of detail for our vertex map. That's kind of important. So the humble vertex map has really grown up. It's available on the primitive objects as well. So we can apply this to our primitive object. All we need to do is maybe drop in a field. I'm going to change this spherical field to a much smaller size. And I'm going to then add a, let's add a freeze. And what we can do is set the mode to grow. And it's going to be based on the radius and the effect strength, but we'll press play and see what happens. Okay, so this grows across the surface, and then we can break this up with a random field. We'll set that to overlay, and we should get a more organic pattern. All right, so that's the basics of all of this setup. So with that said, I'm going to switch back to the project that we have here, and you can see there it is in my attributes manager, pretty much the exact setup that I've gone through. Once we have this data on a vertex map, we can take it and put it into another vertex map. And this is how I got the leading edge. So let me just fire up Redshift and we can see what we've got here. So in our render view, right, so we're about, let's just play through a little bit. And yeah, right, so about here, whatever. So we can see essentially we've got spheres and cylinders being mapped on, but we want that leading edge with the particles dancing around. And so I can enable my thing here, right? So what we're doing with this vertex map, and if I come out of, let me come out of this view so we can see a bit clearer. So what we're doing is we're taking our initial one, and then we're using curves to just change the data, and then to give us the edge, and then we're just sort of making a bit more, the values a bit stronger, so we can get this edge. And it's a lovely little setup here, which just runs super powerful, super fast. This is all being fed into a random. This vertex map edge field is being fed into the random effector, and this gives us the dancing particles that I was looking for. So if I just press play on the render view, you can see the result. It's pretty much similar, and all within Cinema 4D. So super nice. The next part of this is a whole load of product renders. So the product being a software application on screens and things like that. So I had over 160 static to do and about 5 animations. So the key to managing all this is takes and tokens. And I also used the ACES workflow within Cinema 4D to Redshift to After Effects. I'd like to talk about that now. So let's just jump back into C4D. I have some of these. I'm not sure why the materials aren't coming through, but maybe we can. Maybe I've pressed something. Okay, we're back. All right. Well, we'll go with the render view. That should just give us a look. Yeah. In here we have a whole load of takes, and so what we have is animations, but also we've got setups where you see everything change. Setups where it's light. Setups where we've got like a dark mode as well. And within takes, we can change the lighting, store different lighting. We can, change so many parameters. It's basically like having a mini version of the scene inside the take. And the other thing, advantage of, I guess, takes as well, is we can name them with tokens, name your renders with tokens. So I have all my, this approach was basically setting up one camera and having all my different screens, which are all here. And I would just swap those out for each take using my overrides. And then come in and name the file accordingly using a token. So I actually named this one after the render setting, because this was kind of named after my camera. My cameras are named something different over here. So I wanted to kind of use a different token for that. And then it's also using the take. So yeah, that worked out quite nicely because to get these out. But there's another approach, of course, there is, with, let's see this view. And this is to use child takes. So in this instance, I've got all my cameras within this file, and I'm just basically using a child take just to swap out the camera per material. And so once I've got that done, I can just name my take after my camera and the after the camera and the take. If I just look in the render settings here, it's set up like that, just using these tokens. How do you find a token? Well, if you know them, you can type them in manually, or you can click down here, and here's a whole list of tokens that you can add. So you can combine all of these, create unique usernames. You basically set it and forget it once you're done. So super powerful, I think. And let's move on to the ACES workflow. We're looking at this actually in RAW. When I was designing, I'm looking at the SDR view transform. So this is what I'm expecting to see when I take this into another stage. So what I wanted to do, I think from my reading around it, I set this to RAW. It's basically a two-step process to get to this stage, because normally when you open a scene, it's set to basic. You switch over to OpenColor.io, come down here and just convert the scene, and generally you get the result that you're looking for. So if you're starting this way, it's a nice, it works out quite nicely. So I've got all my renders done, and then I'm in After Effects, and I need to set up After Effects to continue this workflow. When you start up, you're going to be Adobe Color managed, so you want to switch over to OpenColor.io, but it's going to give you an ACES 1.2 configuration. And from my reading around the subject, you want to probably stay with the same OpenColor.io color config throughout, just so you're getting expected results. So I can set this over to custom, grab the one that ships with Redshift, and it's named config.ocio, and open that, and then set up my working space and the display color space. And these are exactly what I've got in Cinema 4D mirrored here in After Effects. So this all works out quite nicely. You've got all your little, the transforms here. But what happens if the other thing to watch out for is just interpreting the footage correctly. What happens if it's interpreted in the wrong way? If we're here, you can see if I interpret the footage, this is not right, not what I want. And so, yeah, I would have a real hard time compositing this. So make sure everything's set up correctly. And then when you come to render out, let's just set this to render, and we'll put it over here. Let's just chuck it up here for now. All right, so you can see, it doesn't matter, I guess, what we're rendering to at the moment. But by the way, everything coming in is EXRs as well into After Effects. So we've got all the range of colors. But whatever you do, you want to, even if you're doing a deliverable like this, you would want to make sure that you're not rendering with the working color space, right? And it's not in the list, the one I've been working with. So maybe check on Show All, and it's the one right here at the bottom, and this will give me my expected results when I render out of After Effects. So otherwise, we'd end up with something that maybe looks too bright, as opposed to what we've been looking at in the viewers there, and everything works kind of end to end really nicely. So yeah, that was Fabric. Let's just move on to a project that this was a personal art piece, and it's called What Lies Within. Initially, I created all the smoke sim with Turbulence FD, the trees with Forester, and I did the rendering in Octane X. And I just thought it'd be quite fun to. I'll show you the result first, and then it's very quick. Turned out quite nicely, I think. I thought it was just going to be quite fun to use Pyro and Redshift, and also the new Thicken generator, just to have a play around and reimagine this scene. So I'm going to jump into Cinema 4D, and we will take a look at this. Right, let's close down the render view. So what we have is our scene here, and I first want to talk about the Thicken generator. This can be found right here. So with Thicken, if we just have a look at these edges that we've got here, we can let's just toggle that on off. You can see how we can add that geometry here, and also one of the great things about this is we can control like the rounding with our subdivisions, and we can also one thing that I think is super powerful is generate these polygon selections, which then allows us to have a different material on the inside, different material on the outside, and a different material on our edge here as well. So I was making sure to take advantage of that when I was texturing this. But yeah, that's a quick setup of the Thicken, right? Now we're going to dive into the Pyro, and I wanted to emit from just these sections here. So I also made sure to take my polygon selection. I've actually made some vertex maps from this. So I only want to sort of emit from the area where it's yellow. So let's begin with grabbing a tag. We're going to go into simulation, and we'll add a Pyro emitter. And if we just press play, immediately we're going to get this result in the viewport. We're getting fire, we're getting smoke. I'm going to change the setup here, and because I've been playing around with this scene, I actually must have deleted my output object. Not to worry, press Control or Command D, go into your project settings in simulation. We can find the Pyro section here, and we'll just create an output object, right? This mirrors what we've got in our simulation settings, right? So in our Pyro scene, in the Pyro tab, I just want to change the way that Pyro is displayed in the viewport. And I'm going to change this from shaded to density because I want to focus on the smoke. But this looks pretty dark now. One of the really cool things in this version of Cinema 4D is we can actually illuminate the smoke in the viewport. So if I just enable my lights, we can now illuminate that. We can have colored lights. We can do all kinds of creative things here. And let's just play through and just see what we've got here. All right, so the smoke's rising up quite a lot. We've also got a camera in the scene. And if we come out of this camera now, you can see that a lot of this smoke is just, we don't need to actually calculate that. So we can cut that off with a destructor force. So you can find the destructor force here, simulate forces destructor. And it's just in my null object here. So once I enable this, I have a checkbox here that says invert for Pyro. So everything on the outside of this, the bounds that I've made here, is going to be cut off from the simulation. And as soon as I press play, now we're only calculating, you see the bounds just jump to that, we're going to be working in a more sort of efficient way already. So I can dive into my camera and just see, yep, everything looks good, I don't need to change anything with the destructor. Let me just hide that for now, and we'll start to play with the smoke sim. So back on the tag, this is generating a lot of smoke because our surface thickness is pretty high up. And if you notice, like that emitter that I had set, it's quite thin, quite narrow, right? So I'm going to drop this down to 1, and this will give me a lot less to deal with. The other thing I want to do is actually turn off density and turn on fuel, which is down here. And this is going to give me like huge like plumes of smoke, but I want that. I want to shape this in that way. So I can, but this is too much fuel going in. So I'm going to drop this down to 4 and then just have 1 per second. And because I've got that vertex map set up, I can actually use that inside the fuel map here. So I'll drag that in like so. And this is going to give me something cool, right? Now don't worry about all the smoke coming through the geometry. We're going to figure that out a bit later on with colliders. But I've already solved an issue here at the bottom as well, just with that vertex map. It's not coming out of the bottom anymore, which is great. Yeah, this is starting to get there. I think we can come back in now to our Pyro output here, and just see what we can do here to sculpt this a bit better. So a lot of the settings when you're working with Pyro are tied to gravity, and I want this to linger around the bottom here and not rise up so much. So I need to change my gravity settings. So I'm going to just put in -200. I'm going to come in to the Pyro tab here and adjust the voxel size to, and then as soon as I do this, you're going to sort of see like the detail come in. That's a bit too much detail for me, right? I can smooth this out, coming to my smoothing, and I'll use some velocity smoothing. And this will give me definitely a closer to the look I'm getting here. And this is kind of what I want, these really big sort of thick curls of smoke. So let's handle the collisions now, because I think we're there almost. Actually, before we do that, why don't we just copy this tag onto the other side, and we'll be sure to come into the vertex map and swap that over. And then we could also adjust the random seed of the noise, so we're getting a slightly different pattern, and then we'll just play through. So yeah, we're looking kind of good there. That's all working nicely. I'm going to select these objects here. I'll come over to my tags, simulation tags, and add a collider, which is right here. And now I want to actually select all of these parent subdivision surfaces as well. And to do that, I'm just going to search. I'm going to type in sub whatever, and it will filter those out. I'm going to select these, and then I'm going to just press Shift C. Control. Yeah, it's not. Okay. Maybe my commander isn't working, but I've got a button right here which you can add. I think the shortcut's gone away. No worries. I'll see if I can just type collider and get the collider tag. Yeah, I've got it right here. So I'll add that tag to the objects and just set that to both. And now that's everything set up, I think. We should be good to go. So these are all added automatically. We don't have to do this, but these are like all added automatically to the elements in our Pyro simulation. So once that's done, of course there's more calculations going on. So it's going to take a little second to think about it. But once it is done, we should see the smoke kind of really collecting around the geometry, really hugging it, and then it will start to rise up and escape out. So I think, yeah, for now, I think I've got to the point of what I was trying to make here, which we can certainly do this with Pyro, and you can tweak simulations all day long. I don't have all day, unfortunately, but I'm going to just jump over to the other rabbit hole that you can dive down, which is the volume material. So we have a Pyro volume here, and also another thing to note is, let's just switch back. How do we actually get this out of the viewport into rendering and all that kind of stuff? Yeah, if we're in standard renderer, we can't actually render Pyro in standard. You want to use a renderer like Redshift that can handle volumes. So in the output tab, yeah, of course you could cache it, but you want to make sure you have something set to on export. So all the grids that you want to get out, you set these up here, and then you can either cache it or you can come over to your export settings here. We could export a volume. You want to probably set up the output range if it's on an animation like so, and then you can bring that in back in Cinema 4D with an RS volume. Set the animation up here by detecting the frames, and if you can't see it in the viewport, you want to make sure that the preview's set to points, and then you can adjust your maximum points to display. I've also got the velocity grid because I found that when in conjunction with motion blur, if I increase this, I'm going to get like a more smooth looking result. So that's just something to note as well. So I'm going to fire up Redshift, and we'll have a look at the material that's been made. So yeah, we can be quite artistic with this. It doesn't have to be just grey smoke. If we jump in, let me just have a look here. We're looking at the density grid, one of the grids that we output, and that's in our scatter section here. And by adjusting the scatter coefficient, you can kind of adjust the brightness of this, but in conjunction with the absorption, if these values are set to the same, we kind of get like a really thick looking fog, which is really thick looking smoke, which is what I was after. There are a whole load of settings that you can tweak here just to design the look of the smoke. And just by changing like the tinting, we can get a different look as well. So these are a lot of fun to play with, for sure. The next thing, I think that's it for Pyro. We're going to jump into the trees, because initially I did those with Forester, but I found that I could just grab a tree, just come in here, from the content browser. So let me just search for cherry tree, I think I used. Yeah, one of these. Let me make it nice and big so we can see. So I just grabbed this, put it into my scene, adjusted the materials for a redshift, and then I was like, well, I want to make it move, of course. So I'm going to use cloth to do that. So I set up the branch, the tree part here, with a vertex map and a linear. Let me just hide the leaves for now. Let's just see what's going on. So we've got the linear field here to sort of make the trunk stay still. And then I've got soft body simulation on this, just doing a little bit of movement. And yet I can restrict, the forces by using the include list here. So I've got one for the tree and one for the leaves. And then I'm using like a whole load of connectors to connect the leaf geometry right here. And with the leaves are just simple cloth. And again, they have their own turbulence field just to make them move around. We get this lovely kind of movement happening, which we can art direct as well. This is a real heavy file, but I thought, well, I'll just bake this down. You can bake this out to Alembic and then, make a copy, and you could then even retime this if you wanted to. So we've got our Alembic trees, which can then go into the scene and give us our final looking result. So, I'm going to just jump over to. Let's just see what they look like. Yeah, I had a bit of fun. I created a couple of versions. This was just a fun little experiment. I'm going to talk about ZBrush next. Something I'm learning, something that's a lot of fun. If you're more comfortable working in Cinema 4D, you can certainly build your elements there and then use GoZ to send them to ZBrush for a little bit of touch-up, send them back, do some other rendering and stuff like that. So this all started by having like a subject that I thought I could manage, right? Because the whole topic for me, a whole new interface to learn, it's a bit daunting, right? And I just thought, I'll make some funny little cakes. This is something that came out of a book that my daughters have. They like this book so much, I was just like, well, why can't I just these look really fun, these look kind of approachable, and let me just take one of these and do something with it, and then I can show them and they can maybe think it's cool or whatever, So, but yeah, I getting a lot out of this. So let's just dive in and see what we can do. If you have a subject like this that's so simple, you get to touch so many parts of the interface and learn the workflow. So let's just see how we get on. I'm going to try and model a cupcake, and I'm going to start with a cylinder. So I've got this cylinder here. I'm going to get into my edit mode. I can initialize this. This is kind of familiar for me, like coming from Cinema 4D with the attributes manager. So I could just adjust this and adjust my H divide. We'll drop this right down. That's looking kind of good to go. I'm going to make this a polymesh 3D so I can start to work with it. And let's just turn on the polyframe. So the first thing I'm going to do is start using a mask, right? So I'm going to hold down Control and mask out this top section, come into the move and hold down Alt. And this drops my mask down to this bottom bit here. And now I can start to kind of taper this out. So I'm already starting to form the bottom of the case. And then I will come into my draw, come out of the mask, and now I want to make these sort of thin bits, right? So I need some symmetry, some radial symmetry. I come into the transform, activate symmetry, and I want radial symmetry, and I'm going to drop it down to, set it up to 32. So as soon as I come over to here, you can now see that I'm sort of going to be affecting this in this way. So if I hold down Control and do another mask, I'm effectively masking out every other point there. If I just slide this over to the side, you'll get a better view. So I'll press W. And with this, I can now sort of hold down Alt and Shift, put that in the mix, and I'm already making this this shape, which is kind of complex. So we're getting there with just a few clicks. And next thing I'm going to do is take the top off. So I can do that with a selection. I don't need symmetry on anymore. So I'm going to press Control and Shift to get my rectangular selection. I'll select this area here, and then I want to keep that those Control and Shift held down. I'll just tap this to invert the selection. And then I can come over to Geometry, in Modified Topology, delete Hidden, all right? And then we'll come over and just change this up so we can just see what's going on. And we're pretty much there. I just want to add a bit of detail to this. So to do that, I'm going to use the Z Modeler brush. So B to bring up my brushes, Z, and then M. And then I will this is such a powerful brush, so powerful, right? I'm hovering over an edge, and I can insert an edge loop, right? I'll do that, and then I'll do another one right here, and then maybe if I can catch it just right. See, that's the other thing. Oh, there you go. Oh, I got it. You can reveal all kinds of functionality by hovering over a polygon edge or point and pressing spacebar. And if that's catching me out, I can just say do nothing. Don't do anything, right? And then I'll get my edge, and I can just put one right at the top here. So maybe I want to change the functionality of the edge. I can press spacebar again, bevel this. I can complete edge loop complete, and maybe grab that edge and just bevel that in. And now we have the makings of our cupcake case. So next thing I'm going to do is base my cake on this. So I'm going to rename this to case. I can duplicate the geometry and then rename it to cake. And then I'm going to, what am I going to do? I'm going to change the poly groups just so it looks different. So I just press Control W for that. And I'm going to press Control and Shift. Let me just, right, I'm only interested in this portion. So you remember what we did. We went into geometry, we found our modified topology and hit delete hidden. So now all I'm dealing with is this section here. So we're still in the Z modeler brush, so powerful, right? But before I do this, I'm going to just scale this down a little bit, and you can see it's actually in the same space. So I'm going to move it up just slightly, come back to my draw mode, and I'm in Z modeler, but I don't have a function for my face yet. So I'm going to say to QMesh, I want to QMesh maybe polygroup all, and we'll just start to bring this up. Looks like I need to give myself a little bit more room. A whole new navigation system to get used to as well. No worries. Let me just bring this up. So I'll bring that up, and that should be okay. Let's see. Yeah, looking all right. And then I will add in an edge loop. So I'll insert just a single edge loop, and I'm going to drop that right about, if I can grab my edge. Let me just see what's going on. Right about there. Yeah, something like that. And then I'm going to mask out this section. So I'll mask this out and change the poly group. You just press Control W. Now we can use our poly group all with QMesh to bring this out. Hold down Shift, and this will kind of bring it out here. Kind of getting somewhere, trying to form this cup. I'm going to press spacebar and maybe just bevel these in. So we'll bevel those in. All right, hit the wrong edge, no worries. And once I've got a value set up, I could actually just tap it, and that will just retain the value. So something like so. We may end up with a mushroom rather than a cake, but at the end of the day, I'm still learning here. All right. So with that done, I'm going to just turn that all into one poly group and maybe dynamesh this. So we'll do that for now. And let's just add a bit of detail to this. So let's come down here to our surface. I will come into the noise settings, and we can just scale up this noise. It's not looking too bad in the preview, not too bad. I'll apply this. This is like virtual noise at the moment, so I'll just apply it to the mesh. And not too bad. Thinking maybe the case is a bit big, but not to worry. And what am I thinking? Maybe I can just polish this a bit just to smooth it out. And of course, let's just come back out. And maybe if we wanted to, we could smooth this. We could do some other bits to it. But for now, I'm going to kind of say that's decent enough. So we'll just leave it like that. And then the next part of this is to bring it into Cinema 4D. So I'm going to make a new scene, and I will go back to ZBrush, and we want to use the Go Z. So if we look in our subtool, both of these are visible, so I'll just select all the visibles and send them over. Comes into Cinema 4D, nice and quick, love it. We got our case. We can now start to work on this in our familiar home. I'm here, I'm back in Cinema 4D, and I can add maybe some thicken to this, drop this right down to maybe 1, and maybe subdivide once again, So I'm just changing this up, I'm getting my case, Again, the cupcake could be like maybe scaled up a little bit. You can go back and forth between Cinema 4D and ZBrush and just simply send it back and forth, right? So we've got the cupcake kind of thing. Let's group this, and we'll copy this, and we'll put it into our Redshift scene that we've got here. I'm going to paste this in, just bring it up here, and we're missing an element, right? Some icing. This is something that I did. It looks a bit dodgy at the moment, right? But this is something I did in Cinema 4D. I took a Helix spline and I swept it and put it in a volume builder just to kind of make it the right sort of mesh shape all gelled together. And I can just bring this down, get this into place, bring it down a little bit more, and look, it's sitting on top. But I want to do some more to this. So I can send this to ZBrush, right? I'm going to come out of this mode, and let's just maybe, I don't know if I need to make a new document, but I'm going to, and I don't know. So I'm going to just send this over to ZBrush. So I can use the extensions in Cinema 4D, go ZBrush, and export, and it's there. There it is. We've got our icing. So into edit mode, right? So now we can maybe sort out this little thing here. We could come into our geometry, maybe just smooth that right out, and I can maybe get a mask, make my draw size a lot bigger, press S, scale this up, hold down Control, and just, I could just use Control to do that, or I could paint in a mask, like so, and then I can just use my move brush. I could start to move this in, just hide it, trying to hide it really, get rid of the mask, smooth this off. And also, if we Dynamesh this, which we are, we can smooth it in and just sort of hide that. We've lost a lot of detail, no worries, maybe use a different brush. Damien's standard, we can start to cut in some of that detail, cut it back in. And then, grab another brush, move topology, and just kind of have a bit of fun with it, And I don't really have all day to kind of to do this. I wish I did, I love it. It gives me, it's like art therapy, yeah. So I'm just gonna call it a day on this for now. But yeah, I would just go around and get this to where I'm happy. Once we're done with that, we can just say, right, send it right back to Cinema 4D. It comes back in place. I can hide the icing that was here before, and I'm going to just swap the materials out. So I have a cake. I'm going to hold down Alt or Option, swap these out, got my case, swap that out, the icing is there, and there we go, right? If we fire up Redshift, press play, we're looking good. We got a cake, we made it. From there, we could just jump into a more developed scene maybe, add some sprinkles, just using like some additional tools, and RS Matrix stuff we've looked at already. And there you go. I'm finding this a lot of fun. So yeah, I just think it's a great way of learning a new tool. Just find a subject that you're comfortable with and that you can stick at. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you all coming here, and thank you to everyone watching online. My name's Andy Needham. You can find me everywhere at I'm Called Andy.
All right. Thank you, Andy. We do have time for a couple questions if you have questions live. If not, Andy will be in the back answering any questions that you may have, but we will work with you live. Questions? Questions. We got prizes for questions. Ask him what his favorite color is. I guess they know your favorite color. I have one. No. All right, we got a question up here, gentleman in the hat.
Okay.
How long have you been working with ZBrush now?
So the question is, how long have you been working with ZBrush?
It's been like 2 months, so something like that. Yeah, I've been doing a lot of tutorials as well on Max, on the training channels and stuff. So yeah, picking up little bits here and there, So
2 months. That's it. Any other questions for Andy? All right, let's give him another round of applause. He'll be in the back, so if you are a little bit shy, don't worry, he'll be in back and you can talk with him directly. And then after that, we have our next presenter coming up in about 10 minutes, so stay tuned for EJ Hassenfratz. So stay tuned. Thank you.
Good job. Thanks, bud.
The time has come to secure your boarding pass for Camp MoGraph. Tickets go on sale at noon Eastern Time, April 20th. Set an alarm and head over to campmograph.com. These tickets are like shooting stars. They'll go fast. But don't panic. Our state-of-the-art system will give you plenty of time to check out. Make sure to enter your camper information correctly so we can prepare for your arrival. Your creativity will soar to new heights.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Day 1 at NAB 2023. I'm here accompanied by some of the world's leading artists in the world of motion graphics, animation, and VFX, and they're showcasing how they're using Maxon One to work with, Maxon One to showcase how they use their products, our products, to create all their wonderful creations. So for those of you who've followed us for quite a while, yeah, all right. For those of you who've been following us stop it. Don't do that, EJ. For those of you who've been following us for a little while, my good friend, a longtime companion, and a great educator from School of Motion, EJ Hassan-Fratz.
Okay, sorry, I was unmuting myself to talk and then I was doing stuff with that. Hey everybody, thanks for showing up today. Hello everybody online. My name is EJ Hassan-Fratz. Super honored to be here to talk about the software we all know and love, Cinema 4D. I am creative director at School of Motion. If you don't know what School of Motion is, we're an online school that makes education accessible for everyone. So if you want to learn motion design, animation, 3D, definitely come and stop by. I created 2 courses myself, all on Cinema 4D. The Cinema 4D Basecamp is all how to get into the world of 3D, and Ascent is kind of like kicking your 3D skills to the next level using Cinema 4D. So what I'm going to be talking about today, my whole presentation is complex simulations made easy, and that S is supposed to be right there. PDF kind of screwed things up there. So why I love Cinema 4D is I think it's one of the easiest softwares to learn 3D. That's why I fell in love with it. That's why I use it all the time, is because I like being an artist, not a technician. And so Cinema 4D is one of those softwares that kind of just gets out of your way and lets you create. And that's basically what I'm be sharing with you today, is how you can get like pretty crazy stuff like this with like just a few clicks. So yeah, my whole presentation today is going to be all about simulations. How many people have used the new simulations in Cinema 4D? I think they got introduced. Of course, the people that work at Maxon have used it. So not a lot of people have used this. Another one. Everyone's shy. Come on. No one can see you. Everyone can just see me. So I'm only the person that should be nervous, not you all out there. All right, so we got, a quarter of people that have used the new simulations. So the simulations kind of cover a whole bunch of stuff. So there's cloth, there's balloons, there's fire. You set stuff on fire, really crazy stuff. And actually, I see Chris Schmidt out there. The presentation after me, Chris is going to be up here and talking more about simulations. So this is the simulations power double hours. But yeah, so let me just share with you a little bit of some of the experiments that I've done with the simulations. Thank you very much. So those are a whole bunch of examples of the type of simulation stuff you can do. Stop. Some of these things I've either done tutorials on my YouTube channel, iDesign, YouTube/iDesign. Some I've done on previous NAB presentations. Like this right here, I've shown how to do this last year. So if you want to know how to do all this kind of stuff, like check out the Maxon YouTube channel, or check out my YouTube channel, the School of Motion YouTube channel. I've been talking a lot about the simulation stuff because of how powerful it is and just how easy it is to use as well. So what I'm going to do today is mainly talk about the new balloon inflation features and the things that you can do with just the ability to control balloon inflation with vertex maps. That ability was just added in the latest version of Cinema 4D, Cinema 4D 2023.2. So if you haven't updated yet, I think this just came out a few weeks ago. So definitely update, and you can do all of the things that I'm going to show here today. And it's pretty incredible what just adding one simple feature can do to unlock all these different types of possibilities. So what I'm going to show how to do first is a little something like this. So we got this balloon inflation, all this crazy stuff, and then we actually have this texture kind of getting clearer as the object expands out, so it looks kind of like an inflated balloon. As that balloon material gets a little like stretched out, that's usually how like an inflatable balloon works in real life anyway, so I'm going to show you how to achieve that. So let's get started with that bit. So I got the School of Motion logo here. There's one very easy way to make your object balloonifiable, which is totally a word. But basically, if I hit N and then B to get the shading with lines, you can see we don't have a lot of geometry to work with here. Now there are some things to do as far as like adding subdivisions, and like we can do regular grid and make this smaller. So basically what you want to do is you need way more geometry here to work with to be able to make deformations. Otherwise, things aren't going to bend. So it's kind of like if I use a bend deformer here, Alt-G to group that, and if we try to bend this object, you can see that without enough definition, this does not look very smooth. The deformation doesn't look very smooth. So it's very similar with simulations. You need enough definition there to get some nice deformations and clothy, balloony type of stuff. So what I'm going to do is I like this little cocktail of generator objects to create and generate really nice topology that will allow you to, like I said, balloonify anything nice and smoothly. And so that cocktail of objects is a volume builder and then a volume mesher. And then what we can do with this logo, this is just an extrude object here. So just change how extruded it is. And then let me just bring this down to like 20. And we're going to place this logo inside the volume builder. And that looks great. I think that's all we need. No, but these are voxels. And what the volume builder does is turn this object into a bunch of voxels. And voxels, if you don't know what they are, they're basically like 3D pixels. And right now we have very big pixels, just like if you blew up an image in Photoshop and you see all those pixels, it looks, it's very pixelated. So what we need to do to get more definition is just shrink down the voxel size that are being generated by this logo. So if I bring this down to, say, 1, you can see like, all right, well, we're getting smaller voxels and we're getting more of our defined logo again. So what we can do at this point is we just have voxels at this point. Nothing's going to render until we put this volume builder into volume mesher. And now we actually have geometry. You can see there's all our polygons. And I'll hit N and then A. And you can see what we got. It's a little, rough around the edges, just like us all, But we can smooth that out using this SDF smooth. And that makes everything really nice and smoothed out. It smooths, that's like a Gaussian blur for voxels. And so we can, control the strength here. Another thing we can do is like grow and expand this to make it either thicker or thinner. And to do that, we can go and just grab a dilate and erode. And you can see how much thicker that made it. And so we can adjust the offset here by just clicking and dragging and, making it as thick or as thin as we want. So I'll just add like a little bit of thickness here. 0.5, 1. That looks good. And you can kind of play around with the order here. These are like effect stacks, so like adjustment layers in After Effects or Photoshop, where depending on which one's on top, changes kind of the look. So you're smoothing, so you're dilating and eroding, and then you're smoothing that result. Otherwise, you're doing the smooth, and then you're dilating, eroding the result of that smooth. So I kind of like this a little bit better. And so right now, if I hit N and B to get back to our garage shading with lines, you can see our topology is not that great, but what was added just a few versions ago was the Z remesher, which is the remesh feature from ZBrush, and it's super, super powerful. And that's inside this remesher right here. So if I go and I plug in this volume mesher into the remesher, what it's going to do, it's going to create much nicer topology. See that nice edge flow now? So this is super, super powerful. And another thing you can do is you can either remove the mesh density, so I can go to like 50% density and have less geometry. And the less geometry you have, the faster the sims will be. And if you have a lot more topology, so I can go 150 and like increase the density of pixels by 50%. So you can use this to like increase the polygon count or decrease. And the cool thing about this is you can kind of keep this live, because when you make your cloth sim, you might figure out that like, oh, I need more definition, so I need to up the polygon count. So you can kind of keep all this live. So Siri's talking to me for some reason. Let me go and bring this down to 60%. And let's just start with this and see what 60% looks like. Another thing we can do is, because this is an extrude, we can actually make the symmetry in the Z, so this actually generates quicker, because now it's only retopologizing. I said that wrong. but you're doing the front and then mirroring in the back. So anytime you change this mesh density, it will happen much faster because you're doing the symmetry on the Z. And so now what we can do is we can start to have fun. Let me get to garage shading with outlines. We can start having fun with dynamics. So to balloonify this, we're going to go to simulation tags and balloon. So there's a nice little balloon preset. And basically what the balloon does is it applies this cloth tag, and you can see there's all these different, like in the new simulation system, everything's kind of unified. So whether you want to do balloon, you want to do cloth, you want to do soft bodies, it's all under the same thing. So if you go to balloon and I hit play, so that's just automatically activated by using that balloon preset. So I'll hit play, and everything falls to the ground. And so what we're going to do is we're actually going to turn off gravity because we don't have to play by real world physics here. So I'll hit Control D and go to my simulation project settings, go to scene, and then just zero out gravity. Okay, and so now if I hit play, we're just floating. Nothing's actually happening because when we do this balloon, the overpressure value of 1 isn't really doing anything. That's like your starting point. Okay, and I just made, I already have this project length, timeline length much bigger so we can see the simulation over 10 seconds. And so if we want to see some inflation, we got to go above this value of 2, or a value of 1. So if I put in overpressure of 3, blurp, we got this really cool balloony inflation. So what this is doing is basically filling this with air pressure and kind of like, pumping this logo up, which is really cool. And this expansion time is basically how long does it take for the overpressure to go from the default state to this new value. And why that's there is because if I do an expansion time of like 2 frames and hit play, whoa, kind of janky. So that's why you want to kind of mess around with how fast you can get away with this kind of stuff. And you can fix all these little things there by going into the expert settings, like the actual project settings of the simulation, make it more accurate. And I'll get into that a little bit later. But for right now, let's just bring this to an expansion time of 15. So this will go to fully inflated to the overpressure value of 3 and 15 frames, so half a second. So another thing we can do is if we want to kind of create wrinkles, we can do 2 things. So we can go into the surface here and we can up this bendiness value. So the bendiness is basically how apt is this object or the particle, because it's all particle-based physics. This is going to say how much are those particles going to like try to bend and like crease over each other. So if I bring this value like to 100, you might be able to see, and I'll hit play, might be able to see a little bit more wrinkles. So you can see a little bit there. But what we can really do to create even more wrinkles is to allow the object, the mesh, to grow beyond its original size. So to do that, we can up this target length value. And what the target length does is it says, okay, in this simulation, when it initiates, you can actually expand beyond a certain % of your original size. So if I put 130 in here and hit play, you can see we get all these really nice wrinkles, and this kind of grew even more because what's happening is we're allowing the mesh to expand 130% of its original scale there. So it's allowing those, like the vertices and all that, to stretch 130% beyond that. And so, we still don't have many wrinkles here, but it's still a pretty cool simulation. So what we can do to try to get more wrinkles is to use this mix animation tab and turn on this with force. And basically, who's familiar with the old soft body dynamic system or the rigid body dynamic system where you had the set or the follow position, follow rotation? So let me actually show that. So if I go, so it's all in the bullet tags. That's the old dynamic system. So as of right now, there's no updated rigid body system. So if you wanted to do rigid bodies, you would have to go back into here. But under that rigid body system, under the force, if you're used to using these follow position, follow rotation, this is basically now called mix animation. And so what it allows you to do is tell the simulation, be like, okay, you can do your simulation, but I also want these particles to try to get back to its original position. So if I just turn on with force, and this basically uses dynamics to try to get back to its original position. So if I hit play now with just that default value, check that out. With just that little value checked on, we got all these really nice wrinkles. And why the wrinkles are happening is because it's allowing it to expand and grow, and because we have the bendiness value up, and we're trying to go back to its original position, that's why we're getting these wrinkles here, which is really cool. So you can adjust the value here. You can go less wrinkles by making this value smaller, or you can get even more wrinkles by bringing this up even more, and you get something really weird like that. But I like this value of 1 or something like that. And so we got that really good thing happening. And so what we can do at this point is, let's see. Let's go into the dynamic expert setting. So Control or Command D. And here's your scene-wide simulation settings. That's where we turned off our gravity. If we go to simulation, these are basically all the settings that allow you to have a more accurate simulation, or kind of slow it down, dampen the energy that's happening. And so let's actually do one thing before we get into this, and that is to control all of these different things. So we adjusted the target length, the balloon, overpressure, and the mix animation. And they all have the ability to throw a vertex map in there. And a vertex map is basically just controlling, assigning a strength value to every vertice, okay? And you can take those strength values to control what part of the object has this target length, which has the overpressure ballooning, and which has that with force, okay? So to add a vertex map, you can actually add vertex maps to generator objects as of a few versions ago, which is really cool. You don't have to make it editable. So to do that, I'm gonna hit Shift-C, and this is going to bring up the brand new commander. So if I go to vertex map, vertex map, and just hit enter, and you can see we just added a vertex map to this object. And right now everything is red, which means 0% strength of that vertex map. And we can actually control the vertex map with fields. So on your vertex map, if it's not checked on already, you can use fields. And so if I just rewind here, and let's just grab a spherical field, and you can see the spherical field, if I shrink this down and move this, whatever is yellow is 100% strength of the vertex map, gradient down to 0% strength of that vertex map. And where this comes in handy is when we apply this map to the target length, which to reveal the map area, you just got to twirl that down. So let's just bring that down there. Go to the balloon, bring that down to the map. And this map is new as of this version. So before you weren't able to use vertex maps with this balloon. And then we can also go into the mix animation and throw that in there as well. And so if I hit play now, whoa, let's make this a little bit bigger. So what you're seeing is the balloon effect that we just had across all of our object is now constrained to this part of our object. Now you can see there's a lot of crazy stuff happening, and this is due to us needing to up our simulation settings to make this look a little bit more accurate. Okay, so what we can do, hit Control or Command D again, and you can up the sub-steps. One of the things that helps when your simulation's popping a lot is the smoothing iterations. And this just is basically smooths out the particle sims, tries to prevent all those little popping and glitches and stuff. And another thing we can do to make this look like it looks a little bit more underwater effect is up this damping value. And it basically just, the higher this value is, the more apt that this is going to remove the energy of those particles causing the sim. So the higher this value, the more this will be a little bit more underwatery feeling. And then another thing that the great Noseman taught me, because of course Noseman teaches me all I know, is to use this velocity clamp and go to the absolute here And this basically says like, okay, we don't want any of these particles to go too far of a distance in too short of a time. So all those big exploding polygons, like this should temper that down. And so let's try this now. And you can see this is a little more controlled now, right? And so let's actually go, and this is really super inflated. Let's maybe go back to the balloon. And so all this overpressure value, why this is so huge on this side, is that all that pressure is on this side of the object. So we can kind of bring this back and just inflate this part. And now we can start to move this around and move it slowly, like I'm moving the spherical field slowly. And so we got something like that going on. So you can keyframe this spherical field and get this really cool like inflation effect over time. And I've actually seen like on the NBA playoffs, they're using this kind of like cool balloon effect for the like NBA logos. It's pretty crazy how quickly studios and stuff can use these tools that just got updated. But so we don't have to just deal with just one spherical field. We can do multiple. So I can go back into this vertex map. I can create another spherical field. And so in this spherical field or in this field area, think of these as like layering masks in Photoshop or After Effects. And so you can use all these different blending modes. So max is basically like your add blending mode or your, And so you can see that we're kind of adding these values together. So we have a spherical field on this side, spherical field on the other side. And so now we can animate two of these. So I can grab both of these, rotate them around. Got this kind of cool stuff happening. And this is like, I literally just kind of set up a few things and you got this like really cool simulation like happening pretty nicely live in your viewport. So let me rewind. And so we can get even more fun with this. Instead of using spherical fields, we could totally, let me delete this spherical field. Let me change this spherical field into a, where is it? Linear field. And I'll hit T for scale, shrink this down, and you can kind of do like a wipe. So I can kind of like whoop, wipe on the inflation and kind of wipe it back and like kind of shrink it. So let's actually delete the linear field. And the one thing to get this kind of vibe is to use just a random field. So if I go back in here, let's go to our field. Let's go to random field. And the noise that I found that works really good, and basically that's all a random field is doing, is applying like a turbulence, or not a, what's the thing in After Effects? Like a turbulence, what's it? Fractal noise. There you go. Thank you, Frank. Brain fart in that. So this is basically like your fractal noise in After Effects. And so we can adjust the scale of that noise, and we can change the type of noise we want to use. So fractal noise has like a few different types. We have a lot more different types of noises in here. So Voronoi 1 is not only fun to say, but it's also a really great one to get like little bubbly kind of effects. So it's like almost like this honeycomby kind of thing. And so we can increase the scale here a little bit. And we can also animate the noise by adjusting this animation speed. So we can bring this to like, let's try 20%, and let's just hit play. And so you can see whatever's red, remember red means 0% strength, and yellow means 100% strength. And let's actually go back into our balloon settings, and let's increase the overpressure here. So we got that. And what we can do now is we can just adjust this basically, noise. So we can go into the remapping here. We can like kind of add some contrast. We can kind of multiply this or bring this down. We can like clamp these values. So if let's do this. So if we want like those little bubbles, we'll adjust like the clamping here. You can just kind of like art direct how this looks. And let's actually go into the random field and let's make the animation speed a little bit faster. Okay. So now we got this kind of thing going on. Let's go to normal. All right, yeah, let's go like that. So I'm just trying to get this to the point where we're getting a lot of this like inflation stuff happening, and so maybe I need to go back into the balloon and up this even more. Have this expand. And oh, another thing I need to do is like everything's kind of like moving around. I need to actually duplicate this vertex map and invert it. So if I go to basic, invert, and let's just rename this map invert as well. If I could spell. Close enough. Invert. Oh my God, I'm just leaving it. We're leaving it. This isn't a spelling competition. I'm good at Cinema 4D, not spelling. And basically what we need to do is just invert this mix animation. So if I go into here, the ivert, and let's just up that as well. And now let's see what this looks like. Okay, actually, no, we don't want that. Let's go, let's do this. And so I think what was happening before is I just needed to increase the strength of, yeah, there we go. So I just needed to increase the strength of that strength there. Increase the strength of the strength of the just the ability of this to stay where the object started from. And so now we get this really cool effect with all this ballooning out, and we can adjust this random field scale and like the animation speed, so we can have this like undulate even quicker. And so we got this really cool like bubbly effect. And let's see what this looks like. It's like a value of 10. So now I've noticed that the higher this strength value, the more wrinkles you'll get too, which is pretty cool. So, all right, let's bring this scale up to like 350. And we got this really cool thing happening. Now, what if we wanted to create like a really cool, like let's do the baking show thing where I put it in the oven for 45 minutes and you get kind of something like this. So how did I, let's go, I'm gonna use Redshift, yep. And then let's go to Redshift render view here. And let's see what this looks like. Let's make this, that's very big. Fit window. And so you can see what I did here is where, let me zoom in. Where the inflation is the most, you can kind of see through it a little bit more, that texture. So let me show you how I made that texture real quick. So close out of that. And let's rewind, and let me delete this material. And what we're gonna do is, again, like something else that's super cool in Cinema 4D, just all the versions, is they're constantly updating the asset manager. And so if you've never checked out the asset manager before, like check it out. Like this new content always has new content. So this is like the latest stuff they added. And so what Maxon's been doing a really awesome job at is adding a lot more Redshift presets that are super, super handy. So let's see, there was a, I don't know if it's part of the new one, but you can see all the new ones that got added. So we got like gravel and marble, and you even have like HDRI presets. Got all these really cool presets that the one and only Chris Schmidt made here as well, like all these capsule presets, which is really awesome. Definitely check out Rocket Lasso to learn more about those, but there's all these really cool, like studio backdrop preset, which is awesome too. So instead of creating your own like backdrop and adjusting it like it's its own primitive object now, which is super cool. So if I put that in here, see there's like a little backdrop, you can adjust the rounding, the height. Anyways, getting sidetracked. All this cool stuff in here. And the Redshift materials that I use to kind of use as a base is, if I just search for plastic, and I'm like, okay, I'll actually narrow down plastic materials. So materials that have the name plastic in it. So you can see there's this rough plastic here. So this is what I started out for the base of the material. So I'll just go drag and drop that on the remesh there. And I'll close out of the asset browser there. And if I click on this material, I can just change the color really easily. So love yellow. So I'm just gonna just use yellow here. Something like that. Mac and cheese vibes. I don't know why I'm thinking that. Maybe I'm hungry. But now what we can do is go into here. We've got the new node system. We can, let me actually bring up the Redshift render view. Hit play. Let's actually dock this over here. Cool. And so what we need to do is make it so when I hit play here, play right here, that when this does its simulation and starts inflating, wherever the vertices are stretching out the most, I want that to be transparent. And how we can do that is actually very easy. So I'm going to run the simulation to a point where we got a lot of stretching happening. So right there. That's and right there too. We got a lot of the polygons, a lot of the vertices stretching way beyond their initial position there. See that? Let me just zoom out. So I'll zoom into right here. Okay? And what we can do at this point to get this looking clear, and actually, I guess it didn't really matter. So what we need to do is use what's called a tension tag. A tension tag, and what a tension tag does is creates a vertex map based on how far away vertices are stretched from the initial position. So unfortunately, to do this though, I need to make this editable. So I just went through and played that whole simulation for no reason. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bake the remesh. I'm just going to go right-click on it, go to current state to object. And so now this just kind of baked down that remesh and everything. And so I can just turn these off by clicking and dragging downwards and turning off all these generator objects. And you can see all these tags are still applied as well. Let me delete the Redshift tag. And so now this is just balloon logo. And now we can run the simulation yet again. Let me just pause that, hit play. And I think I have to update the vertex maps maybe. Let's see. Play. What did I do? See this, vertex map. Vertex map. Let's see, what did I do wrong? Let me just delete these and let me go back. And I'll just command click and drag. Yep, good geometry. There we go. I don't know what happened. Oh, I think maybe because the random field didn't translate over or something. So now we got our inflation again. Again, I'm going to let this run. Got this really big expansion happening. Big expansion down here. And wait for it and escape to pause the simulation. And then we'll hit play to render this again. And so now what we can do is with this ineditable object, I can right click and I'm just going to search for tension. And it's under the rigging tags and there's tension tag. And so what this does is another helpful thing. Go and right click on literally anything and go to show help if you ever want to learn more about what a thing does. And maybe, is this connected to the internet? Cool, yeah. So really helpful things to tell you what this could be used for. And you can see that the typical use for a tension tag is when you rig a character or anything, you want, if you have a cloth on it, you want things to fold as it bends around the elbow and stuff like that. But what we're going to use it for is to create a vertex map that basically tells us, okay, these vertices stretched out from their original position. So what I'm going to do is first we need to actually go back to frame 0 and say fixed tension. So this is the initial starting state. And so fixed tension, and then we're going to make a vertex map here. You can see that I had this new vertex map that's called stretch. And so now at this point, we can go and hit play. And if I select the tension map here, you can see that's generating a map. And right now it's way too sensitive, because what the value is basically if this goes stretches out a value of amount of 1, it's going to say, okay, that's super stretched out. That's going to be full vertex map power. And so we don't want it to be that sensitive. So we want to, let's maybe bring them out to like 15. And let's go back. And so now if we look at this vertex map, you can see now it's a little bit more sensitive. So now it's going to be, okay, if something's really stretched out, like these little bubbles here, let me actually make this is like so tiny. And hit play again. And go to this. So now you can see the really stretched out areas, that's getting the full strength of that full yellow. And so we can even go, let's go 20. Okay? And so now what we can do with this vertex map is go into our material we created, and the key to this is using that vertex map and plugging it in to control the transmission or the transparency of our material. So if I hit shift, or actually just C, in the node editor to bring up the node commander, I can search for vertex, and we need vertex attribute. This is what's going to allow us to load in that vertex map and control and plug it into different attributes. So I got the vertex attribute. The only thing I need to do at this point is just drag and drop the vertex map into this attribute name, so the stretch one. And so what I can do at this point is just plug in the color into base properties, transmission, weight. And so if I click off of this and okay, so you can already see over here, we have transparency wherever that vertex map is. So the vertex map we're basically using like as a mat. And so this is really cool because this is how you can get that effect of like a balloon inflating, and you can get that really cool like transparency wherever the balloon really inflates super high. So we can adjust this a little bit here too. We can throw in I'm going to hit C again and throw in a ramp. Now I like to use the scalar ramp. And what the scalar ramp does is I'm basically going to like remap these values. Let's go to alt input and then plug this in the weight. And what this allows you to do is basically use right down here a curve editor, like a spline curve editor, to like remap those values and kind of see what's going on over there. Let's maybe bring this down. You can see how like now this is creeping in a little bit more, so you can remap this and adjust this and art direct the heck out of it to get the transmission that you want, which is super cool. And another thing we can do is go into the transmission over here in the standard material node, and then go down to the transmission, and we can actually choose like what color we want for that transmission. So if we want to give this like a little yellowish or even orangish hue, we can do that. We can also add a little bit of roughness to it, so like 0.2, and this will get like even blurrier. This updates? Yeah. Oh yeah, that's looking really good. 0.1 maybe. Yes. So that's looking really, really nice. And you can also change the scatter color as well, which is like what color is going to show up in the scattery bits, like where the light's getting scattered more. So very subtle stuff. Let's maybe go 0.05. And then another thing, the chef's kiss is turning on subsurface scattering. Now subsurface scattering, say that 5 times fast, is basically if like you put your finger, like you have your phone and you turn on the light coming through, that's subsurface scattering. Okay, so that's basically what you're creating. Hopefully everyone online saw that. So we're gonna just turn that on. So I'm gonna hit 1 to turn on that full weight. And we're going to change, yep, that's what we want. And so now everything's going to turn white. So this is the color of our object. And so actually I want that same color that we had here, so I'm just gonna right click, copy, right click, paste, and you should see where we were before. And so now what we can do is adjust this. The scale is basically how much light can penetrate through your object. So if we bring this to like 6, and keep an eye out over here, whoa. So we're seeing a lot of light coming through, okay? And that's a little too much. And this is like, this value will change depending on the scale of your object. So you can see, just bringing it back a little bit, like that looks kind of nice. Maybe 2. And so we're just letting a little bit of light in and making that like really nice balloony effect. And we can even adjust like what's that color that shows up when the light get absorbed. And so we can maybe, make that a light orange or something like that. Cool. So there's a lot of stuff to do that, and then basically at the end of the day, you got something like this. And these are the different colors that I made as well. And so all this is like a vertex map. Like a vertex map with noise is doing this whole thing. Like there's no keyframes whatsoever. It's just some auto-generated animated noise doing that kind of thing. You can imagine the type of things you can do just by like adjusting what type of noises you're using as well. I think I'm like almost out of time, so I'm gonna like wrap it up. But I am presenting again on Tuesday at 4. So let me just kind of show you what I'll be covering at the next presentation. So I'm going to be covering more like pillowy inflations and stuff like that. And if you really, really want to get into more simulations, like I said, I have a lot of tutorials on my website, or on my website, iDesign.com, or my YouTube channel here. I also highly recommend a lot of other artists that are doing stuff way cooler than I can do. Vincent Schwenk, just Google that. I forget what his Twitter handle is, but Vincent Schwenk, he's awesome. He's got a Patreon. He gives a lot of like cool textures and stuff away. Thanos, who is Motion Punk on the Twitters, he's doing a lot of cool simulation stuff. Subframe Studio, just look that up. Mikhail. Siji, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name, but he's really awesome. I talk to him a lot on Instagram, and he does like super, super cool cloth simulations and all that stuff. And of course, our very own Chris Schmidt, who's out there in the audience causing trouble and stealing people's money to gamble later. And then of course on Cineversity, Ellie is doing some super cool simulation stuff, and they're live like every day, all day. I don't know how they have the energy to go live so often, but the Maxon training team at Cineversity, they got so much awesome content. And yeah, so there's just so many people playing with this simulation stuff, and what's being able to be accomplished so easily is incredible. So it's really exciting to see like what everyone can do. And so I just have one last thing, and this is, sorry to shill this, but I made a plushie, and thank you. It's based on my real-world 17-year-old pug, and it means a lot to me. It's a lucky pug because he's a lucky pug because they said he wasn't going to live more than 2 months 2 years ago. So it means a lot to me, and this is my first toy. I always wanted to get into toys, but I have a little. It's on sale now for only 12 more days. It's like a Kickstarter, so if we don't get the goal, it doesn't get made. So I'd really appreciate anyone's support. If you just share it out, buy one yourself. I'll give you a high five. I'll buy you a drink. Yeah. So let me play a really goofy video for that. This is a behind the scenes of how we made the plushie.
How we made the pug plushie? Okay, let's go. First, we sketched out the plushie design. I'm not only a very good boy, but a very good artist too. Next, we worked with Makeshift to create a finalized prototype design. We did have a few rounds of revisions to get the plushie looking perfect. Can you make the eyes even bigger? We then got sent a prototype that we inspected to make sure it had maximum levels of quality and cuteness. Isn't it just the handsomest little puggo? just like me. And that's how we made the Luggy Puggo plushie that you can adopt and cuddle today. Aren't we just totes adorbs?
Awesome. So yeah, thank you. Really appreciate that. Appreciate all your support that you've given me through the years. And actually, didn't Winbush have something to say? I see Winbush here. You gonna come in? You gonna come in here? Oh yeah! So we got one last thing to show. You got a video to play, right?
I don't know.
Do we have time?
What do you got? I mean, we got time for Q&A. So
All right.
we'll be doing Q&A. What do you got?
All right. Well, we'll just announce real quick.
Artists always have to stay on top of the latest tool.
We got a Winbush Unreal course coming to School of Motion right there. I'll play this later, but yeah. So anyone wanting to learn Unreal and use Cinema 4D and combine that together, definitely check that out. We'll be giving out QR codes and stuff throughout the day. So if you want to learn more about it, come hit up either myself or Winbush here. But super excited to get that out. Got a lot of work, makes a lot of cool stuff in Unreal, and you get a lot of what-ups in there.
And we're also going to be on the Design Animation Tour as
Yes.
well. So go to that. That's go to
that.
DAT to find out all the cities that we're going to be at. So I'll be traveling all over the U.S., Canada, Europe with these guys. So if you enjoyed what you saw here, there's going to be a lot more just coming to a city near you. So we do have some time for questions. So any questions for EJ? Right here, JC, what do you got?
When you use the tension tag to color it, why did you use the tension tag to make the vertex map as opposed to using the one that was driving the simulation?
Yeah, you want to
So why didn't I use the random field to drive the mass? So it's a good question, and I actually did a comparison. It's way different because the random field isn't exactly like one-to-one with the values. So the tension tag actually does a better job of, like, if it stretches out really big, like, it actually does a better job, makes a better vertex map. So if I have time, let me actually show this really quick. So, because I thought the same thing. I'm like, I could do this or I could do the tension, and because I don't like making things editable, I'm like weird about that. But let me show you. So that's the tension. How did I screw up my view here? So let me close out of that, and let's go to, there we go. So that's the tension map. That's the random. So it's a little bit different. See how it's like a little more blurred out? And so if you you could adjust this, but I just found better results and more concentrated results with the tension tag. See how, like, there's nothing over here, and on this, there's a little bit more spill, and you could adjust the, the remap and curves and stuff. But yeah, I just found the tension tag did a little bit better job because you're actually looking at the stretched out geometry and generating a map. So it's very subtle. Like, my initial render had the random field, and I was like, that looks fine. But then I was talking to Donovan. He's like, try the tension tag too. And I was like, oh, this is slightly better. So, but you can do either or. So that's a great observation. Yeah. So yeah, either or, but I just kind of like the one better.
Any other questions for EJ? Awesome. Well, EJ will be in the back for another hour. So if you are a little too shy to ask questions, he'll be in the back, and you can go up to him, and he'll be able to showcase anything. He does also have pug stickers. So if you want a pug sticker, you're going to want one of those. Let's give another round of applause for EJ Hassenfrad.
Thank you, everybody.
Tuned.
Thank you, Maxon.
In the next 7 minutes, we're going to have up next the one, the only Rocket Lasso, Chris Schmidt. So stay tuned. We are about to get started here. All right, everyone. Welcome to Day 1 NAB here at the Maxon booth. We are showcasing Maxon 1 and the many different products included within it. And to my left is a longtime legend in the industry of cinema, the one, the only Chris Schmidt, Rocket Lasso. Let's give him a big round of applause.
How much time is there total? 50. Okay. Hello, everybody. I am Chris Schmidt from Rocket Lasso. And over at Rocket Lasso, we make plugins, and we make tutorials, and we do live streams. We're actually in the middle of Rocket Lasso Live Season 5, where every Wednesday I take questions live from the audience, where we just try and figure it out straight from Twitch, straight from YouTube. Just answer everything in Cinema 4D that we possibly can. And if you want to follow Rocket Lasso, probably one of the best places is just search for Rocket Lasso at YouTube. That's where we post all the live streams. That's where I do breakdown videos about the new features inside of Cinema 4D all the time. We just had 2023.2 come out, and I made a 2-hour video about all those features, so super crazy. Also, you can just search at Rocket Lasso on all the different platforms. And then, of course, I've got a Patreon set up where if I scheduled it correctly, all the scene files I'm about to show off are already live on there. So a great way of supporting, getting discounts on the plugins and getting access to scene files. You can head over and support on Patreon. Now, something I want to mention today, which is very important, is we've got 5 different plugins over at Rocket Lasso. So we got Utility Splines, which recently came out. We've got Ricochet, Mesh the Spline, Slicer, and Recall. And for this week only, we've got the biggest sale that we've ever had over at Rocket Lasso. So we've got 33% off everything in the store. So I'll have this code up again later, but if you just go to the Rocket Lasso Gumroad page, if there's any of our plugins that you've been looking to get, now's the time to get it. The biggest sale we've ever had. And that is going to lead us into the presentation proper. So today we are going to be talking about folding, cloth, paper, and origami. I am very excited about this because during my live streams, it has been a very common question. Every year, somebody says, how do I fold this origami? How do we do this shape? And it's always like, well, let's try, but we were never able to quite get it where we wanted to. So a couple weeks ago, during a live stream, that question got asked again. It's like, well, we've got an all-new simulation system. Let's see if we can get it working this time. And we totally did, and it was awesome, and I was very excited. So how do we go about folding paper, napkins, origami, and why do it at all? Why do we need to fold it? Well, I've got a very basic setup here. Here's just like a plane. You can see it's a heavily subdivided plane. And then I've also got a final origami bird, very subdivided, the same kind of subdivision. So if I grab this morph tag and morph between those two states, let's say you have a sheet of paper and you want to, in your animation, fold it up. Well, if I go and morph between those two states, let me actually show the proper one. If we morph between those two states, you're going to see it just passes right through itself. You're just getting this big mess where, yeah, you get to the final shape, but it's not getting there in an interesting way. So that's what this presentation is all about. So let's move on into this file. Now, this is actually the file that we were doing during the live stream where we figured out that things started to work. So let's look at some super duper basics. So let's even delete these out. And we've got a ground plane. And even here, I think it's like this is big, giant. If I were to make a figure, you can see that this is not properly scaled. So we're just tinkering at a big, giant scale. But if we grab the ground and we add a simulation tag, and this has only been the last couple of versions of Cinema, we can add a new collider. And on this plane for our cloth, I can say simulation cloth. And without even changing anything else, I've got a big plane that I'm going to animate just to tell it to flip over. So if I hit play here, then we're going to see, give it a second to initialize. Oh, it didn't seem to like that. Let's give it a sec, see if it wakes up. Well, it didn't like something I just did. Simple. Yeah, did not like that. I might have to force quit. What's funny is we're going to be doing way fancier stuff than this, and it's all going to be working perfectly. All right, if you'll give me a moment, I will restart that. Where is it? Am I blind? Details? It's usually just up at the top. Not responding. Goodbye. Ooh, look at all the EJ stuff up there. Yep. Just a moment, everybody. 2023.2. All right, now I usually do my stuff like a PowerPoint directly in here, so I usually have everything opened up in a row. Oh, something about the... Oh, interesting. Okay, so I got to drag a couple files back in here so we can get back to the regular flow. Let's open up that. Let's open up that. This will all be edited out from the final. Okay, we're back. Continue. Okay, right back to where we were. So, we just applied the cloth tag. If I hit play, cross my fingers this time. So, you can see that, let's make this visible, I have just a simple plane, and I am keyframing that plane to just flip over, and it's bringing the cloth with it. So if I hit play, you can see that this is going to flop that one piece over, and then we get a really nice looking fold. As soon as we got that during the live stream, I was like, hey, there's potential here. We might be able to get this working way more than that. So if we keep on layering that up more and more and more, I'm going to jump to the next file. You can see now I've got several of those planes, each one kind of keyframed and offset. We're going to get specific in a moment. But if I hit play right now, you can see I've got that same piece of cloth where we can fold it over again, fold it over again, and all this at pretty much default settings, and you can see I was able to fold that over a bunch of times, and it's working really well. So I was very excited at this point for all of the possibilities. Now, that shows a little bit about the ability that this new cloth simulation system can actually handle folding itself over and getting some pretty sharp looks. But let's jump into a file and talk a little bit about the mix animation. So what do I got here? I got a simple plane. You can see it's decently subdivided, and I've got a twist deformer. If I hit play, you're going to see our twist deformer is going to do a really straightforward twist, just keyframed along the line. Now, this is cool. It's what you expect from Cinema 4D. But let's say that this was a piece of cloth, that this is like a rag that you want to be crumpling up, and it's like a towel that you're twisting around. Obviously, this isn't even close to that at all. And everything we just did with this twist, like it's stretching, everything, it's not working at all the way we'd want it to. But if I go and right-click on that plane and add a new simulation cloth tag, and if I play right now, not too much is going to happen because it's just a simulation. I turned gravity off, so all default simulation. But if we go, and EJ was touching upon this in the previous presentation, we can go into mix animation, and this is pretty new as of maybe like 6 months ago. So we got two ways of actually controlling the way the simulation runs. And I've always thought that like simulation stuff is fun, but it's the ability to like blend it with like keyframed animation. That's what actually turns into a motion graphics tool. So we've got 3 different settings, and we will be using all 3 in different ways. The first one is with pins. So I'm going to turn that one on, and we're going to lower the power way down to like 15%. What is with pins doing? With pins, what it's trying to do is say, at any given moment, any point is trying to achieve, it's running a simulation, but it's trying to achieve what the underlying animation was doing, and it's trying to very directly move into that position. So I have found that between 15 and 30% has been working really well for this level of subdivision. So if I hit play right now, you remember the way the animation looked without it, but now if I hit play, you can see it's twisting around, not perfectly matching it, but just by doing that simple twist animation, I've got like this perfect rag like twisting around. So that was very little effort, 2 keyframes, and I've got this complex looking animation. So that's going to be one of the big takeaways here is you can do really quick and dirty animations and then run the simulation on top of it, making everything be a consistent size, making it art directable, and being able to create so many new opportunities that we just never had before. And that's why I think there's going to be a lot of different simulation presentations in today and at the Maxon booth during all of NAB, because there are so many cool new possibilities that we're only just now discovering, even though we've had access to some of the stuff for like over a year. So that is playing around with pins. We can also say, hey, that can crank up. Like I said, we can go up to 30%, or let's go to 30% there. Hit play, and you can see way more. It's sticking very closely to what that twist was doing. But then you can go really weak with it, drop that down to 5, rewind, and I can see just barely is it trying to catch up to it. And eventually it wasn't even able to get all the way around, so it just directly collides with it. We can then change this. Instead of using pins, we can say, let's do this with a force instead. Now, the differences between with pins and with force, I think for most people, artistically speaking, there's not that much of a difference. Like I said, the pins are directly trying to pull a point from one spot to another. What with force is doing is it's almost like there's a little wind blowing just on that one point, and it's trying to blow it into the position. So there's a little bit more of a follow through and a flow with it. So I think that this one can give you a little bit more organic look with things. The default strength of 1 actually works really well. If I play on that, you're going to see it's going to follow quite nicely. Twisting around. I mean, you see it's a little more organic. It's not forcing it to those positions quite so much. And all of this is with our default cloth settings. If we were to jump into our surface and say, hey, you're actually able to be very bendy, and maybe you can stretch a little bit if you need to, it's going to dramatically change what that final shape is going to look like, combining that with so many different things. But we've got a lot to cover, so let's move on to our next file. And that is just some of the basics. Now, I've got a properly scaled scene here, where you're going to see I've got this figure. I've found myself very often creating a figure just to constantly remind myself, like, work at the proper scene scale, especially when you're doing a simulation. If you start playing with a giant piece of cloth, and then you run all your simulations, and suddenly like, oh wait, the actual final scene is really tiny, like all your simulation settings aren't going to be matching anymore. So in this case, we're starting pretty small. I got a table, which is just 60 by 60, and we got a piece of cloth, which is 50 by 50. Having done that, let's right-click on the cloth and say Simulation Cloth. And we're going to need way more subdivisions here. So let's jump this up to, I don't know, let's say 50 by 50. We don't have to worry about doing custom cuts here if we're going to be folding the cloth. We don't have to, that was in the past, it was always like, oh, we have to make cut after cut in the perfect spot where it's going to be flipping. We don't have to worry about that. And simulation runs really fast, even on heavily subdivided objects. So to begin with, let's make the floor something we can collide with. So that'll become a simulation collider. And I think if we hit play right now, it should just kind of, you see it kind of twitch there for a split second, and then it settles onto the ground. Now, the reason that's happening is this is just barely above the ground. So the first thing I probably want to do is say, hey, cloth, you are pretty thin. Right now, the thickness is set to 1.5, but I'll drop that down to 0.1, so it's very thin. So now if I hit play, you can see that, okay, it just settled nicely, gently on the ground. You know what, I might actually subdivide this even more. Back to the original cloth. And we'll drop that to 60 by 60. Okay, so what are the basics of getting the cloth to be art directable and foldable? Well, the first thing is we don't need to use a cloth right away. A trick I've been doing is, yeah, you can click on cloth and you say basics, don't enable, we can turn off enable, but what's a little bit faster is I just make a null and I can just pull it off the null, so I can pull it on, pull it off, pull it on. So let's just make a very simple deformer. So here's a bend deformer. I'll drop that as a child of this piece of cloth. Say I want it to be facing on Z+. Click fit to parent, and instantly it's going to perfectly scale to be matching the entire shape. If I increase the strength a little bit and we get the angle the correct direction, which I think will be -90 in this case, you can see that this is bending upward quite nicely. So what do we want to do? Well, I think I would like to bend this, just have the piece of paper fold over once. So that will be going from 0 strength, keyframe that, and I'm going to say about 30 frames later. With all the stuff, you've got to give the simulation a little bit of time to complete. So I found that about 1 second is plenty of time for it to look nice. You could go way slower, you could go faster if you crank up like your sub-steps, but we're going to stick with 30. So at 30 frames, I'm going to increase this all the way up to, let's just do a nice clean 180. So that's what it looks like at 180, but if we take our X, Y parameter here, I can start shrinking that down and the bend becomes smaller and smaller and smaller, and eventually we get this really infinitely tight fold. It's folded directly on top of itself. Now, this is the type of thing we would have done in the past. If you're trying to fold, you get this piece of paper or cloth folding in on itself. It's just intersecting. It doesn't look any good. And so trying to add a little bit of thickness to it, if you had like one, it just never quite worked. You don't have enough subdivisions. But let's just go ahead and say, hey, you are fully folded over. Now, all I have to do, we've got those keyframed. If I rewind, we can see, in the scrubbable kind of real time, we can see that that thing is going to bend over and fall on top of itself. But now, let's pull that default simulation tag, drop that back on top of it, go into our mix animation and say, hey, I would like to have you follow that animation. And let's start with, I'm going to go to 20% and hit play, and let's see what we get. Now, you see that it flopped over on top of itself. And there's even kind of some wrinkles going there. If I play, you can see, boom, folds over really nice and quickly. Hit NA. You see this folds over. Now, depending on the influence, if we put this lower, if I say only 10%, very weakly is it trying to achieve that position. So if I play, you're going to see it's going to struggle to move at all. Let's increase that back up to 15. Reset, and you see that's enough for it to kind of fold over, but it's kind of fighting itself. If I go up to, like I said, between 15 and 30, if I say 30% and we do it, you're going to see very mechanically it followed it. But in spite of very mechanically following it, we're going to see that there is a little bit of space here. But let's keep on pushing this further. So that's one fold. That's working fine. But let's say that I would like, well, I'm going to pull that bend off, or pull the cloth tag off, grab the bend, and say, actually, I want you to bend at a 45-degree angle. So I'm going to rotate that 45, and if we scrub, we can see, okay, now we're bending on that angle. Right away, let's make a second bend. All I need to do is select its two keyframes, and I'll offset them by 30 frames, so immediately the next one will go. And let's even scrub a little bit into this animation and say, where do we want the second bend to be? And I can just spin this to a new angle. So I'll spin it, let's do 90 degrees from where I was, and you can see I get a second bend. So now we're folding one triangle, a second triangle, and just because it's working very well here, let's make a third one. And all we have to do, again, offset. This time, I'll spin it just 45 degrees. I'm pretty confident that will work. And you know what? Why don't we even just immediately go for a fourth bend? Oop, let's make sure I duplicate that first. And offset the keyframes one more time. Scrub to that time. And where do I want this last bend to be? Well, this time, I probably want to rotate 45 again. But this time, let's scoot it over until we're kind of dead center. Now, what's great here is you see I'm like art directing this. I'm able to say it should happen at this time, at this position. Let's move the cut to this particular spot. There's no simulation going on. I don't need to worry about like checking the simulation again and again, seeing if the timing's working. I can now rewind, hit play. Here's just the keyframed bend. Now it's it's working well, but of course it's just completely intersecting itself. But now that we've got that bit of animation going, let's drag our cloth tag back on again, and then hit play. And now we can see it fold over. And now look at this nice bend that we have here. Hit play, let it keep going. Nice fold, another fold. Another fold. So looking pretty good, but something to notice is this is now going to be sneaking through the ground a little bit. A couple different things we can do to work around that. First of all, you go to your simulation settings, so Control D, click Simulation, and we've got things like our sub-steps. It's pretty often that I will take this and crank this up to, say, 50 sub-steps. I find that works pretty well. Another good setting is your collision passes, which sometimes I'll crank up to 5. Those feel pretty good to me. But even just cranking this up to 50, if I play again, it's going to be better, but it's not going to be perfect. So you see we get a fold. It does look better. Look at this nice fold layering up on top of each other. There we go, layered up nicely. But as these layers kind of crush on top of each other, you're going to again see they're sneaking through the ground. Now, a major variable on this is the simulation system inside of Cinema now is particle-based. And this ground plane is not very heavily subdivided. So we should say, hey, there's actually more particles that are stopping you from passing through. So let's select the floor and crank up its point count. So I'll jump that also up to 60 by 60. So just making that change, not changing our simulation settings this time. Let's hit play, and now you see we get a fold, another fold, a third fold, and all that from those simple keyframes. And let that one fall over. And now just having changed the subdivisions on that plane, you're going to see that is passing through significantly less. Pushing that further, we could subdivide the floor even further. Something that's actually kind of surprising is subdividing your meshes here doesn't slow down the simulation too much, because Cinema is having to be like, oh, I'm going to interpret your points and figure out what those subdivisions should have been. Now we're saying, well, I'm telling you where they should be. So we can crank that up. We can go back to our simulation settings and give that a few extra collision passes, and that should significantly help from that falling through the ground. So layer that up, and now we're seeing these lovely folds go across, and there we go. So very pleased with that. We can keep on playing a lot with these settings, though. These are all set to defaults. One of the reasons that this is fighting so much is I am telling it that you've got all these layers and you want to be very precisely here. The pins are trying to force all these individual layers and it's pushing it down through the ground. If instead I say, you know what? And there's a very sharp bend. These obviously we're feeding a very sharp bend. But I can say, hey, I'm telling you right now, you're not very bendy. I can say, no, wait, you're a piece of cloth. Like, you can be very, very bendy. So I'm going to type in a pretty big number. Like, we can go, well, 55 tends to be a good number for things. Like, always jump up to, with simulations, 55 is a good go-to. But if I'm going to say, hey, I just want this to be super duper bendy, 555, I find is just a great number for getting that to bend however it wants. And I'm also going to put in a little bit of stretchiness of 55. So just changing those two, we're now saying that it's more free to bend. And now you can see that these corners will be a little bit sharper. And they're more free to not be forcing each other through the ground. So we get some nice layering up there. Yeah, you see how much crisper all those layers are. So that's looking good. And now if we look below the ground, it's not sneaking through at all. So you got to keep in mind that you've got all these particles and they're fighting each other. So if you're really strongly telling something to go through the floor, then it's going to be like, well, I'm trying, but there's a floor in the way. Now it's like, hey, you're a little more bendy. You don't have to force your way through the floor. Having done that, a couple things. Like, let's make this a little bit more... right now it's a very thin piece of cloth. I got it set to 0.1. Even right now, without rewinding, I'd say, actually, you're 0.2 instead. If I hit play, you're going to see suddenly the entire thing tries to inflate. And it's like, oh, it's a thicker piece of cloth. I can jump this up to 0.5, and it's going to be self-intersecting a bit, but hit play. And again, you're going to see it's going to inflate, and now it's a thicker piece of cloth. Rewinding, back to the beginning, let's let it properly fold into that position. And you see there's a lot of cloth, and you can see now you can actually see a little bit of a gap in there as these fold on top of each other. And again, looking really great. We can go back to that original animation, and that was so easy to put together. We can change it at any moment. So in this case, some of you have probably noticed that we're getting these really sharp triangles here. Now, technically, you can feed any kind of mesh that you want through here. A common thing I would do in testing was, well, those angles are really sharp because we need, maybe we need a different type of mesh here. So doing something like pulling in a poke polygon, so hitting Shift-C to pull up the commander. The commander in 2023.2 now has the ability to search through the capsules as well. So I can search for poke polygons. I can drag that in. Why is that grayed out? That's strange. Shift-C, poke. I have no idea why that's grayed out. Axis. Okay, interesting. Well, we can get around that for now by dropping... I'm going to drop my point count down, make that editable, and select all my polygons. Right-click, and... Actually, let me hit Shift-C, search for the word poke again, and there's the modeling... Oh, interesting. 0.2. Well, anyway, you can now see I've subdivided these into these little triangles. Okay, well, there's more angles to bend from, and the simulation will continue to work. So if I hit play, we can see that it's going to bend just fine. But the problem I find is now that this is a mesh made out of triangles, like, yeah, we get these nice crisp edges here, but once you put in a subdivision surface, it just never looks as nice. You get some really strange looking geometry, which makes perfect sense. But if I take that and throw that into a subdivision surface, you can see, okay, we get these, this really interesting pattern, but hitting NA, you can see that we get these little pinches happening, and there's no good way around that. So it just goes, in general, modeling, you want there to be quads. So let's rewind, bring back this original mesh. And is there anything else I want to cover? Well, as a general rule, keep in mind that this is all about you can make a really rough animation and be able to tweak it later. So right now, pulling off that cloth tag again, I can scrub to whatever part I want. Let's say, okay, we're bending right there. I can grab this bend and say, actually, I want that to bend like that, and we'll grab this one. I'll just randomly bend it to a slightly different angle. Got to get it correct angle there. Yeah, pull that through. Grab this one, say that this one will bend a little bit differently from there. So now, if I just manually let that fold, you see I got this really wacky looking fold I was able to change in real time. So, not super coherent, but I was able to update that, change it to a weird looking shape. Let's grab our floor, T for scale it up a bit, scoot it over. So now we're making sure it's colliding. So just by updating that, put our cloth tag back on again, hit play, all those will fold over into that new shape. Like, it's that easy to go and update it. But I would like to quickly address these sharp triangles that we're getting. What's great about all of the simulation stuff is it's behaving like a deformer. It's very non-destructive. So what I've been doing is that we can take this cloth and feed it into something like a Connect object. I don't need to weld it, but now it's like we're seeing the final resulting geometry of whatever happened with the simulation. So if I were to make now a single smoothing deformer, I'll drop this inside. You can see it's smoothing out a whole bunch, but I've found it works perfectly if we just do 0 stiffness and a single iteration. So I can rearrange the order here a little bit, and you can see that we got those really sharp triangles. A single smoothing iteration is pulling those way back into something that's very visually reasonable. Drop that now inside of the simulation surface, or subdivision surface, and now you get nice and rounded, and those triangles are completely gone. I mean, even without the smoothing, it's going to look pretty good in subdivision surface, but you can see that just completely eliminates them. And then we've got the amazing new thicken generator. So if I take this final result and throw it into this thicken, now we can check our cloth, and we said the cloth should be 0.5 thick. So I'll just say, okay, thicken, you are also going to be set to 0.5. So now we've got cloth with thickness that's not intersecting, that we are able to art direct just by feeding through a series of simple deformers. In this case, just a bunch of bends. So we've got a bunch of subdivision stuff happening. So this might run a little bit slower. I'll drop this to 1 by 1. But let's hit play, check out what the result of that is. And yeah, look at this cloth running in real time, that we can go and modify any of those elements, have it fold however we want. So that's where the power of some of this new simulation comes in. And that's just using a very simple mix animation. Stylistically speaking, let me close this file and, oh wait, no, I want to keep that one. Keeping this file, I could say, you know what, this influence is way less. So only 15% with the pins. So it was very coherent, but but now we can find a nice number where it's just enough to bend. Let's see if that's enough. Yeah, you see, now it's kind of flopping over more. Or if I jump this number up to something like 40%, it's going to be very mechanically stuck in a spot. You see, very precise. So let's turn off pins and instead say, let's do it with this force parameter. So like I said, this is more like a wind blowing on the different points. Having done that, if we hit play, now the wind is blowing on it. Not quite enough. You see, the wind isn't overcoming gravity, so let's jump this up to 3, maybe. Hit play. And there we go. Okay, that's enough. And I feel like this force is definitely a little bit more organic even on top of that. So depending on how much wind, now we could crank this up. You could use the two of them in combination with each other. If we jump this up to something like 10, it's going to be a very strong wind. And again, it's going to become a little bit mechanical. And you can combine the two. So I could say, okay, well, give me like a little bit of this wind force and a little bit of those pins, and they can combine in all sorts of ways. So you can be very playful with that, but I like the little bit more organic look of things we get when we just barely give it enough of a value to get to the position that we want it to be. Let's let that fold. Still not quite enough. Find that correct balance. Now this might be a little bit dependent on your subdivisions. If you're very subdivided, that might be different, but there we go. Nice transition between the two. Okay, excellent. Very pleased with that. Let's jump on into the next file. And what I want to do here is fold something a little bit more precisely. I want to make something specific. So I think we go here. So what I was doing is I was just searching for different napkin types. So I just Googled different napkins, and I found this fold right here. And this one seemed relatively straightforward. And I used to be a waiter at a country club, and I've literally folded thousands of this type of napkin. So that is what the goal is here. So let's go through pretty quickly. We don't need to visually see those. Those aren't relevant right now. So using just things we already talked about, here is our piece of cloth. Here is the cloth applied to it. And you can see all the settings pretty much that we just set up for ourselves. I've got one bend and a second bend and a third bend. Let's just see what those are doing. So we've still got the cloth turned on. So continuing pretty much from where we were, we can now see that this corner is folding over. And then simultaneously, I've got two different bends that, if I select them, you can see we've just got a bend right there doing the exact same thing we just were, but both at the same time. You see, with the cloth, those fold over very nicely and precisely on top of each other, perfectly layered up. But I was doing this all very mechanically, but you can be art directing this stuff. If we rewind and let's, again, pull the cloth tag off, if I grab this first bend, you're going to see that this is doing something a little bit fancier than what we had earlier. Hitting NA, you can see that I've got this very small bend, but hitting play, you can see that instead of me just keeping it in that one final position, I'm actually keyframing the position of this bend so it travels from a start point to an end point. So instead of just getting a very simple fold, you can see that it's actually moving across the shape. I'm able to art direct exactly where those positions are. Let's even add a little more in precision. Let's say at the end, in this case 60 frames in, let's modify that rotation so we do end up in the proper spot. But earlier on, let's say we just want it to look a little bit more imperfect, so we'll add a little rotation onto that. Keyframe that rotation. So now as the bend comes in, you see it's at an angle, but then eventually it will get to that final position. I've got these two folds coming in, but we could say one of them is going to happen a few frames earlier, perhaps even overlapping the previous animation, so now they don't reach the end point at exactly the same time. So again, not even worrying about simulation. We can be very precise and art direct this, like go into your F-curves, get the easing in, the easing out, everything exactly where you want it to be. Okay. Moving on, we've got another step we need to do. If we look at the napkin, there's actually a step here where this fold happens, but then you have to flip the entire thing upside down. It's like, okay, well, how are we going to flip this piece of cloth upside down? Well, let's just make another bend that's set up to flip it, and this is without the simulation. So here's just another bend. Simple keyframes. You can see what this bend is doing. That completes. And now I've got a large bend, and you see I actually have it keyframed with a significant Y length. We have a radius on it. So as I let that scrub across, you can see it starts out very large. You see the smooth curve I'm letting it animate to? And then as we get near the end, it's getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And eventually, we flip the entire thing over 180 degrees just by passing a bend straight through the entire thing. So now that that flip has happened, we take a look at our next bend. Let's just turn that one on. This next bend, and again, I followed these instructions. That one, as I scrub through, is going to flip that entire piece over. And then we've got a complex movement that we need. Eventually, the napkin is supposed to end up like this. So we're going to do that with 3 different bends. Let me turn, and again, I've always been critical of people just like keyframing characters and stuff with bends, but suddenly bends are like my new favorite thing for doing this cloth technique. So I'm going to make 3 new bends, and I'm going to go a little bit quick. Thank you, Adobe. A little bit quick on here because we got a lot to cover. You'll see I actually have 3 different bends. Let me turn that third one off to show you. So what's actually happening is I want these 2 wings to fold down simultaneously. So they're actually folding down into the ground. So, nice simple fold. Two bends happen at the same time. Same thing we've been seeing over and over again. But the final shape now is underground. And of course, it's going to be trying to achieve that position. So instead, I just made another third bend. I said, okay, but from way over here, bend all the geometry upward. And I stop at a particular spot. So now you can see, just with a series of bends, here's what that final movement looks like. 3 different bends happening simultaneously. So awesome. All that is working very nicely. Let's throw our cloth tag back on there and see what it actually does with all that animation. So you can see that slowly transitions over from one side to the other, where now these are flapping in directly from where the bends were, but slightly offset in time. And then we have this nice large curve flip over, and the entire thing flips over upside down. Thank you very much, bend. And then one more flat one, and then we're going to have 3 bends simultaneously moving to achieve that final shape, which is right there. So we could keep, so you see there's a couple things going on, and what I want to show you right there is that everything we just did was the same bend techniques we were talking about in the previous example, but I placed them very precisely with some intent of what I wanted them to do. But now let's push some of the technique a little bit further, and one of my favorite things is if there's capsules inside of Cinema. A lot of people haven't played with them. I've been going around trying to tell people about all the amazing capsules that are built in. And Rocket Lasso has been developing capsules for Maxon. But there is one called Geometry Axis. And if you search Shift-C and you just search for Geometry Axis, I wonder if, for some reason, it's not showing the full commander there. But I successfully have my Geometry Axis pulled in. So it's just a capsule. Actually, we can probably just find it manually over here. You can go to Nodes and say, I would like the axis. And there it is, the Geometry Axis node. So you can drag that over. And now we can activate that. By default, what does the Geometry Axis do? Well, actually, let me show you in the new scene file. We'll pop this open, create a sphere, create a disk and a sphere. If we grab this geometry axis and I drop it as a child, it's a deformer. It's changing points around. So what it's going to do is say, hey, I want to have all my points pivot from offset by 100% of your current bounding box. And now I've perfectly got the sphere sitting on the ground. But we can also say, hey, this is pivoting from one side or another, or you could combine several objects together and have them offset. How this is relevant to what we want to do here is, if I turn on this geometry axis, I can say, hey, I want the result of whatever the animation I'm doing to be, I want it to be offset and sitting on the ground. So before, where this was hovering, instead of keyframing and getting it perfectly there, I'm just telling the deformer, to just place it perfectly on the ground. Another thing is, let's turn off that geometry axis and scrub through. Let me pull off this cloth. If we scrub through, you're going to see that this piece of cloth is traveling all over the place. Like right here, we're starting out very nicely centered in frame, but suddenly it's way over in the left. And then when we do this flip animation, the bend is just naturally making it flip over to the opposite side. So it's kind of moving all over the place. It would be difficult to counter keyframe this to keep it maybe floating in the center of your screen. But the geometry axis can help us with that as well, where this is saying, hey, just keep it dead center right in the middle. So if I hit play, having just created geometry axis and told it to sit on Y offset there, hit play, we can now see that as this flips over, it is going to recenter itself automatically. And it flips over and it's still saying dead center automatically. And as this folds up, it's still staying dead center and staying perfectly on the table. All of that is just being done by this single capsule. So very powerful in the world of modeling. But I'm seeing another little problem that I would like to address now is the geometry axis is, it's just a deformer in this case. So you can see when this is moving across, look at this corner over here. As I hit play, that's going to very harshly hit that endpoint, just kind of stops really harshly. Now, the simulation, the cloth will help with that, but keep in mind that everything we're doing is a deformation before we run our simulation. So we can do something like create a jiggle. So let's search for jiggle, and we'll pull this in. No, it still doesn't like that. We'll just do it from the menu. Commander doesn't like me today. So grab a deformer, find the jiggle, drop this as a child. Keep in mind, everything we're doing right now is no simulation. So by default, we got some stiffness, we got a bunch of structural, we got some drag. Hitting play, we see these flip around, and you see that there's a little bit of curvature to that already. And now you can see that's wiggling around, and now it flips over, it's going to pass to the ground. But it's like, okay, it's more organic now, and it's very controllable. So let's get rid of all the structural, and I'm going to say, what I want is a lot of drag. I'm going to do like 70% drag. So very slowly, these individual points want to achieve their final position. So now, look at how smoothly, remember that corner we were focused on before? As this folds over, look how smoothly that slides into the position. So again, no keyframes, geometry axis, put a jiggle on top of that, let all those folds I manually made get fed through. Now with all those layered up together, drop the cloth back on, our simulation, hit play, and now we get the result of all that animation layered up. Look at this nice smooth movement into the center. So we can keep it focused dead center or offset however we like. So I just love our ability to layer these things together. Lovely flip there. Let it fold on top. You can see all the individual layers there with the thickness I currently have set. And then the final move, where before it was floating in the air, now you can see the entire thing pulls up and stays sitting on the ground. Now, what's funny is you could think of this in a lot of ways like a modeling technique. If I were to make this editable right now, I just have a nice napkin folded up that I could be placing and cloning onto a table if I wanted to. But the ability to get the animation and actually get this final shape is like absolutely loving it. Let's turn on that same smoothing technique, get those corners melted away, turn on the subdivision, turn on this cloth, get a little thickness on there, and you can see just perfect napkin all folded up, layered up on top of itself. Okay, we got a little bit more time. Jump to the next file. This is the finished version of that file. Okay, we want to get a little bit fancier now. I wanted to push the technique and see if we could actually do some proper origami. So I searched and I found this nice origami bird. So if we scrub through, you see we got all these lovely steps. Kind of get the sailboat look, fold it over, one flap moves over, then we fold the wings. So as scrolling through, it's like, well, we got a couple challenges here. Like that, we can do that with a simple bend. We can do that with a simple bend. We're just folding it over on itself. But then here, you can see that only part of the flap is moving over. So, okay, we're going to have to get a little bit fancier, maybe make some selections this time. And then if we go down further, here's where things get tricky. Look at this movement. how are we going to be able to get this pinch happen where we like invert this beak into the rest of the bird? So I was like, okay, this is a good challenge, escalating the situation a little bit as I was trying to figure out what this presentation might be. So let's pull the cloth tag off temporarily. And again, nothing we haven't done already. We got the first 2 steps, and I was naming these steps after whatever instructions I found. So here's step 1, hit play, nice simple fold over. And then we got step 2. So now we've got this bend, and you see it's pivoting from this position. Hit play, and you see another nice fold flipping that over. Now again, what's nice here is as I was doing the origami, my final bird wasn't looking quite right. I was like, what step was wrong? I was like, oh wait, I had this a little bit too far over. But you can see right now I can very easily grab my bend and be like, oh, that should be over here. It should be over there. It's so easy to adjust. If I think of, you saw the original technique when I started the presentation of like just like the planes like flipping over trying to move it. Like that'd be impossible to art direct and get something complex. But here we're able to do it. But anyway, we have to make the next step we're doing is going to have to be based off of this, where we only need one of these flaps to bend over. And you see it's actually kind of pivoting from the center of everything else. So if I were to activate step 5, let me make sure that's turned on. Yeah, so activate step 5, we're just, again, keyframing strength, same thing we've been doing. So as this folds through, flips, and then you'll see everything is bending. So pretty straightforward, we need to make some sort of selection to limit what points or polygons should be moving. So in this case, we can actually do things procedurally. So I've got this tag right here, but why don't we make it from scratch? So I will, actually it's layered up a couple times, but let me do an example. Right-clicking, I can say, give me an other tag. The tag I would like is a point selection. And I can say, how should that be made? Well, we could make it editable, and you could just make a selection manually, but I like using fields. So inside the fields, we could say make a linear field, and based on the threshold of this field, and here's the tolerance of 50%, if I hit T for scale down this field, we can make it really thin, and I can say, I know that fold's going to happen right there, so if we rotate that 45 degrees and scoot it into that position, I am now saying select all the points that are above that linear field and none of the ones that are below it. So having done that, I can say, okay, step 5, your field is going to be limited to this selection tag. So just by limiting what is going to be bent, we can get this fold, and now you'll see that this fold is now successfully only applying to a little bit of our geometry. So it flips down, excellent. So then we've got step 6. You see this one, these two are step 6 and step 7 are pretty straightforward. Oh, wait, no, step 7 does have a tag. So let's see what step 7 is doing for us, or 6 rather. You see as I scrub through that it's just folding the entire bird in half. I simultaneously keyframed the cloth, so you see the whole thing is pivoting so we can get to a nice new position. And then we need to, again, do a fold. In this case, we want to flip these wings of the bird. So you can see, again, it's very limited in one spot or the other. So again, we just need to make another selection. In this case, the entire bird is going to be folded on one side or the other. So all I need to do was make another linear field. Let's rewind to the beginning. So we've got another linear field that's just saying, hey, here's a selection on one side or the other. The exact same technique again. So with that in mind, we can now activate step 7 and 8, which are going to do those folds. And you can see I made one selection. I should probably make this editable. If I double click on that tag, you see half the points were selected by my selection field. You could also do that manually. I'm obsessed with not making things editable because you never know if you want to change the subdivisions on your cloth and make it look a little smoother or make it run a little bit faster. So having done that, we can expand and let's look at what those final steps are doing for us. Oh, and what I want to say is step 7 is saying, oh, select half of those points. And then on step 8, I said, hey, you're seeing that same selection, but invert it using another field. So as I scrub through, you can see we get this final fold where both wings are flipping around to the opposite side. So now, why don't we take a look at what that looks like with a cloth on there. The only thing different here, it's all the same settings. You see we got 55, and actually I made it very stretchy, but it's trying to follow it very accurately. And I turned off gravity. So now we get those folds, but with a simulation layered on top. So you get the fold, these bend over, and it flips up, and we get the final bird without any of these different sheets intersecting each other. So if we turn on that connect again, and do I have a smooth? No, I don't have a smooth this time. Well, we won't worry about that. But now, this catches us up. This will catch us up to that tricky step, which is this one right here. How do we do that? Well, what's funny is when you're doing simulation stuff, how often you just want to be very literal. If we want to, essentially, well, what's happening with this beak? It's almost like this piece of this piece of paper is inverting its direction. But if we just, and there's a way that we can invert the direction there, but it might flop on one side or flop on the other. So before we do that, we probably need to have the entire thing bulge out a little bit so there's a space for it to fill. So just like we see in this image where it's kind of bulging outward, we need to achieve that. So let's do that from scratch. So I'll delete those out and we'll do it manually. So we're now at this position. Let's get rid of our simulation tag where everything's very flat. And scrub to the end. What's great, I don't have to let it play through because of the way we're setting up. We can just scrub right to this end. So how do we make that kind of bulge out, go both directions? Well, we're going to do that with a plane effector, strangely enough. If we make a plane effector, and I'm going to name it plane effector dot deform, because we're going to go to the deformer tab and say you're actually deforming the points. Now, immediately you're going to see this whole bird sort of exploding and inflating out. I wonder what that would look like with a simulation running. But instead of having it go super crazy far out on Y, let's zero that out. And in order to make this inflate out, we want to push it out on Z. Maybe I should show this on another object to make it a little more clear. If I open up a new file and make something simple like a sphere, paste in that same plane deformer, if we deform on Y, all the points are going to be using their local position and try and move out on their Y. But all of them, their normals, are facing out on Z. So if I increase Z, we're going to get this shape inflating outward or shrinking inward. So that's the effect that we're going for. So I want to push these out. Now, it just so happens that the bird is flipped upside down just by the nature of it, so we actually need to go negative. So if I grab the Z position, I can say -1, -2, and you can see how this is now bulging outward. Everything is, but this part is specifically. Now, it's going a little bit overboard, so let's only do 1, and we need to limit how that's being applied. So let's go to our fields, and very simply, we can say spherical field. Grab that spherical field, and I want to snap it to the proper position. So Shift S for turning on snapping. I can just drag it. You see, we'll snap to that point. Perfect. Turn off that, and now I can hit T for scale. Oop, do I have fields visually turned off? Yep. Fields, please. Okay. So we got some fields. So I've got this new spherical field, T for scale. I can start shrinking that down. And now you see as that spherical field passes through the bird, it's only applying to certain places. So now, with this being nice and small, turn off snap, move it down, T for scale, shrink it down. We're going to want some fall off on that. So go to the remapping, grab the inner offset. We can shrink this inner out to get a nice smooth transition. And now look at this nice, perfect, clean bulge that we're getting on that shape. We can go back to our plane deformer, have it push out further, and now look at this nice, clean unfolding of that particular spot. Now, what's funny is we're doing that work on this part, but it's temporary. Essentially, we want it to bulge out so we can flip it down to make the beak and then fold it back in again. So how do we get this to invert? Well, it's actually a very similar technique, and I think when it comes to folding, it's a very important technique. And essentially, from this point forward, you've seen the meat of what we're talking about. So this is more about addressing specific limitations or tricks, or you're going to see something that's going to look tricky. And there's ways we can do it by doing special deformations. So we're going to do another plane deform. Saved some time. I'll just duplicate this, and no spherical field this time. And we need to do something a little bit fancier this time, and that's going to be everything so far was deforming outward based on the normal of the polygon. But I can say I want it to be absolute, like in world space, or specifically based on the space of the effector. So if the effector now is saying push backward, push forward, so everything is being pushed forward or backward. So now I could move this effector, and I will again snap it to the beak, Shift S, snap it right there to that point, turn off snapping. So I want this to do what? Well, I want it to deform downward. So I'll hit R for rotate, and we'll spin it down. And I'm going to go straight down to begin with. And so you can see this -2 is going to push it up or down. So we want to go positive. So you can say, okay, push it down, let's say that amount right now. But everything's being pushed down. Obviously, you don't want everything pushed down, so we need to limit it again. So let's grab another field. This time it will be another linear field. That is automatically created as a child, so you'll see it's properly zeroed out in this position. T for scale, it's a little big, so shrink it down. And we need the proper orientation, so let's try Z+. Let's try Z-. I'm not even sure which one I need, so I'm going to keep guessing and checking. Let's increase this effect. And yeah, now you can see that's pushing downward. So that's definitely what I want, but now we need to perfectly match this linear field based on where the beak fall off is going to be. So selecting that plane or this linear field inside our plane deformer, I can shrink this down further and further and further and move it into what I think is the proper spot. And now you can see this top half of what will become the beak is going to start getting pushed downward. Now you see, I'm not shrinking my linear field down to 0. If we go down to 0, really, really small, you see that everything is getting pushed down uniformly. But I want each point that's further along, traveling up on Y, I want it to go the opposite direction more and more. So let's leave that linear field scaled up a little bit more, and now you can see it's falling off as it passes down through it. So let's grab that plane deformer and say, not deform as much. Now you can see as I push this, it's bending more and more and more and more downward. Excellent, that's exactly what I want. We can now move our plane deformer into whatever position we need it to be. So let's grab it here and say, okay, I want to move it up. And then I want the beak to point a little bit forward. So let's hit R and rotate that. And now you can see we could get the beak to start to appear by folding it outward. Now you see it's also affecting the wings. So we need to limit that a little bit more than we currently are. And I think I want to deform that outward a little bit more. Invert that more and more and more. I don't know how far I want to go, but that looks pretty good. Okay, so really simple, add another field. Let's say linear spherical. And that's again created at 0. Let's say that's a multiplier on it, T for scale. Shrink, 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 shrink. And now I've shrunk it enough that, it's only applying to the head of the bird. So at that point, I'm not even going to bother doing it because I think you all see where we're going with this. If we were to keyframe this bulge, we have that keyframe out. I guess we'll do it manually here. Let's 0 that out and 0 this out. So now we keyframe this to bulge outward, and then we grab this one and we say, and now that inverts to flip down, and then we grab the original one and say, and now it pinches back in again. So we've now manually done the steps needed by essentially very literally doing what's going to happen here on the origami. So having done that, we can jump to the final version, and that's just dragging the cloth back on top, hit play, and we can get the final folding of the bird. Let that flip, fold, fold, spin around, bulges out, beak folds in, pushes back in. Oh, this is the one I had keyframed for. Let me grab this one and revert. File, revert. Yeah, let me just activate all these. Because if we had time, I have a fancy trick I wanted to show. But yeah, those are all folding in. Keep in mind that, again, this is just our manual keyframes that we're applying to get applied in very specific spots. I think I didn't turn something on, and I should have. But we can art direct any part of this that we want to. We can keep, and in this case I did, I keyframed the bendiness where I want it to be stiff at certain times and I want it to be floppy at others. We could have the bends slowly animated from one side to the other. We can, right now, you can see what the bird looks like, but I can say, you know what? This should be way thinner. I want really tight bends. So we can say 0.01 on the thickness. And now when I hit play, instantly you're going to see all these pinch inward and become way crisper in the way that they're folding. But we can also say, well, make it 0.1, so 10 times thicker. And now we should see the bird suddenly bulge outward because it wants more space in between all of its different components. So yeah, letting that finish. Yeah, we're not going to have time to get into the fancy one. So let's close that up, and maybe we'll be able to address some of the question, or I might be able to do it in my next Rocket Lasso Live where we really step through things really meticulously. But what are you going to do when you have a lot you want to talk about in the presentation? So anyway, I wanted to get really fancy with the last one. And if we look at these folds, it's actually folding an origami cube. So as we scroll down, you can see that we've got this fancy fold right here. Look at this one movement that they do. That's a single movement, all those moving in together. And then you can see it fold after fold after fold after fold, and then finally you flip all the different parts out. And then they skip out over it in the video, which is strange. But there's a little hole that ends up in the tip, and then you blow air into it, and you end up with like this inflated cube. I remember making these in school like way back in the day. So again, we're using all the exact same techniques that we've been doing up to this point. We could go and activate all these steps, and this is just manually looking at folding like 1/4 of it, because you end up doing the same thing like 4 times in a row. I guess we got to talk about. I don't have time. I'm going to go to the final and show you. This is a teaser. I'm going to record a full-on video in the future that's really talking about this. But you start using joints to do that one big giant movement, and it's actually pretty straightforward, the mechanics of it. But eventually you get to layer all these together, and I got a couple additional cool techniques that I look forward to showing. And I'm sure in the future, in live streams, people are going to ask for more advanced origami that we're going to step through and figure out all the different details. But let's just let this one play through, and you can see that these exact same techniques that we've been talking about, and it's all deformation, so you can also deform with the joints. So that's what this one is going to do. And you can see how you just keep adding more complexity. You can see repeating these same bend deformers in one spot and another, flipping it around. Here, I'll even focus on this a little bit, zoom in. You can see that we need to do that bird beak technique that we just did, where these fold over, but we're going to need this flap to fold in this little pocket right there. So exactly the bird beak technique. I'm inflating those outward, pushing them, and then these two flaps bend in. Exactly the same technique, just done 4 times here. And then it deflates again, so those get pinched inside the shape. All 4 fold outward, and then via some fancy deformations, we can deform into this final shape there. All the simulation running, nothing intersecting each other, and we get all these crazy final folds. So, yeah, very, very excited for this technique. There's so many cool things that I think people are going to be able to do with it. And the big thing is it's all about art directing things. This has been focused on origami and paper and folding, but if we take a look at this, here's a new swirl capsule that Rocket Lasso made for Maxon. So if you have Maxon 1, you've already got this in your asset browser. And you can see that it is going to create, let me turn these off, it's going to create a cool swirl effect. So you see it's going to be spinning that around. So that's what that deformer does. So it's like, okay, it's cool as a deformer. But then I can add the spherify in, and the spherify is keyframed. So this is just pure deformation. So you can see that that swirl is spinning, the spherify shrinks it down until it's almost nothing. And then, I've got a final smooth going. But now, let's say, hey, let's apply that same mix animation technique on that animation, hit play, and now we're actually having a simulation run where the cloth can't stretch beyond whatever amount we told the simulation to go. And I get this beautiful twisting with like 2 keyframes, and then the whole thing shrinks down and gets into being a crumpled ball instead of nothing because it all wants to collapse down into one particular spot. So I think that is going to wrap up my presentation. So thank you so much, everybody. Again, just a reminder, we've got our NAB sale going, so we got 33% off all of our tools. I'll leave this up for a little bit and see if there's any questions.
That QR code, folks, take that. That works online too, so everybody on the interwebs, go ahead and scan that code. Any questions for Chris? We have time for about 1 or 2 quick questions. If not, Chris will be in back and you can go over all the origami bends. That was phenomenal. I always wanted to know how to do that. One right here, Byron. So the question was, instead of when you went for the flip, did you do the keyframing instead of the bend? Why did you? Yeah, why one versus the other?
Yeah, in the part in the napkin, there's a section where the entire thing needs to flip upside down. We could have just grabbed, made a null or put it in the corner and then flip the entire thing over like a pancake, but I wanted to see it twisting as it bent over, so it's almost like somebody grabbed the corner and moved it to the other side. So that's why I went with a bend instead of straightforward keyframes.
So more of an artistic.
Yeah, definitely.
Cool. Any other questions? Down at the end. So what are you using to toggle between your open projects? I think it's just the V key, or?
Oh yeah, I'm. That's the way I love doing my presentations in Cinema, which is I just open up all my files in order. So it's kind of like a PowerPoint, but just in Cinema, and I'm just hitting Command W to close the file. So I'm just going close, stepping through them.
Yeah. Awesome. Any more questions for Chris? He'll be in the back. Stay tuned. In the next 10 minutes, we're going to have Darlene Sanchez up next. So you're going to want to enjoy that if you're into sports and epic graphics. So see you guys in a moment. right, everyone, gather around. Welcome to day one here at the Maxon booth at NAB Las Vegas. We're broadcasting to the interwebs, everybody on YouTube at Maxon VFX. Check us out there. Also, be aware we are going to be going on tour this year. The Motion Design Tour is now the Design Animation Tour. So check us out at go2dat.com. That's go2dat.com. I am here with an amazing animator, artist, and creative in the world of sports motion graphics. You are in for a real treat. The one, the only, Darlene Sanchez.
Hello everyone. As you said, my name is Darlene Sanchez. I'm a 3D, 2D journalist and also the motion graphics creative manager for the Tampa Bay Lightning. For those of you who may not know who they are, they're a professional hockey team in the NHL based out of Tampa Bay, Florida. And before I jump in today, I just wanted to extend a huge thank you to Maxon and Matthias for having me on again. This is my first NAB and time in Vegas ever, so this is quite the experience. Thank you very much. And I'm just going to go ahead and start right off with my show reel for you guys. Just a little bit about myself before I jump in. I've been working in the sports industry for about 6 to 7 years. Before that, I operated as a traditional artist for about 10, doing just simple stuff like watercolor painting, portraiture, Copic markers, pencils, you name it, doing one-off commissions like Sharpie art on a motorcycle, and even as working as a waitress in college, I did the chalkboard signs at the restaurant I was working at. So I've always been in the art realm for a while before transitioning into the 3D realm of things. And what eventually led me to motion design is that I'm just a huge sci-fi for horror, fantasy, anything fan. I really dig title intros. I'll never skip one. I want to work on one someday. And it's because of that, an admissions counselor at the Ringling College of Art actually recommended me motion design and visual effects. So long story short, I ended up in Tampa at the Art Institute because I had family. And I started off as an intern with the Tampa Bay Lightning who had Cinema 4D not being used, and they let me use it to learn, and I've not stopped using it since then. So now, while doing sports work, I also operate as a journalist at home, just playing around. I think there's a lot of power in practicing personal work. I find it's made me a stronger designer, faster designer, which is what I need as far as sports. As you'll see soon here, sports is a fast-paced environment as far as graphics is concerned. There's never one project. So to explain my work with the Lightning, I work for the game presentation department. We go by the name Lightning Vision, soon to be VSG Productions. And essentially who we are is we're the game entertainment for fans that come watch the games. And we put on a live broadcast, essentially, in-house for the fans for about the 2.5 hours the game lasts. So it's your title intros, your PAs, promotional templates, logo loops, replay wipes, overlays, you name it, it's everything. And on top of that, we also service the other departments in the company. So we do help out social, marketing, web, and any events that may come to the arena. If they need any requests, we also handle those as well. And as far as our show, we do max out at just under 20,000 fans at all times. We do sell out a lot, so that's a lot of fun. And a big caveat about working in sports is that you're never going to work in one format. You will max out at maybe 20, depending on the project. You could do 5, you could do 10, 12, or max is 20. So it can get pretty hectic pretty fast. So time management is key, and that's one of the things I love about Maxon and the Red Giant Suite, because they help me keep my things looking well in a quick fashion. And it helps us do what my boss likes to say is create memories. We're creating memories for our fans that come in. This is just an example of all of those pieces working together. So it's not just myself on the MoGraph squad, it's also our videographers, our live talent on the ice, our audio engineers, lighting engineers. All of us work together in sync to put on a show for our fans. We want them to have a world-class experience, aka creating memories. And that's what we do here. And this is just an example from our playoff show from last season. And we're currently in the process of building a new one for the upcoming playoffs that start next week. And moving on to our theme nights. So on top of having a look for the Lightning, we also go ham for anything themed. So this is just a few examples from nights that we normally have. We have a 90s retros night, we have Halloween, Hockey Fights Cancer, you name it. And essentially what we do is we recreate a whole new broadcast package for each one of those games. And I bring this up because the project I'm going over today is actually from one of those themes. It's from our Gasparilla show. And just to briefly explain what Gasparilla is, it's a holiday in Tampa that's essentially the Mardi Gras, but with pirates. So it's a bunch of pirates in the streets, getting drunk, having fun, at a parade at 11 a.m. And it's loosely based in history about pirates that were in the region. But really it's just an excuse to have fun in the streets. And why hockey is involved with this is because the last 2 years we've been blessed with a game on the exact same day. So we were faced with the challenge of half of our fan base probably being drunk or just not with it by the time our game starts at 7 p.m. So we had to put out more effort to make it really cool, really fun, to hype up their energy again, because our focus is to maintain the energy of our fans, because the more excited they are, the more loud they are, and their players feed off that energy. So this is actually one of my favorite nights we've done so far. And the project I'm going over today came from this look specifically. And this is the design that came from our marketing department. And what I went ahead and did was recreate a 3D version of it. And I had a lot of fun making this. It's definitely one of my favorite projects to date. So I'm going to go ahead and show you what it looks like animated. Bear with me just a minute here. I'll run through it twice. And this was just to be up on the screen as fans are entering. We have about an hour. We call it just our walk-in sequence, where we're just creating an environment for people to come in and like just get excited, right? So this is kind of one of the things we had up during that time. We had Pirates of the Caribbean like music playing. So as they're trying to get seated and have drinks and stuff, they're already in our world of gnarly pirates and hockey. So we're going to go into this project today, and let me skip over this because I don't need this anymore. But to touch loosely on how it was made, because I'm going to cover essentially the workflow as far as animation. So I adapted a skull we had and then pushed it through Substance Painter. So I knew using Substance Painter would help me get closer to the look of the original design, but also make it really gnarly and really cool, get some really cool details in it to showcase later. So that's kind of how the skull was put together. And then I acquired a cutlass sword that looked similar with the proper licensing, and then broke it apart. So then I could add this custom hilt to it, because our designer did a really good job of taking apart our Lightning logo and putting it into the design of the hilt, which I thought was really cool. So I pulled out the spline from the EPS, extruded in Cinema, then merged the other pieces together in ZBrush, and then again went to Substance to customize it, and went a little bit extra and engraved our name on the side, which I thought was pretty cool. So that kind of drove the idea behind the animation, was to showcase all these details I built in and then reveal all these pieces assembled together in the end. And this is just an example of it in the wild. And then I went ahead and took this model and then repurposed it over and over. Because I really love this guy, and as you see one of these images, we did play the home team for one of these Gasparilla nights, the Vegas Knights, which was probably a pretty epic matchup when you think pirates and knights. It's kind of common, right? So that was a really fun night. I hope we get to do it again next year. Now moving on to what I'm going to touch base on today. These are the key things that really pushed it to the next level, gave it a nice little cinematic, dramatic look I was going for. So we'll start with a little bit of pose morph, utilizing the sculpting tag, a little bit about dope sheets, the take systems, which is the big one, and camera lenses, and just a little bit of magic bullet in post. And let me go ahead and open that up. So here's the logo in the raw. And you'll see here, this is one of my favorite parts of the whole animation, was animating these eyes. It was, once I realized I could do this, I got so excited, and it took me less than half an hour to pull this part off. And I think it's honestly one of the best parts of the whole animation, just in my opinion. And it was really easy to do. So that's what I'll go ahead and start with. So I went ahead and pulled this out with just the skull here. And I just wanted to know, we're gonna sculpt onto this skull. And one of the things to keep in mind when you're gonna sculpt on top of something that's already textured, just be mindful of the texture. You might drag this out or distort it too much. So you have to be careful with how much you sculpt on top. So where you'll start is with, you go up to mesh and subdivide your object here. So you have this sculpting tag, and then make sure you go back up and go to sculpt, your brushes. Hit this line up here so then it pops out your tools. And then before you start doing this, you're gonna open up your layer manager in attributes that came from the tag. Open that up and make sure you lock in your base so you lose the original. That's something I didn't do the first time around, so I went ahead and sculpted because I got so excited. And my solution to that is I had to then animate in reverse and sculpt it back to look normal before going back to my angry face. So make sure you save your base layer, everyone. So then I'm going to go ahead and change this to angry because he's going to look angry because he's a pirate. And go ahead and just use my grab tool here. And I just wanted to start and just, again, be mindful if you're doing this in the context of something that's already textured, be mindful of the texture because you can distort it if you go too hard. So then I'm just going to delete this so we can see him better. And really this is all I did, and it took, again, like just a few minutes where you do what you need to do. So I'm just going to use my grab tool and make him look like he's angry, like the original logo. And then we're going to have him have like a little snarl too. I'm not going to go too in-depth just for speed purposes, but that's really just how easy it is. Now, if you wanted to add another layer, you can do that. And do like another face if you want. So I'm going to make him sad now, just to show a difference here. And I'm going to tap my open bracket key so I can make my brush bigger. So I can do this a little faster. And we're going to make him sad. And what's really great about the pose morph and the sculpting tag is that there's really no limit to how many little poses you can do. So if you wanted to do something more intricate and to animate, just what we're going to do here in a second, you can really just go ham here. So now that I have that, and then I have my angry face, I'm going to go ahead and go up to my tools and then sculpt to pose morph. So now it went ahead and duplicated the skull. So I have the original, and then I have my morphs saved in here. So I went ahead and tapped the tag, and I can go down to attributes and then click animate. So now I have my sliders here with my two poses that I just made. And now you can animate. And that's really all I did in the moment to do that little thing you see in the original logo. So then now you can go ahead to 0, change him to normal, click your key, and then back to 100, click your key, and now you have, you're supposed to have a gnarly skull. Let's see. What did I do? And give me just a moment, guys, because I did not do this the right way. So another thing I'm going over today, which is about to help me out, is the dope sheet, where you can look at all your keys at once. It showcases pretty much your entire project. So now I can go see what I just did that's messing with my animation here. So I'm going to delete my extra ones that I had saved to show you guys. I don't need them. And another thing about the dope sheet is if you properly label, then you'll be able to see what's going on here, which that didn't do it for me. Alright, so I think it's this guy. Well, this one's not playing nice with me. So if you do this correctly, you should be able to animate. There we go, with the strength. Alright. Now, no matter what, you can always figure out an issue you may have in the moment. So I'm going to start at 0, and then I'm going to go back up to 150. Go, and strength. And now he's animating slowly. And now I can adjust that, right? He's slow right now. So I go up to Window, go down to Dope Sheet. Now there's 2 ways to open up the Dope Sheet. You can do it this way where it pops down here, or what I prefer is to have it pop out. So I'm just going to tap this again to get rid of it at the bottom. Go back up to Window, down to Animation, and pop it out. So now I'm going to fix my keys because he's being angry, not fast enough. And then just drag this key down. So now he will become angry in 60 frames. And that's pretty much it about pose morphs. You can go ahead and then animate your different morphs. And then you can open up your dope sheet and then adjust accordingly. So those are the first 2 things I wanted to talk about today, which that worked out, that I messed it up in the first round. So now we're going to move on to Take System, which is a really powerful system that at first can be intimidating, but you'll see how it can be pretty useful for your project, especially if you have a lot of things going on. So for my project here, now to find your takes, it's always next to your objects and attributes. And for my project here, you'll see there's 5 takes. And the purpose was this was because I wanted to use the same model and keep my lighting and texturing the same, relatively the same, and Take System helps me do that. So within the same project, I can now animate different views and different angles with slightly adjusted lighting. And the reason I chose to do this is because I wanted to go in deep and show the details I built into Substance in the animation before showcasing the full thing at the end, assembling, to add a little bit of drama. And like where this could be useful is if you have a product, like say you have glassware for alcohol and you want to showcase different shapes of beer glasses, you can easily do that all in the same project. Or if you wanted to do like a wine bottle that has different labels, you can also put them in the Take System and then just change the label per take. It's those types of situations where the take would really help. And another project, I recently used the Take System to animate a clock, where I didn't need to have the clock in all the takes, but I did need different cameras for all my takes, and I only had one take that utilized the clock, and I separated it in that one take and then was able to animate and not change anything else and kept the project pretty clean. So to start from scratch and show that, I have this simple project animated here with 3 takes. Now, starting fresh, again, you go to Objects and then your takes, and then if you tap the 3 lines here and just drag it over where you can see Now there's a white line here. Now I have it next to my objects, and you'll see why that's useful in a few moments here. And I'm going to go ahead and delete these takes I have, and we'll start from scratch. And pretty much here I have 3 cameras already animated in my project, in my main project, with 3 separate objects. And the goal is to showcase each one, right? So just to explain, the main in your take is essentially your Cinema 4D project. So anything you import, anything you animate or build out first is going to live in the main, and anything else after that is just a saved copy of the original. So that's a good way to like grasp how it works. And so what I'll do is go ahead and make a new take. So just by going up here and hitting the plus sign, I already have a new version. And I'll just name this as Camera 1. And there's 2 ways that you can then start building your take out. You can either hit this A, which means auto record. It's going to record any change you make in your new take. Or you can then just drag your subject, in this case my platonic. I'm going to drag it over to the dual screen here, and now it's officially in my take. Now I can make changes to it if I want. And I'm also going to drag my camera into this as well, because I'm going to have use that here. Another thing with the take is you can then go and assign your camera to it by hitting this camera icon next to it. So I'm going to go ahead and assign my first camera to this take. And same with the render settings. When we get there, we'll make some render settings, and then we can adjust them here as well, which looks like I already have it saved. So now this one's technically ready to go. Now I'm going to do it again with a new take, camera 2. And same thing, I can just go ahead, for this one I'll go ahead and hit auto record, and then just turn these off, which for that I would have to drag them all in, if that makes sense, for it to record that. Another way to get around that is if I were to go to my main and just turn these all off, go to my camera 1, see how it's already turned on, and that's because I already had dragged it and saved it into my first take. Now for my second take, it's gone, right? So then I'll hit auto record and turn it on, and then hit turn it off. So now it's saved in that new take. So now I can bounce between these 2, and you'll see that they're different. But if I go back to my main, they're still all turned off, right? And then same for my third take. We'll just drag it over like we did the first one. And then since it's already turned off in the original, for this one I would have to tap it and then hit auto record, click it on, and save it. And then that's how it's recorded in that way. So as you can see, there's different ways to add subjects into your takes to achieve the same goal. It's just a matter of what your preference is. Another thing you can easily do is customize your textures, or if you had MoGraph text in here and wanted to change the text, you can go in and then add them to the take as well. Also note at the bottom here that it's grayed out, and that's because it hasn't been overridden yet. So when you see where it says this lock and it says lock overrides, that means like when this is on and I have this subject in there, I can then override it. So overriding is how you save it into your specific take, right? So if I go back, if I drag this in here, now it's no longer gray. Now I'm able to edit this texture just by dragging it. Didn't have to hit auto record. And that if you ever find yourself in the weeds or anything that you're trying to work in one of these projects and you see it grayed out, that's the reason. It's because it's not overridden inside your specific take. Now you can always go back to your main and make changes because that's where everything lives, right? Now with that being set up, actually, you know what? Let me go ahead and adjust the color here. So I want this one to be red. So see how that's grayed out? I can just drag that into there, and now I can change my color. So I'll just change it to red. So now if I were to go through my different takes here, the one I just altered is now red, and it's just red in that specific take. So if I want to go ahead and do that again, I can just, hold on, I'm not in the right take. Go here and drag my color into take 2, and then I can change this color again. Let's make it purple. And then now when I bounce between them, this is gray, this is purple, and this is red. So that's just a quick and really basic explanation of the take system, because obviously you can go ham here and have a lot of different combinations as to what you choose to put in your takes. And now, as I mentioned before, you can go and make sure your cameras are assigned appropriately just by clicking on these icons. So I'll make sure my camera 2 is going to render out with camera 2 with my camera 2 render settings that I already set up. Same for camera 3, camera 3. Now there's also 2 ways on how you can set your takes to render. You can go up here in the takes tab, hit render, and render takes all to PV if you would like. You'll see how it also has an option for render mark takes to PV, and that's what these checkbox is meant for. So if you check these off, this is how you can tell Cinema, I only want to render these takes. So say like I don't need to render out camera 1 yet or camera 3. I have this marked. It's only going to render camera 2 just because I have this checked and I selected the option to render mark takes to PV. So same thing applies for when you go to your render queue. You can go up here, open up render queue, go up to file and add project with all takes or all marked takes. So say I want to, see these are all my takes. Notice how I set it to render all takes. It also included my main. So most of the time you wouldn't really need to render your main. You're only going to render your takes. So just keep that in mind if you're working fast. This is where, okay, maybe just marking my takes will be better for you. So let me just delete this, go back in and add project with marked takes. So now it only added camera 2 because that's the only one that has this checked. So it's a great tool. I've used it a lot now. It's something I go to. Specifically, it's helped me organize my projects better because I approach them in the way of, okay, what's going to work best for me in the moment to add it to the takes? And that's all in the organization of it, how it's labeled and put in your nulls so it's saved appropriately, so then it's easier just to drag over your stuff into your option here. So that's it for takes here. And I'm going to move on to camera lenses. Now, camera lenses is a great way to add to the story you're trying to put on for your animation. It can really change just the whole mood and style of it. In this case, I was going for something cinematic, something very dramatic. I wanted to show off the skull. So I made sure to look into camera lenses to see how I can make my animation better. And 2 tutorials that actually helped me grasp that was one of David Ariev's on schoolofmotion.com has one that really breaks it down for you. And also one from Grayscale Gorilla broke it down really good as well. So I highly recommend those just for a full breakdown with nice images to explain it. But pretty much you've got your super wide. As you can see the skulls in here. They're really small. It's like you're a small person looking up. It's a good lens if you have a very large scene and you want to showcase that scene. That would be a good lens to show it with. The only thing about this is that when you do that, it does distort your model up front. So if you're trying to do this with a person inside your project, it's probably not the best because then it's not going to look like it should. Unless that's the vibe you're going for, then by all means go for it. For like a trippy fear in Las Vegas loathing vibe, that would be your choice. So I just went ahead and put these here so you can just see what the differences are. As you can see, just between these 2 different lenses, note the background is changing. Now it's closer to you. and the skulls are more proportionate. And now I go down to the 35 millimeter. Again, most of the buildings are now cut off, but this is now more proportionate. And the 35 millimeter lens is the default lens in cinema, so most of the time this is what you'll be working with if you don't change it, which I do that a lot, and I've started to play around with lenses for that. And then we go into the 50 millimeter, same thing. Your background is now bigger, and your subjects look closer and more proportionate, and that's just really the key difference here. Now they're all flat. You can't really tell that they're kind of in different spaces in Z depth, and it just goes on and on like that. Now for camera lenses, it's just what really helps is having a base understanding of cinematography and photography. Those rules do apply and help you achieve a better, more cinematic look to your animations. And just to show one of the shots I did of the skull, you can see how it changes and distorts the farther down I go. And I believe for this project I stuck with the 50 just so I can get a nice shot of that logo on the skull's forehead. Now, my last touch point for today is the Magic Bullet Suite. I love the Magic Bullet Suite. There's never a day where I'm not using it. And it's a quick and easy way to add some color grading to your project, especially if that's not what your focus is. I know it's not my focus, but I do like playing with colors, but I do love it when my life is made easy from some plugins that are easy to tweak and adjust on the fly. So I'm always working on the fly. So I'm just going to cover loosely each one that's available in Magic Bullet, just so you can know what the key differences are. So we'll start with Moho, which is what I actually used for this project. And the thing about Moho is that it's designed to give you a Hollywood look in a short amount of time. Now I'm not sure why. Oh, here are the options. So you'll start with different presets if you'd like, where you can change the mood pretty easily. Or you can start with 0 and tweak it yourself. You add the Moho tint. And this is the route I ended up going until it just looked like something I liked. It popped out my details. And I really like it because you can add your vignette here and then go ahead and even adjust the exposure and all that stuff. And the main key thing here is that Hollywood tint on top is the difference for Moho. So now for Colorista, this is a focus on color. So if you don't really need much else and you just want to adjust the colors, this is a good one. What I love about this one is it has guided color correction with a brief description for each point in the process, which I really like, especially if you're not familiar with color grading. It's a nice little informational process as you go through the actual process of color grading. And all you really do is you make your choices according to your project. You go in, you adjust the levels accordingly, like here. The blue is too much, it's too hot, so you can tweak it and just keep going. And it just really makes your life pretty easy, and it's color grading on the fly. Let's see here. And just like that, I have a nice color grade in just a few seconds. Now for film, this one is based in the traditional processes of filmmaking, where it taps into the photochemical process of color grading. And that's like the main thing when it comes to the film. Again, all of these come with an option to tweak it, which I really like the grain option on here, where you can add or take off your grain or give it a vintage or modern look. If you'd like, adjust the exposure. All of these options have presets where you can start and then adjust it accordingly if you want. Looks is one of my favorites as well, because this one is more on the creative side, where you can have your presets but also customize them or give them cool effects. And another cool thing about looks, which for some reason the presets aren't popping, oh, there they are, is that this is also available inside of Cinema 4D in the render option, and your picture viewer. You can open this same thing up here and choose a preset and then tweak it from there. As I said, these have like little special effects you can also adjust. So that's one of the main things with looks is that you can get super creative and you have extra tools to even add more creative stuff on top of that. And then as far as renoiser and denoiser, it's pretty self-explanatory where you can add some noise, or if you have something really grainy, you can denoise it. Now, one thing I don't see on here is Cosmo. It's part of Magic Bullet. And Cosmo, it's like cosmetology. It's meant for actors and actresses. In my case, if I needed to use Cosmo, I would use it on a hockey player, would be its purpose. So each one of these have their specific purpose to really help you out on the fly. And what's great is you can even stack them if you want. So like if you did Cosmo, you're adjusting your actor player, then you can go ahead and give them like a really cool looks on top of that. And then so you have essentially a lot of combos here just to really take your project to the next level in a short amount of time. And that's pretty much all I had for you guys today. So thank you. Hope I shared some useful things for you. If you have any questions, you can find me here and all my socials, and just reach out and say hi.
Awesome. Excellent. Thank you, Darlene. Do we have some time for questions? So if you have questions, now would be the time. If not, she will be back for another hour answering any questions you have if you're feeling a little bit shy to be up here. Questions for Darlene? One right here. Okay. The question was, how did you do the texturing for your assets?
Yeah, I pushed those through Substance. So yeah, those were all custom. I actually did it at home because I have a Wacom Cintiq at home, but not at my desk at work. And it was just a matter of just going in there and what felt right, and then just exporting that out and then converting it into Redshift textures.
Yes.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Good one. Right here.
How are you managing all the different screen aspect ratios that you have to work with in the broadcast? Are you doing that in Cinema with the take system, like exporting those, or managing that in After?
All right, so the question is, how are you working with the many different screen aspect ratios with the Stadium?
Well, it just depends on the project. I do cheat with a PNG, right? So if I do something, light it really nice, and then just render out a PNG, it makes it easy for me to pre-comp and put them in the smaller ones. Because another thing when it comes to the different dimensions, like they'll be pixelated no matter what, because it's just LED ribbons. So your detail, if you have a lot going on, especially in a Cinema 4D project, will get lost. So you have to learn how to balance what actually works on the ribbons versus the center hung, which is the main focus. So I would only use the take system for something meant for my center hung, and then just add like an accent animation to the ribbons around it, because that's just an accent.
So you lose a lot of the detail on the ribbons? So.
Yes, especially when we project stuff onto the ice. The ice acts like a subsurface scattering texture is the best way to explain it. So it actually makes everything blurry. Again, so like we don't do a lot of grays or high detail because they'll easily get lost. So we usually crush our blocks and oversaturate it where it actually looks pretty nasty on the screen. But when it's projected on the ice, it looks beautiful.
Nice.
Yeah.
Jack's question?
What's the average render time for sports graphic? Are you limited in how long each frame can take?
That's a good question. So when it comes to production time, what's your render times like per frame?
Oh, well, it just depends, actually. So sometimes, like for that, it's just a skull. I did it as an alpha, so then I can do like just stock effects in post, because I wouldn't have time for like an X particle simulation, right? And then it also depends on the time of the season, like how many projects do I have on my plate? Because that's another thing. You're never working on one project, you're also working on multiple. And for me, I also manage a team, so I make sure they're good as well before I work on mine. So if I run out of time, then it's like, okay, cool. So I'll just do an alpha, I'll do stuff in post, I'll add my electricity, and just move on from there. So it's honestly, it's situational for that. So like, I think for the skull specifically, that one took overall like 6 hours. So I sent off my take system queue at the end of the day, and when I came back, I was able to use all those sequences and stitch them together. But it just depends. Like for our broadcast package, that actually took a lot of few weeks because we render it out, then we have to test it on our center hung to make sure you can see it and it's working and it's animation right. So yeah, it just really depends. Yeah.
Awesome. Any other questions? Darlene will be in the back for another hour, and we'll be here for our next presenter in the next 10 minutes. I think we have Patrick 4D, so stay tuned. Great job, Darlene.
Thank you. Thanks.
Introducing MoGraph TV from MoGraph.com, a free motion graphics and animation channel streaming your favorite content and favorite artists 24/7. MoGraph TV features motion graphics tutorials, talks, tips, inspiration, and replays of popular live shows. We offer something for all levels of designer, from introductory tutorials to high-level breakdowns and everything in between.
That track looks great to me.
MoGraph TV features software like Cinema 4D, After Effects, Unreal Engine,
What up, what up?
third-party plugins, and other 2D and 3D software. We also feature live motion events, short form clips, crypto art, and even a little photo and video editing. Learn from the people that inspire you most. And stay up to date on all the latest industry news, announcements, and community events. You'll also see exclusive offers only available by watching. With 3 8-hour blocks each day, you'll be sure to catch everything, no matter what your time zone. Keep it on as a companion to your workday and learn something new. Meet a friend, watch a demo, catch a classic tutorial, or even find new inspiration.
That's a British word?
A lot of things are British words.
Yes, good luck with all your projects.
MoGraph TV, television for the design community, 24/7.
All right, everyone. Welcome back from that lovely break. I hope you enjoyed Darlene Sanchez's presentation. Up next, we have a little afternoon snack for you if you're into them chicky nuggies, right?
Yeah, in the industry we call it nuggy chickies.
Okay,
yeah,
industry term, folks.
Yep.
So, for food art, there's one name out there, and that name is Patrick 4D. Let's give him a big round of applause. Let's welcome him to the stage.
Lit. How we doing? Got some people in here. Hell yeah. How we doing? My name is Patrick Foley, or Patrick 4D, as you might know me, Kaka. On social media, I'm a 3D artist based in Atlanta, Georgia, specializing primarily in the photorealistic food product industry, I guess. I do a lot of random stuff that's got me here. But essentially, here's some of my links at Patrick_4D and some other stuff. And this is a lot of the food renders I've been doing recently. You can see there. There is me in the natural habitat, usually. It's in the spot. I make one of these daily renders a day, making food renders. It's quite a vibe, no doubt. I began my career actually in the film world. I was a director of photography. I went to SCAD Atlanta, where I was doing director of photography work. And here are some of the stills, shaping lights around, using cameras, really morbing around these lights in real time. And I actually kind of projected into my 3D career. So you can see some of the stills from the commercial products or the music videos here. Eventually, I got into 3D midway through my college career just by accident. In the editing bays, they had this program called Cinema 4D, where I was just messing around, made an Instagram account, and started posting stuff on the daily pretty much from the get-go. And right off the bat was kind of getting some client work, and the stuff was kind of working for me. And then we went down a dark path here, and we started somehow getting into these botched characters, I called them. So I took our famous characters that we loved back in the day and just ruined them. And I thought that was just such a vibe. I thought it was fun. People liked it on social media, and I had a lot of fun with this. And when I say they were botched, they got really botched. Like, we went dark with it. You got Meg Griffin, Eric Cartman, Jimmy Neutron. And so I had a long history of different types of series before I eventually started getting into food, but food within the cartoon scene. So I started making these renders, and I was like, oh, what if I made like all these crazy food-related things in cartoons that we all loved, like the Krabby Patty or the Homer Simpson donut or the purple flirt from Jimmy Neutron, and we brought it into real life. And so that was like, cool. Now that I can do that, what if I actually made some actual food and started doing something real? So I started making all these different types of food products on the daily Instagram. We're still doing these once a day. And I had fun with it. And it was kind of a niche space that I found myself in. And we got the McDonald's, we got some peanut M&Ms, and I also combined some of these brands. This ultimately turned into more food-related renders, different kinds of things here, whether it was like sandwiches, ramen, which we actually did not too long ago. Where's Matt? There he is. Yeah. And the Kit Kat. And eventually, this turned into a different series, getting fun with it. We had all this stuff. I was like, what if we combined different luxury brands with these food renders? And what would that look like? What if Louis Vuitton came out with like little cookies or Chanel? So that was a fun one. And, just throughout the career, because of social media and the name I've gotten on there, it allowed me to start seeing that people really wanted to see how I light stuff, how this stuff came to be. So I started releasing HDRI packs on my p4d.store site. And a lot of stuff has happened to get to this point. And we're here at NAB. I'm really appreciative that Maxon sent me up to come here because I've been using their products for so long. And especially now that we got ZBrush in the line, it's just a perfect fit. So we're going to get into some stuff, but I wanted to show you guys what this stuff looks like on the daily basis, because every day I'll release a new food render, and just a warning, this is going to be in vertical format because that's how it is on social media these days. So we're going to open up a file here, if I can figure out how to, let's see, there we go. And I'll play this guy, let's see what happens. right, so we got that. That is pretty much, appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. That's kind of what we got there. So I thought it'd be fun. We only have like about 50 minutes, so I wanted to show how fast it really is from the ZBrush to Cinema 4D pipeline and to make one of these from scratch. So instead of kind of having a bunch of project files where I'm doing a little bit of something, might as well make it from scratch. So I thought, coming from Atlanta, we like our chicken biscuits here, and so I thought it'd be good to make a chicken biscuit sandwich with stuffed drizzle on top. And then I'm just going to click render here, if you guys can see that. And so it is going to turn out something like this, kind of right off the bat. And we got, you know, fully textured thing. And I left the sauce that we'll be making untextured, and we'll be doing that together. Otherwise, I think we'd go over time. But let's kind of get into it. Let's get into ZBrush, and we can get it going. Let me see here. Okay, cool. All right, so we're at ZBrush right now. I got my custom layout, but if I do pick one of these options that I'll be using, I'll kind of explain where you get it. But just for the presentation, I thought it'd be a little bit faster to start off with a Dynamesh sphere. If you're not familiar with ZBrush, I always start off with one of these guys. And Dynamesh being pretty much topology creating on the fly. And usually I start with just a simple shape. I usually don't start, you'd think of a chicken biscuit, we're going to make the biscuit part first. So usually someone might start off with a cylinder. I'm going to start off with a sphere just like this. And I'm actually going to shrink it a little bit real quick. So we have a smaller size and a pretty much smaller resolution here. And right off the bat, I'm just going to start carving stuff out. Holding down Control, we're just kind of carving stuff here like this. And actually, before I do that, I'm going to turn off perspective. I'm going to drag up, get it to here, re-Dynamesh, Control, and drag. And we can see starting to kind of look like a biscuit here, but we need to do some more. And once we get here, I'm just going to mask the lower part and invert the mask by holding down Control and tapping. And we want to kind of bevel this bottom edge here. So we're going to go to the deformation tab. And where's that? Over here. And take the contrast slider and just drag it back a little bit. So we get a nice kind of fall off there. Remesh there. We got some stuff going on here, so I can just invert and maybe just blur this stuff out. Totally fine. We're just building the shape at this point. So once we have that, usually what I like doing is Z-remeshing, just cleaning up the topology over here. And if this setup looks a little bit different, I'm a lefty, so everything's kind of switched over. And we're going to go here and just click half, Z-remesh. Looking good so far. We're now going to divide this up a few times. So maybe 1, 2, 3. Let's try. Now we got a very high poly mesh here, about 302,000 active points. And one of my favorite tabs on the left here happens to be the surface tab, and it opens up this thing, this noise generator, which I love, and it gives you like an approximation of what this stuff's going to look like. So if I just increase the noise scale really far up, you can see what's kind of happening here. And then because it's a biscuit, we want to kind of shrink this stuff down. So on the Y scale, let's go all the way like this. And you can see it's already kind of giving you that like biscuity feel. But on the top and bottom, it's not actually distorting. And that's what we want. Click OK. And then we're going to mask by noise. So the way we're going to do this is actually masking out this texture on this biscuit. And then we're going to reverse inflate it. And that sounds a lot more complex than it really is. I'm just going to click Mask by Noise. Now we're like, okay, cool, we got this noise here. And now I'm going to go back to the Deformation tab. I'll do this the first time, but I actually have a custom menu that usually pops up. But I guess it's not popping up well right here. So we're going to go to the Deformation tab and reverse inflate. And you can see I have a lot of control just kind of making the shape here. And you can go a real inflate or reverse. I kind of like inverting it here. You can see you got the divots in there. And that looks good. So now I'm going to Shift D a few times, go back to its first subdivision level and unmask. And then just kind of clean up this top area a little bit. We're still kind of in symmetry mode. Probably don't need to be. Just clean some stuff up. And then once it's cleaned up like this, I kind of like adding a little bit of height to it and maybe inflating it while we're in that first subdivision level. And now that we're right here, everything, once we add all these details back, we have this main shape and all these details, but it kind of looks a little bit more inflated, and that's kind of what we're going for. So yeah, I'd probably spend a little bit of time on this on the usual live streams. Shout out to Discord, Kaka. And yeah, so maybe I'll do a little bit of that, go back to the first subdivision level, add a little bit of stuff here. We don't need to be in symmetry, but for this case, it's probably fine right now. And the biscuit's good for me right now. That's good. We can just move on to the chicken. So let's make a nice piece of chicken here. Let's go subtool, insert, sphere. And again, just scaling these things down to where you think you would need to. Shrinking it down with the scale tool here. Then really basic stuff, just kind of forming this here with the gizmo. And once we're at this point, I think I would probably want to dynamesh real quick. And because we're at this scale, it's not going to be too crazy right off the bat at 128 for the resolution. And I like taking this gear right here. You can only do this feature right here if you have 0 subdivision levels. Keep that in mind. But I'm going to go to bend curve. And you can see you got a dot here and a dot here. And now we can transform these guys right here, just like that. And every time you add one piece of resolution, you have a new kind of curve to mess with. Kind of slide these around, add another one. Just randomizing it. That's kind of what I like about the food game, because even at its highest level, you're getting these really random shapes. Like, you're not going to have 2 chicken nuggets or chicken biscuits that look identical. They're made all separately. Even if they're made completely the same way, they're going to be like that. So to get out of this, we're going to go here to this gear, accept. That's fine with me. And then we're going to Z remesh one more time. Looks good. Very basic still. I'm probably going to take the move tool by going BMT. Just moving this guy in. Again, being rough with it, that's totally cool. Just like that. And then once you're at this place, I think we can actually just add some subdivisions here. So Control D, 1, 2, 3 times is fine. Now we're going to go to our menu that we like so much, which is the surface menu, noise. Do the same thing we already did. Let's go here, and then this one, you're actually just trying to make sure you're getting the scale of maybe a piece of chicken. So whatever looks right here, you're probably right. This looks fine. Let's go and take the strength down a tiny bit, so the cavities are a little bit deeper. Hit OK. Looks fine to me. Mask by noise. And let's go to the deformation, reverse inflate. And you can see right off the bat we're getting some really nice, even though it's randomized noise, it's starting to look like something. So that's probably good. Somewhere around there. Looks like a chicken tender or something like that. We're going to go to our first subdivision level here and inflate a little bit. Just randomly inflate this thing. And that's also, by inflating it, you're going to get rid of those weird artifacts you might get from doing the inverted inflate earlier. And it's really good to do this on the first subdivision level. Once we have something we like, we can add those details back. And yeah, like I said, I might spend a little bit more time if I was just at the crib doing the Discord streams. But we should be good. Anyone in the audience how many pieces of chicken should we add on this biscuit? Anyone? We got 2, 3, 6? Jesus. Okay. Up there, let's try 2 or 3. Let's go here. I like the 6th one if I was just eating one of these, but let's see here. Let's go over here. Let's go duplicate. Just add one of these up. Go to our first subdivision level. And it should be fairly easy just to merge this thing around without causing too much destruction or difference here. We're actually going to rotate this a little bit, maybe. Even more randomization. Just like this. Again, being kind of sloppy with it, but you get the idea. Like this. adding the detail back by just hitting D a few times. And I believe on this we have 4 subdivision levels, so that's probably good. And the next thing we want to do is let's add some syrup or something. And one of my favorite techniques here is actually using one of the mask brushes. Typically, I would do something like this where I just draw here, but I kind of like the way the mask curve pen works. So you just select this, and then the same way you would drizzle on maybe a regular piece of chicken, keeping in mind the scale of the brush here, this red thing, that'll be kind of like the girth of the sauce or the syrup. So we're going to go over here and just mask around. And when you hold down Control and just kind of drag around a few times, you're going to get kind of that result here. That probably looks good with me. I'm going to go Subtool, Extract, Accept. Now we have this piece just chilling here. But we want to make this look super harsh. That looks like sauce that's been out for like 10 years and is just like congealed. We don't want that. Right off the bat, we're going to essentially just Dynamesh this. Already getting that really smooth result. We could have gone with a higher one, but because we're going for like that really smooth look, I think we're totally fine. Let's maybe clean up this area, re-Dynamesh. Over here, just so we're not getting any of those weird artifacts. Should be fine. And the next thing I'd probably want to do is go to the deformation tab again, and let's go inflate this thing, remesh, and polish. And you see the polishing does a lot just to make it look a little bit more sauce-like. We're really making it vibey in here. So we're going to go actually after this and take another brush I like is the BSH. Oh, this will click. Oh, I've had this problem before. I guess you got to click this with a mouse here. I think that was in a tablet setting. But yeah, so we're looking good here, and this is the snake hook, which is essentially, I guess, what you would think of if you heard of the word snake hook. You're just dragging this along. You're activating this thing called Sculptress Pro, which I'll show you. If you don't have Sculptress Pro enabled and you drag out here, it's kind of dragging the topology, but it's stretching it, and it's not really reactive. You'd have to keep Dynameshing, which would be fine. But when you have this activated, you can have a really nice dynamic topology as you draw, and that's perfect for things like the drip of sauce, like this. And if you hold down Alt, it actually follows the topology really well. So you can see I dragged down, but it actually followed the curvature of the topology. So if you hold down Alt, that's a little tip there. Let's go over here. Just going to finesse this just a little bit. We say finessing the sauce in the industry. Cool. So that looks good to me. Once you're at this point, you can make it a little bit more crazy, just like that. We're having fun with it. Once you're at something like this, maybe turning off Sculptress Pro, going BIN or the inflate brush, making this thing look globby, kind of cool. And right after that, just remeshing, getting some nice clean topology so that when we start smoothing things, it's much better. Cool. Looks good to me. A lot of times I like using the dynamic subdivision here, which I guess I can't click those with the... Anytime these things pop up, I got to use a mouse, and typically that's not a thing, but we changed some tablet settings, so that's a thing. Cool. So that'll be like a preview. It's not actually topology that's there, but it's essentially just like I guess like shading it. Looks fine. And that'll give us a nice preview there. Do we want to add a third piece of chicken? Is that your... Okay. I knew the answer to that. Okay, so we're going to go here, and the last thing, Subtool, duplicate, drag it up. This is absurd. Oops, I had it masked. Let's drag it up there. This is just gargantuan at this point. It's ridiculous. Make it a little bit different. You get the idea. Let's go to the clay brush. And the nice thing about having all these subdivision levels is you don't have to worry too much about, like this looks like a mess at this point, but the details are all there. They're just baked in to the other subdivision levels. Boom. And right after that, I think we're good to, again, duplicate this guy. Move this all the way up. Maybe inverting it a little bit. Just keep it like that. Oops. Turning off symmetry by hitting X. Rotating this around. And like we said before, we have subdivision levels. So now let's just take the move brush and just make it look like it's got some weight to it. This is a very odd sandwich we got here. Just the surface area just doesn't make sense. That's the beauty of it. Cool. I think that looks decently fine. And cool. Looks good to me. Now we're going to add some, we're going to add like a napkin or a piece of foil underneath this thing because I wanted to do a little bit of everything here. That'll get us using a little bit of cloth sim or cloth dynamics. So it's very easy. Literally the only thing you're doing here is adding another subtool, which is insert. Let's go plane 3D. We get the idea. We can see what's going on. Let's rotate this 90 degrees. And you can see generally the size of this thing. Let's maybe make it a little bit bigger. Not really paying attention too much with the scale here, but we're just trying to get the idea. Now, paying attention to the resolution or the subdivisions of this plane has everything to do with the folding or the crumples of this thing. So if we have something like this, and we're going to try to make this thing just look crumpled, usually if you scale it down, nothing's going to happen. This is the regular transpose tool. However, if you just do a quick activation of the BTC, which is transpose cloth tool, immediately we're getting some nice like cloth dynamics wrapping around this thing, and that's what we're going for. However, if you'll notice, this is chill, but if you do this, it's not reacting at all with the topology, and we kind of want that to happen. That'd be cool. So to do that, we're going to enable dynamics, collision volume, that's super key. And while we're here, we're going to enable self collisions to a value of 2. And we do want to make sure floor collision is on because that's, come time of making the still life, having it react to the floor and the chicken and all that stuff, it'll just look much better and work out. So now if we were to drag this up, we're actually affecting this topology by colliding with the bottom biscuit. And that's kind of what we're going for. We're not going for this, but we're going for the collision. So I try to make it as simple as possible just for this. And to do this, we're just barely going to react right here and maybe bring it up a little bit, just like that. And then pressing D enables dynamic subdivision, so that's kind of fine. I didn't want to do too much, keep it pretty simple. Sometimes I like doing cool things like going to the masking. I think it's in the masking. Let's go. And then masking by feature. So if you mask by feature, it'll say, looking at the mesh, let's mask by the border, groups, and crease. Right now we just care about the border. You can see it masks the whole border. And if we were to blur the mask a little bit, oh wow, that's a lot. Oh, invert, sorry for it. Invert the mask and then blur it. Invert it back. We can actually move this stuff and it won't be affected too much. Let me re-mask by feature. Oh, sorry, not blur. Let's grow the mask. There we go. Now if I were to do stuff like inverting, it's only going to react to the exterior or the white part. So I could just move the white part, maybe twist it, have some cool dynamic looking cloths here. And that's good. So I'm going to go, notice the normals that are not facing, it goes invisible in ZBrush. And there are ways to combat that. You can go to Display Properties, Double, or you can flip them obviously if you want to want the normals to be flipped. But we're going to keep it like this, and I'm actually going to go to the Geometry tab, Dynamic Subdivision, add a little bit of thickness, a little bit more, and apply. And so now we have some good topology. And if we were ever going to put like a specular material on this thing, the refraction is going to react better with thickness. It's just one of those things. So that looks good. And the last thing we're going to do is making a sauce container or syrup, which will be pretty fun. Let's go Subtool, Insert, Cylinder 3D. We're just going to drag this to the side. Oh, we actually still have, you can see, that's exactly what we're going there. And now we're finished. Yeah, so let's deactivate dynamics, collision volume. We don't need that anymore. Also, we don't want to be in the transpose cloth tool. Let's go BTR, which is the regular transpose. Drag this to the side. And you know those sauce containers you can get in any like fast food place. We're going to go ahead and first go to polygroups here, which essentially in ZBrush, the polygroups kind of describe different parts of the mesh that you want to save for later, or just tag them with different qualities so you can use them later. And so we're going to go polygroups and group by normals, if I can find it. There we go. So now we see that based on the normals, we have a blue polygroup, purple, and a green. So we're going to hit Control, Shift, and tap on this polygroup, which hides every other polygroup. We're going to invert that by holding Control and dragging, Control, Shift, and dragging. And then we're going to hide this one. So now all we're left with is the top, and that's the one we don't want. So we're going to go Control, Shift, and drag like that. And then we're going to go Delete Hidden. And I believe if you go to Geometry, Modify Topology, you can delete the hidden polygroups, and that's perfect. So now it's exactly what we want. Now we just want a nice taper here. Let's go to the gear icon and go taper. Maybe bring it out a little bit. Now this is great, except we don't want a curve. At least I've never seen a sauce container that looks like that. So we're going to just take this white guy here and there. Cool. Now we're going to accept. And once we're here, we can just take this scale value, and it's really easy to be like, okay, let's just make sure we got the right value here. So you don't have to be too finite with the taper. That looks good. Now we need some, we want to see what this looks like with dynamic subdivision. So if we were to activate dynamic subdivision, that's good. We would probably want to get rid of some of this artifact. So I'm just going to add a quick edge loop here. Going to BZM. I love ZBrush's hard surface tools, ZModeler specifically. And if you were to highlight over a face, edge, or point, it gives you different options if you hit spacebar and hold down. So we're just going to go above a edge here. Hold down spacebar, insert single edge loop. Just drag this out a little bit. And the closer we get this edge to this edge loop to the edge here, it's going to be a harsher fall off here. So we're going to add one there and one here. And we can see nice edge loop. Versus, if we were to take this, let's go to slide, edge loop complete. If we grab hold of this while it's in dynamic subdivision, you can see what it's actually doing here. And if I drag this all the way out and this one all the way out, we're getting a really, you can see what's happening in real time. Thought that'd be good to show. Oops. So let's drag this back here. That should be good. And then once we're here, let's go dynamic subdivision. Right now we are in dynamic subdivision mode. Let's go thickness, bring it all the way up. Just get a little bit of thickness in here. Let's go no smooth subdivision. We don't need that. We just want a little bit of thickness, and that should be good. Maybe a little bit more. Again, the only reason why I care about this is because when we add like a specular material that has any sort of refraction, having any thickness at all especially is going to help with the refracting. So we're going to go here, highlight this edge, polygroup, or actually not polygroup, we're going to go QMesh, polyloop, drag this out. And now when we just subdivide, we get a nice little sauce container here. works for me. And I think that's to scale, right? Oh, you said the sauce container is too small? Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah. Bucket of chicken? There we go. Okay. That looks chill. Let's go ahead and move on. This next part is how we fill this with sauce, whatever sauce we're doing that. And we're going to take advantage of the actual mesh of the sauce container. So what we're going to do is let's just collapse this down and apply this and kind of do what we were doing last time, selecting these polygroups. I'm going to go Control Shift. Actually, before I do this, let's duplicate this and call this Saucy Sauce Fam. Chill. All right, cool. Now that we have that, we're going to select just this one. Actually, did I collapse this down? Yes, I did. We're going to Control Shift these two. Again, inverting this polygroup. So now let's get this guy as well. Inverting this. This is what we want, if that made sense. We want the inside here, and we don't want anything else, because this is going to turn into our sauce. And just so we don't have to recalculate and make sure we are perfectly in here, we want to use the geometry to our advantage. And once we have that, let's go Modify Topology, Delete Hidden. And that's exactly what we want. The next thing we're going to do is just flip the normals, because if we're going to add a top to this, it's not going to show unless we flip the normals. So we're going to go here, make sure we can see what we're doing. I'm actually going to slice off some of this. There we go. And then I'm actually going to Modify Topology, Delete Hidden again. And if I go to the display properties and flip, that's what we're looking for here. So now we can see the mesh from the outside. And now all we do is go to Geometry, Modify Topology, Close Holes, and that should close up this hole with this beautiful topology here. It's textbook. And just to reel it back in, we just Dynamesh this real quick. So we got some nice sauce action here. And because the scale is bigger now, we're getting, with the same resolution, a much more dense sauce. So essentially what we're going to do here is just polish this. Let's go Deformation, Polish. And you can see that just took care of a lot of stuff we didn't want to worry about. And while we are at this specific stage, we're going to group these two things into a folder. Subtool, let's kick the outer layer first. New folder, sauce. I'm going to drag this guy up here. Now to move both these objects at the same time in the same hierarchy, we're going to go to this gear, transpose set. You see the other stuff is grayed out. I'm just going to move this over, actually make it smaller. Just make it, oh, that's not what I want. Just make it look like it's pouring on there. Nothing too crazy. Keep hitting that. Whoa. That is not what I wanted. All right. Let's go over here, drag it. Again, let's get a good pour here. Make it a little bit smaller. Yeah, it's still too big. There we go. Now we're going to click this guy, and it's going to just collapse everything. Now we can move everything individually. Can I not just move this? Oh, I zoomed in it? How would I do that? What's up? Oh, thumbnail. Oh, there we go. Thank you. See, I just learned that. I was dragging that thing over. Appreciate that. Cool. So now we're here. We're in a good spot. We got this sauce here, and it's looking really dense. We don't need it to be that dense, but I think since we shrunk it down, we can just re-Dynamesh, and it should be good just like that. Now we're going to go Control-Shift, go to our selection tools. Let's go to the knife curve, and just take everything here and just clip it out, maybe on like some sort of angle here. And everything with the shadow, notice the shadow's facing up top. Gonna let go, it's gonna cut everything there. And then Control-W to just make everything one polygroup. Re-Dynamesh. Already looking like it's flowing out a little bit. Let's go over here. I kind of like doing crazy stuff with sauce sometimes. And what I mean by that is if I go to BDS, the damn standard tool, just kind of mess it up a little bit. Again, this is kind of abstract. You're going to go B, S, and where's the spiral? J, I guess, taking this value really down, the intensity down to like 3. Sometimes I like to make the sauce kind of do some crazy stuff right there. Whatever looks cool. And then just masking a little bit of this off. Let's go back to the regular mask pen. Inverting the mask. Just moving this out a little bit. Just enough to where I can take it with the snake hook. Boom. Re-dynameshing. And we can see we're in good hands to drip this stuff on. So let's go BSH to the snake hook. Again, skipping this note until restart. Probably should have done that from the beginning. Turning on Sculptress Pro. And immediately, boom. There we go. And I want to make this look like it's like kind of crowding over the sandwich. So I'm just going to inflate this a little bit, turning off Sculptress Pro. This is going to look crazy for a second, but trust me. Just like that. So that doesn't look real yet. But we're going to do the same technique we used last time. Let's go to the scale tool. Let's hold down Alt and reset this axis and maybe move this somewhere just out of the way so we can see what's going on. Going into transparent mode so we can see it's kind of dipping below. Holding down Control and just dragging up a little bit. And then we can kind of pick where we want that to re-dynamesh. And then this is kind of like a little cheat. If I go to BMT, I just have fun with this and go drag it all the way out. You can see where this, and you can see since we're in transparency mode, we can see kind of like the circle of the mesh here with the cloth. So as long as we're kind of dragging along that, we should be good. Looks good to me. Let's re-dynamesh. Then here's just like a finesse game. BMT for the transpose, or the move topology brush. Dragging the stuff out. Making it look all nice and saucy. We love the sauce. Dragging this out, following topology. And I always like this stuff because all the food has subsurface scattering either way. So if it dips into some of the biscuit, if anything, it makes it look more realistic a lot of the time. So I go to the inflate brush. Let's go here. Oops. Probably turn off transparent mode at this point. Finessing it. Thought maybe put an Easter egg in here. So if we're going over here, let's go over here. Mask pen. Little NAB brand. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Let's go over here, drag this over here, invert the mask, and going to the deformation tab, inflating, and then an inflate balloon. And now you got all those details there. I thought that'd be cool. Just a little Easter egg there, boom. So it theoretically would shine a little bit through the syrup. And then once we're here, I usually just drag off a lot of this part here. Boom, make it nice and saucy. You're finessing it. Re-dynameshing. And, okay, I gotta keep looking at the time here. I'm gonna inflate. And then I'm just gonna dynamesh here. Making it super simple. Let's go half. Already much better topology. Using a little bit of dynamic subdivision, taking off thickness. Sometimes it remembers your settings for last time, but we don't need to worry about thickness. We just want it to be smoother. Cool. Looks good. And once we have this going on, we can just like kind of hold down Shift, taking off Sculptris Pro, and however thin you want this, just go crazy. Cool. And that's pretty much it in ZBrush. We're gonna hop into Cinema for a second, but that's just like really quickly having like a full-on still life within like 30 minutes or something like that, 35 minutes. So let's hop into Cinema for just the last part of this. I pulled in the other project file. You get the idea. We won't have like the triple decker sandwich or anything, but you get the idea. The idea here is pretty simple. What I did was having a bunch of these crumbs here. I think I actually made them in ZBrush, just spheres, reverse inflate with the noise like we did before. And then I used dynamic place within Cinema 4D to do that. I don't think I need this stylus anymore. And for those of you who have not used the dynamic place tool yet, that has got to be one of my favorite, if not my favorite tool in Cinema. So we're going to go Shift-C, dynamic place. Boom, and it's going to kind of calculate everything real quick. I should probably be in this mode. And then based on, I should be able to theoretically bring this stuff up. Oh, I think it's still calculating. Dynamic place. Yeah, theoretically it should be like loading up right now so that we can move this, collide it with the object. It's not like a fully dynamic system, but it should be like you're able to move these things around and they collide in real time. And that's usually what's supposed to happen. We're getting a little bit of a thing here. But usually when you select them and you're in dynamic places kind of functionality window here, all this stuff loads. Right. Well, you get the idea. That should be good. I just have a simple plane in the background, which I hid right here, just like this. And I'm at the point, once the lighting was set up, I'm using an HDRI from my store, p40.store. I use them for every single one of my renders. But you can see, as I change the background, everything's kind of bleeding out. You got the nice global illumination going on. And no matter what color we use, it kind of fits. So it's hard to pick a lot of times which color to use for this stuff. I stuck with red. I think that looks fine. I said we make a little bit of the sauce. We spent a lot of time making the sauce. So let's get in there to the Octane node window. I think I opened that up already. Let's go. Node. Octane node editor. There we go. Oh yeah, it is. Load it up. Cool. So what I wanted to do here is kind of make a new material, and a lot of the times I'm starting always. It doesn't matter what material it is, glass, some refraction, some specular, doesn't matter what material. I'm using a Octane composite material because it just gives me so much flexibility right off the bat, so I can add on materials to it. So I'm going to just drag this on this material, drag it on this mesh here, and once we're in the node editor, everything that happens. Let's go to, here we go. Here's the composite material. I start this with every single food product. I'm just going to drag a material here, which will give me a sub-material. I think that's the only one you can use. And right off the bat, we can see, if I were to change this, it should be loading. Sometimes when you put the node editor on a separate tab, it doesn't load right away. So I'm just going to reload this scene so we don't have any of those problems. There we go. All right, now we see that it's working. We don't want to have any color on this right now. Right now we're in a basic glossy material, but we want to change that to a specular. Immediately we're going to start looking like we got some nicer materials here. Let's go to the common tab, fake shadows. That's going to allow all this light to bleed in, and that's really important with the sauces or any kind of like glass-like texture or anything like that. That's what we want. And the last thing is let's add a medium scattering medium. There we go. Dragging in an absorption color, RGB spectrum, of course. And that's just essentially giving us like a color swatch we can pick from. And if we're making, actually, what should we make? Syrup or honey? Gravy. Okay. Interesting. I was going to pick either syrup or honey. Gravy would be pretty much, Should we do gravy? Gravy? Okay, cool. So if we're doing gravy, I guess we would want it to be white, of course, if it's the kind of biscuits and gravy I'm thinking. And then we just want a scattering. So let's go float texture. Boom. Immediately getting that gravy vibe. Actually, that's definitely not gravy vibe yet. That's interesting. It's an interesting texture. To make it more gravy, I think we're going to want to add some bump. So we're going to go and add a little bit of a bump. Let's go octane noise. I don't want to go too over the time here, but we should be good just by adding. And then we can solo this node by right-clicking solo. You can see what's going on here, making it a little bit more punchy with the gamma. And let's go here, projection transform. Take this down a little bit. Boost the value up. Disable solo mode. Let's see what's happening. And I believe gravy, I feel like gravy has a little bit of like a yellowish, like it's not like pure white, is it? Yeah, let's start with that. And then we want it to be much more like chunky and less like liquidy. So we're gonna add some displacement. Let's go displacement. This looks disgusting right now. Let's go displacement right here. And we're gonna add let's change some of these settings. Let's go texture, vertex, height to vector, object to tangent. Let's go octane noise again and see what happens. Oh, nice. Look at that. Now we'd want to take this value all the way down to like 1 or something. And you can see if we were to solo this node, this is what we're getting. Let's take it to like a turbulence, something crazy. Projection, transform. Let's go mesh UV to XYZ to UVW. This one's good if you don't have to like animate or like deform any of these objects. And if you do, you're kind of screwed because it won't like project correctly. But for me, I think it usually works. I'm gonna take this float all the way up so it looks a little bit thicker. We're kind of getting there. And then maybe taking the transmission to let's do a mix. Octane noise. RGB. Let's get some color variation here. I feel like gravy's got a bunch of weird stuff going on in there. Let's go projection, transform. Kind of getting down to the wire here on time. But essentially, usually I'd just be stacking a bunch of these nodes in and kind of seeing how everything reacts in real time. And on the Discord server, I'm able to do this stuff much more kind of casually with like no time limit. That's the only thing. Yeah, this is either going to look really good or really terrible based on the noise. Okay, there we go. And you can kind of see if we were to take the displacement, maybe bump this up to 2. Get it a little bit chunkier there. Let's take the mid-level to 0.5. Okay, maybe not 0.5. Let's go a little bit back there. Okay, cool. Let's go height to maybe 4. Okay, now we're getting that chunky stuff. It's looking better. I'd probably have to work with it a little bit, but you're essentially just mixing color values until you're getting that right texture. And a lot of times that's a finesse game until we get to the finish line. So I think just to finish it off, so we don't go overtime, let me just go back to deleting a lot of these nodes and just make like a simple, what do you call it? Simple syrup or simple refractive honey. Let's take this out. Now we're back to where we want to be here. Don't need that color mix. We don't even need a float. So let's take this all the way down and take this to, that would be like a honey or something like that. Or if we wanted a syrup, let's go transmission RGB. Adding a tiny bit of red, but we want like kind of the middle of this stuff to be almost black. So we would take up the density. Let's go from 100 to like 600. boom. And immediately we're getting like that kind of like bronze, dark, reddish, but in the very thick of it, it's kind of looking like that dark black, and that's what we're going for. And like really quickly, not even messing with like the refraction, you could, just to show you kind of what it would look like. If you have 0 refraction, it just looks like a stain or something like that. But if you just go to like a 1.5, I think that's syrup has to be somewhere around there. We're getting a lot of that magnification of the lighting there, and that's what happens with syrup. And yeah, that's essentially it. I feel like going back to this, I wish I could have gone to the chicken a little bit more, but we are getting to that timeline. Oh, you need the shit out of it? Appreciate that, man. Thank you. But that's pretty much it, guys. Every single day I do one of those things on the fly in Discord. I don't even know what I'm making beforehand. That's every morning. That's discord.gg/p4d. And here's some of my links here on my Instagram. That's kind of where I'm most active. But this was super fun. I appreciate Maxon having me out. And I should be in the back later on for some demo stuff. And that's it. Thanks, man.
That's a wrap. That's Patrick, folks. Do you have time for a quick question if you have one? So the question is, can you keyframe changes to the mesh in ZBrush?
You can. So I think in the layer system, that's probably what you're thinking of. There's also a... Do I have time to... I probably don't have time to like do it. Right? It might take some time. Yeah, okay. There is a way. The layer system. Yeah, you can
visit you in the back.
Yeah, check me out in the back. But essentially in the layer system, you can save a keyframe maybe at the beginning of the mesh, save it, and then once you add like a sculpt to it, you can disable the keyframe mode and then just slide, kind of like an inflate, back and forth. So you can kind of pick any value in between what you did and the middle part.
So what got you into, or how did you get into ZBrush?
Oh, how I get into ZBrush literally because I was reaching a plateau and stuff I could create. I got really good in cinema with some of the product stuff, and then they came out with, I think, an R20, the volume modeler and volume mesher. And so I was making all these things just kind of like Boolean. But I was like, okay, this is dope, but every single simple thing that I'm making has like 10 million polys. And this was before they got the Z mesher in there, and so I was like, I need to be able to make stuff without just making 50 trillion polygons, and I just had to muck and grind in ZBrush until I got it. And it was just like every single day messing with it, starting with really simple cartoon characters like Powerpuff Girls or something like that, and then slowly adding on. Yeah.
All right, let's hear it again for Patrick 4D. He'll be in the back with any questions. After this, stay tuned. In another 10 minutes, we'll have a local hero here, Katie Nealing. So stay tuned. All right, everyone, gather round. It is that time again. Welcome to NAB 2023 here at the Maxon booth, showcasing Maxon One and our extensive line of products. I'm accompanied by some of the world's most amazing artists, and here, one of your own very own locals, we have Katie Keeling. Keeling.
Hi guys, thank you for coming. My name is Katie Keeling, and like Matthias said, I live here in Las Vegas. I work at the Fremont Street Experience. I do creative content and promotional materials for the canopy screen that covers the street in Fremont Street in Vegas. So we're a pretty small team. There's only 2 of us right now, so it's important for us to do a lot of different tasks and wear a lot of different hats and pretty much see projects from conception to completion. So Maxon 1 and Cinema 4D make it really easy to kind of jump into any project and kind of get the ball rolling and see the entire project all the way through. So the canopy screen is a very unique screen. It's over 15,000 pixels long on its longest edge. So it's basically like if you took a HD 1920 by 1080 and then stacked 7 of them horizontally. There's a lot of unique aspects to the screen. It's very large, it's curved, and it's overhead. The screen has 2 bottoms and no top edge, so you have to be very careful about when things get too close to the top, they're going to look upside down on the street. So with that said, I'm going to just show you guys my reel. You can kind of get a sense of the types of designs we make for Fremont Street. Thank you. So being that the screen is very, very long and large, it's oftentimes hard to render out an image that's that size, let alone an entire animation. So there's a few tricks that I'm going to talk about today. I'm going to go through a project that I made for our Luau Wow event, which is a Hawaiian-themed luau event that's going to be taking place in October. And I'll just show you guys a few things that I do to kind of mitigate that render time. So a few things would be like rendering out the background separately and the foreground elements and compositing them in After Effects. And what I also like to do is break the canopy into 4 sections and then kind of mask them together in After Effects so that you don't see the seams. So for this project, I wanted to take the rainforest floor of Hawaii and put it up overhead above the street. So I really wanted to make these bright, beautiful colored hibiscus flowers that grow and bloom and open on the street. What's really cool about Fremont is that when the screen changes color, the entire street changes color. So it's really effective to have like really bright, high saturated, high contrast images. So to begin this project, I started in ZBrush. And I basically started with a plane and then go into geometry. Sorry, 1 second. There we go. No. Anyway, so moving on, I basically take a Z remodeler tool, and by using this, I can basically rough out the general shape of a flower petal. Oh my gosh. And then from there, once I have the 2D shape roughed out, I start putting in these curves and generally just roughing out basically the basic shape of it. Okay. So I gradually increase the subdivisions on the flower petal, and I wanted it to have this kind of really nice, delicate feeling. So I added a bit of thickness to it, but not too much. I just want to be able to have some edge there. And from here, in order to create this, I use a lot of like the clay buildup and the clay brushes. It's kind of the standard sculpting brushes. And just come in here and I start to add detail. And then also a good one for this that I found was the cloth move tool, which by doing this, kind of able to get some of these nice wrinkles that you'd see on a flower petal, like a really nice, delicate, kind of fleshy flower petal. From there, I shape out some of those specific details. So making the edges of the flower petals a little bit more random and interesting looking. And I also use, let's see, a good one was the crumple tool. Right there. So I like this one too. Just turn up the intensity of it. Just by doing that, kind of you can see it starts to like amplify some of those details. So from there, I ended up doing a lot of the poly painting, which I essentially I blocked in some color, and then there's a lot of back and forth, like blocking in color, blending it together, adding detail, blending out that detail, adding more detail, kind of the same basic premise of sculpting. And what's really nice with the tools in here is you can kind of do both at the same time. So if I grab let's do standard brush, make it real small, and then I do MRGB. Let's grab a color. Turn off that texture map. You can see I can create lines and paint on them at the same time. Might have to increase my geometry here so you can actually see what I'm doing. So what's really cool and why I like using ZBrush, other than the fact that it's one of the best sculpting programs I've ever used, it's integrated really well with Cinema 4D and Redshift specifically. So when I hit this Go Z button, let me just So I'll hit this Go Z button. Don't show again. So this will automatically bring everything into Cinema for me. You can see we have it right there. And this is really cool. So it basically sets everything up for me. And I have my material, and it already creates it. And that's because I've gone down here and it has really easy to use UV mapping options. So UV mapping is a really difficult process. It takes a long time to kind of master unwrapping objects. Planes are pretty easy because you just kind of flatten them out like a sheet. But if it's anything more complex with extrusions and details, you got to kind of flatten everything out as if it were like a mask that you put over it. So ZBrush makes it really easy to unwrap UVs. And from there, I can take my texture map that I painted directly onto the flower petal, and that's going to automatically lay it out exactly where I need it on the model itself. So I create my texture map, I create my displacement map, and I also create a normal map. And what that's going to do is when I bring that into Cinema, it's going to bring it in as a low poly object, but because I added all this detail in ZBrush, it's going to use that as a displacement map to kind of bump everything out and give it that detail I'm looking for. So let me just show you. So this is how it came in, just the default standard Cinema 4D, but I actually want this to be a redshift material. So in order to do that, I have to just change my renderer to redshift, and that's all I have to do. And now check this out. I'll hit Go Z again. Did its thing. Now, it made a redshift material for me. So it hooked everything up. Usually with any other kind of 3D painting programs, you'd have to export all the maps and then figure out kind of where to plug them into the redshift material. This does it all for me. So it's super easy. You can do it do it on the fly. You know, there's a few things you'll probably want to change and adjust, but it gets you started and it gets you a long way there. So I did end up making a few changes to this model. And let me just solo my flower petal. Off. So one thing I did end up doing is, this is basically the same as it was when it brought it in for me. The only extra thing I ended up doing was plugging my diffuse color into my subsurface node. And what that does is it gives it kind of like that nice fleshy look. And I just increased my subsurface up to 0.7. And then I told it that it was thin-walled. So you get kind of that backlit material look. When you look at a really glossy flower petal, you could see the light kind of coming through it. And that's the look I was going for. So I did that. Another thing I did is I also created a couple extra colors because I wanted a nice variety in my final product. But let me talk to you about how I built this. So we have one flower petal. Basically, I just so I put them into a cloner. So a hibiscus flower has 5 petals, so I made a radial cloner and I gave it a count of 5. And I just have this radius here keyframed just slightly so that when it closes, it kind of comes in on itself, and then when it opens, it blooms like that. And then I added a couple MoGraph objects. So, first one I have here is the plane effector. And what this one's doing is this one's basically controlling the entire bloom. So I play through like that. Kind of how I start these projects is I'll create the look I want it to end up being, and then I kind of reverse engineer it back into itself. So if you imagine a flower blooming, I'm kind of like taking it from the bloom state and bringing it back into the bud. So that's what this plane effector is doing. I have my parameters here. So, oops. So I am keyframing the rotation and the scale. So you can see that it rotates up and out slightly, and it scales from 0 to 1. Cool. And then the next thing I do is I add a delay modifier, or delay MoGraph object. And in my parameter here, I'm just going to affect the rotation of it. And I'm going to set it to spring. So what this does is when I hit play, and we have it growing on, it gives it that nice bounce. So it's a little more organic looking. It looks a little less robotic and like a 3D animation. So, and then from there, I just add a little bit of random. So that way, we get a unique size and shape to each of the flowers. So, again, they're not uniform. It doesn't look as fake. And then the random, I just did a simple strength keyframe here. Because when we have it in this state, we basically don't want it to be random until it's grown. Okay, and then this looks good, but it's not quite right yet. So I added a bend deformer to the petals. I don't know if you could see what this is doing. So we just have it bending a bit more. And also, this is kind of the cool one, the twist. So now when my flower grows on, it's got this kind of like twisted, it looks like it's kind of been wrapped up inside of itself. Cool. And then last thing I did here was add this taper, which just gives it a little bit more of a taper. So cool. And then that's just the petals. I went ahead and made the other parts of the flower. And this portion here is called the receptacle, where the flower kind of sits in. And this one's pretty basic, same basic principle. I have a cloner with 5 objects in it. Each one of these is my my leaf. Same thing with the delay. Set it to spring so that when it animates on, gives a little bit of decay. And then I added a couple bends to this just to give it the shape. Nothing too fancy. And then again, a random, just to give it a little bit more life. So that one was pretty straightforward. Same basic principle. The pistil, so this portion of the flower, did end up giving me a lot of trouble in the beginning. So it was kind of a tricky one to work out. So from here, I start with a MO spline. I'm going to turn the rest of these off. Oops. Let me not do that. Okay. All right. So this mow spline, it's a simple mow spline. So basically all I've done here is I've adjusted the length and the width to where I want them. And then under width, I just, using the spline, kind of give it this curve, this taper that I want. And I can adjust this into any shape along the spline. And then I also keyframe the length of it so that it, once the flower blooms, it grows up. And I also keyframed a little bit of bend and a little bit of twist. So just kind of give it a little bit of flair as it's growing. And then we move on to the stigmas, which I just modeled this basic piece of geometry. I think I just made a sphere, extruded out the bottom, and beat it up a little bit, sculpted it a little bit so it looked a little bit organic. So those ones I put into a radial cloner. And with this plane effector, I just kind of separated them from the bottom and stuck them to the top of the mow spline using my line spline tag. So I basically just, from the tags menu, animation tags. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, yes, animation tags, line spline. And then I just throw my mow spline into my spline path and tell it position 100. So it's right at the top. And then this was the tricky part. I have my stamen, which are the little like kind of fuzzies that come off of it. Same thing, just a simple piece of geometry. Close these up. Okay, and I put them into a cloner. Now, the tricky part with this is I wanted to animate them growing on the flower. So we have the style that grows up like that, and then all of the stigma kind of come out from it. Because I wanted to have them animated, I was struggling with not having them jitter. So basically, as the style would move, they would jitter across it. So I found a little workaround to get what I want. And I have my cloner object here, but this one's not a radial cloner, it's an object cloner. And it's actually referencing a copy of the mow spline I made, not the actual mow spline, because of some geometry issues I was having. So that was kind of my workaround for that, which we don't even need this on. You won't ever even see it, but it's just there. It kind of just lives as a placeholder. So this does not look correct. What we need to do is randomize them. So I'm basically just randomizing the position of them and the rotation and a little bit of the scale as well. And then I don't want them to grow on the entire length of this. I want to limit that. So I created a plane effector with a linear field. And it's kind of what that looks like. So basically my plane effector is telling it based on the linear field, so based on wherever this is in the world, it's telling it to scale, go from 1% scale to negative 1% scale. So I guess a better illustration would be if I were to open this up entirely. You can see that this edge is where we have anything beyond this edge is going to be 100%, a scale of 1. And then anything below this line is going to be a scale of negative 1, and it just kind of maps the value between these two planes. But I want a harsh cutoff, so I stick them together like that. And so now what this looks like when I give it a go, bit growing. And now they're all stuck to the object. They're not jittering around all over it. So this is good. This is what I wanted. Now that that's made, a couple of the other things I did was just keyframe some scale so that in this state, there's nothing there. So I go from 100% scale to 0. And because I did that, scaling between 3D programs, and especially if you have a arbitrary, like if you're building kind of things in a kind of an arbitrary scale, I could bring my flower into my other scene, and it's probably going to be way too big, right? And because I keyframed a lot of the scale parameters in here, it's going to kind of mess with that. So what I wanted to do, I'm happy with this how it is. I don't want to mess it up. I don't want to break anything. So I exported everything as a proxy file. And what's cool about that is I can just go into my other scene here and import my proxy, and then this lives on my computer outside of the project file, so I can reference different proxy files. I can bring in, I made a few other colors of these hibiscus flowers, so I can bring in those ones, make changes, and then I can have kind of a variety of them using just the one project, but then exporting everything separately. So, brought that in here, and basically want to create the growth of the plant itself. And I did that using X particles. So what we have here, let me turn some of these off. So I have an emitter, and basically all it's doing is it's 1 centimeter by 1 centimeter. It's pointing upward, and it's just going to emit one particle. And this particle is just going to go straight up in the air. But we want it to grow like a plant, so we give it, we feed it this branch modifier. And what this does is this is going to tell it how far to grow and how far, basically the max distance and the minimum distance of how much it's going to grow. So it varies every single time you play it. It's like a random simulation, but this is just kind of the parameter. So anywhere between 300 and 450 centimeters. And this is telling it how often to bend every 10 frames with a variation of 5 frames. So that's 5 to 15 frames with the maximum angle of 5 degrees. So that's what this looks like. Oh, and one thing, you can't, this does nothing for us, right? So what we need to do is we actually need to put a trail on here so we can actually see where it's going. All right, cool. So now that we see it, there's more of a organic growth, and this isn't going to go on forever. It stops based on the parameters I told it in here, but we just have one branch, so we have to make a couple more. So in my XP branch, I go to the branching tab, and this is what controls the next branches that grow. So every 5 frames will generate a new branch, the variation of 1 frame. And here we are telling it to make 2 branches, or 3 branches. So 2 branches, 3 max branches. So basically what that means, it's going to try to generate 6 branches. So it's going to try 3 times to generate 2 branches, and I'll show you what that looks like. Oh. There we go. And now you can see my main branch has this green particle, and my sub branches have these blue particles. And I'll tell you why I did that in a second. But basically every sub-branch of this XP branch modifier does the same thing. It just creates more branches. So I'll turn them all on for you. Now you can see we have this giant orange particles, and then these little ones have the tiny purple particles. And the reason why they're different colors is because I assigned each branch group a group. And I did that because I wanted to tell it, I wanted to limit where it was growing which generator. So by that I mean I have a few different leaves and then my hibiscus flower. Now these generate on the end of each branch. And so basically I told it to generate my flowers only on the branch group, and then the second, the base group, which is the green one, that's our one particle, our branch group, which is our blue particles. And then I told the leaves to branch on all the other ones, so the purple and the orange. And that is what this looks like. Struggling. Because I also have, there we go, a lot faster. So now you'll see, once they get to their desired length, my flowers bloom off the end of them, and my leaves grow. Now the last thing I need to do is add a spline mesher, so this is basically just going to give the actual splines some geometry here. So without it, they're just splines. If I render this right now, you're not going to see anything. But now I have some geometry I can put a material on. So let's take a look at this. There we go. And the only other thing I did here was I threw in a redshift dome light, and I just put a HDRI map in it. I adjusted the intensity and exposure, and I also increased the gamma a little bit, and that just kind of, I did that because I wanted it to kind of have a sun, like a really early morning, like high saturated sun look. And then just adjusting the gamma gave me the look I wanted. So from here, I will talk about how I created the background for this. And I think this is probably the most interesting part in terms of building stuff out for the canopy. I have this terrain, and basically what I did was I separated it in 4 sections. I have section 1 and section 2. And I just set these up in takes. Basically what takes are is they, you can assign different render settings and object settings within the same scene. So if you have something similar, if you're doing like product mockups or something and you have different products or different variations of the same product, you can just kind of set them all up there, hit render, and it's super easy. It'll render each one of them with your desired settings. So that's kind of what I did here. I broke it up into 4 parts, and you can see this little, this path going through. They actually sync up to one another. So when I lay them out in After Effects, you can see that they will line up. There we go. So I did this. I rendered out the background separately because really it just, at this resolution, it takes a really long time to render even a few seconds. So I broke it up into separate parts just to save myself some time. That way it's not rendering the background on every single frame. What I did was on my, here we go. Here's where my terrain lives. So that's section 1, section 2, section 3, section 4, and then you can kind of see how this take system is working. So when I go from section 3, you can see section 3 is on right now, and go to section 4. Takes a second. You'll see that it turned on section 4 and turned off section 3. There we go. Cool. So, So I added a lot of my plants here. So I spent some time modeling a variety of different colored plants, different types of plants, and I basically just used cloners. I also used a few matrix scatter objects. Scatter some throughout here. So we have our grasses layer and our rocks layer. And I can show you, it's probably easier to show you those in After Effects because I have everything all broken up already. But basically I just have these kind of scattered on here with cloners, and these are my proxy objects. And let me close that. I am limiting them to only the middle portion of it with this capsule field. So the same thing with the linear field. I'm just telling it, hey, everything inside this capsule is 100%, is at one scale of 1, and everything outside of it falls off to a scale of 0. So we don't have objects on the edges here. You'll notice that I actually have space, and that's just so I can seam them together inside of After Effects. Oh yeah, one thing I did want to mention, and I thought this was super cool. I just figured this out a few weeks ago. But inside, I added a Redshift object tag. Basically what that is a compositing tag. And I told it in here. So I rendered out my background separately. And if I were to render out my plants separate from the background, you're basically going to have like little stickers of plants. But it's not going to look realistic because you're not going to see the shadows. But with this Redshift object tag, I'm going to mat here, and I can enable shadows. And what that's going to do, and then I can turn off my section 4 so you can't see it. I'm going to go up here to my render view. Cool, we got the plants. And if I click this button, it's going to show me the alpha. And I think I will have to go to main. Okay, so switching back to my main take. There we go. So for some reason it didn't want to show it to me in section 4, but now you can see instead of just having the plants, we're actually getting a lot of these shadows. So basically this is the alpha channel. Everything in white is 100% opaque. Everything in black is 100% transparent. And now you see we get these kind of cool gray values, and that's what our shadows are going to be. And I'll show you what that looks like in here. So and again, I have 4 different sections, so I have 4 different layers for each part of the terrain that I wanted to render. So now we have our grass layer. You can see that it adds a lot of shadow and definition in here. Oops. You kind of see that if I take these ones away and then just turn the background off. That's what we're seeing there, and that's where our shadows are. Cool. And then same thing with the other layers. I just rendered them out separately because the grass and the rocks aren't moving, so I can just throw those in there. They're fine. But the plants I wanted to render separately because they are animated, and I'm going to be rendering out a lot more frames. So it's just easier, it kind of cuts down on time. It's more manageable that way. And I will show you how that looks. So I just I used Insidium Tau to generate just a bunch of different types of plants. I modeled some of the petals here as well. Did some kind of custom plants based off of plants you would find in Hawaii. So I, again, wanted to give this a very like Hawaiian jungle look. And I just animated them growing. Cool. And then this is kind of just the backdrop portion of it. From there, I added our Luau logo. So this was made by a colleague of mine, but it is our official Luau logo. And I have my plants growing behind it. And what's really cool is now I can render out my hibiscus flowers separately and just kind of have those in the foreground as a foreground element. Let me actually show you how this looks. So this is our canopy presentation view that we use to visualize what things are going to look like on the canopy. So up here you'll have the entire length of the canopy. On this side it is a small detail. It's usually right here in the middle. And then this side is our street view. You can also see our column screens. So the Fremont Street has the canopy, and it also has 30 column screens that line the street, as well as 3 stage screens for live events. And we do content for all of these screens. So a few fun facts about Fremont Street is that it is 1,375 feet long by 80 feet wide and 65 feet above the street. It has 16,433,152 pixels. It has 5,000 nits of brightness. So what this means is that it can be seen 24 hours a day. We can run it at in the full Vegas sunshine now. Previous versions of the canopy only ran at night because they weren't bright enough to be seen during the day. We also have 52 speaker clusters that line the mall, and this we can do basically localized audio. So imagine if you were to hear a jet flying past you, we can kind of simulate that sound effect. A few things to consider while creating something. It's not only the size, the scale, the magnitude of it. Obviously, this looks pretty normal on our screens, but when you go out on the street, that could be, the size of one of these hanging booth things overhead. So it's a lot more massive than you'd actually think seeing it on a monitor screen. Also, like I mentioned, it has no top edge. It has 2 bottom edges. So if you remember from my demo reel, some of the text I had on the top here actually looked like it was upside down. But if you were to see it on the street, you'd want it to be right side up this way. So it would appear upside down to us, but on the street it is the right side up. And the best way to create stunning visuals for the screen is to kind of use that curve and the length of it to your advantage. So good uses of the screen: take advantage of the curve, take advantage of the fact that it's overhead, and kind of I like to play with that. So I like to take things that you would normally think on the ground, take them up, put them on overhead, and also using the length of the screen. So one of the reasons why I used the take system and kind of blended each background together is because I didn't want repeating tiles down the screen. It's really compelling when you can see the entire length and it's completely unique all the way across, as opposed to something that's tiled and you can kind of tell it's tiled. So with that said, I wanted to show you guys some videos of the, sorry, 1 second, of the screen in action. So took these the other night. We went out and tested our graphics, and this is how it looks on the big screen. And so these were some of the other textures that I created. basically just took the diffuse texture that I made in ZBrush, brought it into Photoshop, did a little bit of color editing, brought that back into Cinema, and then just replaced that one out. Has the same normal maps and displacement maps, but it's just the color that I changed on that one. So a few other visualization things that we use are our missing pixels map. And now this one's really important because the support structures of the canopy actually obstruct some of the artwork. So I'm gonna come in here. I just changed the blend mode to lighten, but you can see these clusters of pink pixels. That's where the support structures are. So something like this, we probably wouldn't want that there. Anything with any kind of messaging, you don't want it to be obstructed because then people can't read it. But stuff like this, just general filler artwork, that's kind of what you want in those areas. So this one we'd probably have to scoot down a hair. We also utilize a photo op placement map. And what this does, this just kind of tells me, it's a cheat sheet for me, that shows me kind of where to put the important pieces of information. And the reason why they're not like perfectly distanced from each other is because there's actually different things on the street that we kind of want to pay attention to. So this would be, if you could imagine this being Fremont Street, this is 4th Street right here. Down at the end, this is Main Street. So standing here at the end, you want your logo to be up. You want the top of the logo to face this side of the street. So when you're standing there, you'll actually see it the proper way, and you can take pictures of it. That's why I call it photo op placement. So when we have people come down to take pictures for different promos we're doing or different partnerships we're doing with companies like LVCVA, it's nice to have their logos in specific beautiful spots on Fremont Street. So for instance, what I mean by that is this one right here by number 5. This is going to be right between the Four Queens and the Fremont Casino. So you're going to see those really cool marquees, those old school marquees with the canopy on top. Boom, logo right there in the middle. That's exactly where you want it. So those are kind of the different tools we use to create something of this size and scale. I encourage you guys to check out Fremont Street while you're down here in Vegas. It's really cool. It's a fun time. A lot of energy, a lot of people watching, really cool. But that is it for me. Thank you all so much for listening to me.
Great job. Excellent. We got time for about 1 or 2 questions, but Katie will be in the back for the next hour or two, so if you're a little too shy, she'll be there to answer some of your questions. Any questions live? We do have prizes if you do have a question. Wow, you did good. Look at that. No questions. You explained it all perfectly. Nailed it. Excellent job. Well, stay tuned, folks. We're going to be back here in about 10 minutes. Next up is our very own Michael Zalapsky. So stay tuned. Thanks again, Katie. All right, everyone, welcome to today's final presentation of the day here at NAB Las Vegas Live. Hello, interwebs, everybody tuning in on YouTube, Maxon VFX channel. We're going to be streaming for the next 3 days as well. So day one is wrapping up, and we saved one of our finest for last, one of our very own here at Maxon. No, don't let him fool you. He's good. He's good, folks. Our very own Michael Zalapsky. Michael, take it from here.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm so excited to be here. Thanks, Matthias, and thank you, Maxon, for having me. I've been doing motion design and Cinema 4D, After Effects-y stuff for so long. I've been watching these presentations on this booth for so many years, and I'm always like, gosh, those presenters are so cool. And now that I'm a presenter, I know that's not true, because any club that would have me is not a good club to be. I'm just kidding. No, these presenters are all great, and hopefully I can live up to even half of some of the cool stuff that they've been showing you today. I'm a 3D generalist and motion graphics generalist and video shooting generalist and whatever for a very long time. I remember doing After Effects before there were even text layers. Yes, for you old folks that remember, you used to have to make a solid layer and apply an effect called text. Good heavens. Blocked those memories, didn't you? Yes. Well, yes, so that's how long I've been doing this. I learned After Effects on VHS tapes, so before the internet existed. I'm just kidding, the internet was around. But this presentation is also somewhat of a generalist presentation, in as much as I'll be showing some 3D stuff in Cinema 4D. I'll be showing some stuff in After Effects, and I'll even be showing stuff that's useful for people who are Premiere Pro editors or Final Cut editors who've never even touched After Effects. So this is going to be a mind-blowing experience for everyone, hopefully, or at least a mildly entertaining one. Hello, Internet, and maybe my children, if you're watching, and husband. Hello. Now, I've done freelance work for lots of folks. I've done visual effects for Disney. I've done shoe commercials. I've done stadium takeovers for like football stadiums with like the tiny little skinny, really long screens and all that kind of stuff. So over the years of doing all this crazy stuff, I've built up some idea of some ways that you can save some time, because time is money, and we all want more of both. And so I'm going to, this whole presentation is called like ways to save time. I'm going to try to do that, but first I'm going to waste your time by showing you some stuff that I've done. No, I'm just kidding. Hopefully it'll be fun. I'm currently now the community manager for Red Giant, so anytime you see Red Giant post stuff on Twitter or Instagram or Facebook, that's probably me. And I have made quite a few things to go out online, because I'm very passionate about motion design, and I love this stuff so much. And I want to help everyone else have as much fun as I'm having, so I like showing off things. So here is just a short little bit of some of the stuff that I have done for the Red Giant social media channel recently. There, we'll start that over since it got sound now. Nope. Me sound. There we go.
Hey, Michael Zalapsky here for a Make It Monday.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I like playing with stuff. Hey, by the way, if you don't already, you should probably follow Red Giant News on Twitter and Instagram, or Red Giant Software if you're a Facebook person. Most Tuesdays we post some Tip Tuesdays, help you get your work done faster and better. And there's just a bunch of very handy, cool stuff on there. At least I hope so. So what I'm covering today, I'm covering stuff for editors, I'm covering stuff for motion designers, and I'm covering stuff for 3D artists. And the first thing I'm going to do is a project breakdown of something that could potentially save you days of time and possibly thousands of dollars in render farm costs. It's going to be, hopefully, a bit of a mind-opening experience for some of you. So we've got a producer. She's got a show about cars and mechanics in a garage who work on these cars, and she wants some nice, cool 3D car lowered thirds. And she's like, I want to be able to have these lower thirds come on, and it's got to have people's names, but I want like 3D and cool in cars. So here's what I come up with. We'll show the intro. Pardon all of those puns that might have accidentally slipped in there. So she's like, we want 3D cars. I'm like, cool, I can get you some 3D cars. Hang on, by the way, if you're an editor who is interested in Premiere Pro editing and Final Cut Pro editing and tips, hang on, I've got some tips for you later. But first, some Cinema 4D. For this particular project, I wanted a car, so type car in here, and down here, oh, look, a handy car model. She wanted something that was kind of cool and sporty, but not too modern. So we'll grab this little car here. It's cool, it's sporty, it's not too modern. And this car in the asset browser, my goodness, so handy. It's got controls already built into it. That's going to be useful to have. Look, the wheels already spin. What if we've got some landscape maybe? Wants to drive on some. It's going to drive on some bumpy landscape here. Should we make it a little taller? Give the car some off-road capabilities? We should do that. So here in the car rig, we'll say, hey, I want you to go on this landscape here for me. And then we will drive you. Oh, hang on, I forgot. I need to do that. There we go. So we've got the landscape. We can move the landscape, or we could move the car on the landscape. Car controls. There you go. Do-do-do. Yay! Now you might be saying to yourself, that's a cool tool to be handy right in there. Could I do it with my own car model? Why, yes, you can. If you go up into character and start a whole character thing here. Get the car out of the way for now. Get the landscape out of the way. And you start here with the templates. There is a car rig right there. And you add your master components, the car main. You can add doors, hoods, trunks, and whatnot. And then you adjust the size of it and the binding, and then you hit animate, and you get all the kind of controls that you just saw. But anyway, let's get back to my car. Car. No landscape. Undo car. All right, so we're going to have this car. It's going to drive in, and we'll have the camera like swoop around to like the name on the back. That sounds good. So that seems good. Let's make a quick little car paint material, because this is This one's been in the asset browser for a while. I believe this car rig was introduced in S24 version of Cinema 4D. And so these materials are all standard materials. So let's quickly, not that one, quickly build the Redshift material, because we're going to want to render this in Redshift. Go away. Create Redshift materials standard, and let's say we'll make it red, nice red sporty color. And we'll give the reflection some color too, make it kind of fun there. And you know what? We need to put this on the car. First of all, would be probably a good idea. We'll just Alt drag it on there to replace it on the car. And let's look in our Redshift render view. We probably should have a light as well while we're at this. Let's see. Let's just do a dome light. I was going to do like a sky thing, but we don't need a sky. We just need a light. All right, we've got our car, got our material, and let's put. I just do right. Oh, alpha RGB. There we go. All right, we want some nice flakes for car paint. Flakes is spelled with a K, not a C. You silly goose. Put that bump map on there, and probably need to. Oh, look, attributes handily right here in our node editor. Let's make the scale significantly smaller. Let's say 0.1 maybe. There we go, and get some nice detail in there. And then let's go back to our standards material, and we've got. Let's see, let's add some more roughness to this one here, and then we'll add some bit of a clear coat on top of it maybe. Yeah, that looks like a pretty good car paint. Okay. So we've got our car, we've got a car paint. All we got to do now is put the name on the back and we're good. But hang on a second. We need to do lots of these because there's more than one person. Now, the producer has also decided that she wants the same sort of look for all the guests that come into the garage, the customers who come in like, hey, I want my car worked on for blah, blah, blah. So now we're going to have names. And of course, commercial breaks, you need to have the names of the people on who are on the show back after every commercial break. So she's going to want the color to change and the name to be able to be changed for however many times the names show up in the TV show, which is, I don't know, probably, 20 or 40 lower thirds may show up in the show. So what about changes? Are we going to have to make a new Cinema 4D project file for every one of these new names and then queue them all up in the render queue and then no, I say no. That would take too long, because then what if they want to make a new car model? What if they want a new lighting setup? Then you have to re-render all of those dozens and dozens of names? No, I think not. I have a better idea. Now, some of you more experienced folks in Cinema 4D might be thinking, hey, there's this lovely take system. And indeed there is. Darlene Sanchez covered it in her presentation earlier today. Scroll back, live streamers, and catch it later. Those of you here have to go back onto the YouTube channel. But she talked a little bit about the take system, and it's a very handy tool. When it first came out, I used it on a project immediately, and it saved me literally days of work. It lets you override certain things. Anyway, great and handy, but I can do you an even better one than that on this project. I'm going to take it where we can edit not just the color, but also the name inside of Premiere Pro. Yeah, that's right. We're not even going to be doing the controls in After Effects. I'll build them in After Effects. I'm sure you'll find out here in just a second. But we're going to, first of all, we need to get this ready. So I've got a slightly more done version of the scene. We've got the car, drives in. Nice little shake there as it comes to the stop. Turns around, bam. So we'll take that logo off and we'll put the person's name there. So we will put ourselves a little bitty null object here into our scene. We'll put it in the car model area probably. Really good idea. And we'll put it roughly where it's going to need to go. Back here. Doesn't matter. You know what I'm doing. Put it there. Right click on the null. And we'll take the render tags Cineware. And this will let us get that 3D data once we are inside After Effects, which is very handy. Also, we're going to want a matte for what needs to be changed. In this case, the color of the model. So I'm going to want a matte for this body color. We'll go with a puzzle matte. And we'll use, you can use object IDs or material IDs, either way. But you set up, so you got red, green, blue. You can make as many puzzle mattes as you want for as many different things as you want. So we'll have that all set up very handy. Then on our render settings, we just need to make sure we save it out. Oh, by the way, since this is supposed to be a presentation on saving you time, right here is a big time saver. You notice how I don't have any file names or file paths in here. It just says, hey, I'm in a C4D projects folder, go back a folder, and then down into a Cinema 4D renders folder, then into a folder for the project, and then the file is going to be named the project name, because I always save an increment. So every couple hours, I'll hit the keyboard shortcut to save an increment. So I got version 01, version 02, version 3. So I always know what the render comes from, and I don't have to name or go find where I rendered it to. It's already preset for me. Please set yourself up some takes and tokens, and you will save yourself time. Right here, look, you can have it named by the date, by the time you did it, by the render engine you used, by the camera you used, by the take that you used. Don't waste time naming files. Have it do it for you. All right, then down here we've got alpha, because it's going to be a lower third, and we need to tick on to save the 3D data for After Effects. Those are very important because we're taking this into After Effects to build out our rig. So there you go. That's how you get that set up. So then we just need to hit render, then we can import it into After Effects, which is what I'm going to pull up right now. I do not want to save. Thank you very much for checking. So we're going to go into After Effects, and we're going to build something that is called a motion graphics template, which is something that you can then pass on to someone who wants to edit in Premiere Pro. I call it a Mogert for short. Those we've got right here, car for Mogert. And here we go. Here we've got our render of the car coming in. Car comes in. Boom. So here, I've got this one all done. Let's see about that. So you pull it in, and you've got the render all set up nicely for you when you import. Here, you know what? Let me start over. Not start over, but let me give you a less complicated version. There we go. Here's the not yet done version. When you import, let me show you how to import, actually. That's probably an important step. So when you want to make that thing, you get all your whatnots, and you also get an AEC file when you render, and you import that AEC file, and it brings in all your information, including, handily, your null objects that you've named. Here's the badge for the back of the car. So when it moves, it goes with everything. It also brings in lights, so it makes your comp setup very handy. So you got it zooming in. We've got our car, we've got our null object, where we want stuff, and we need to change the color of the car. Let's do that first. So we've got our puzzle mat down here, and I'm going to apply to this puzzle mat. I'm going to apply effect because I just need to change the hue, saturation, and lightness of the car body. So I'm going to do, let's see, set channels. I'll just do that. There's a couple different ways you could pull this mat off, but I'm going to do this one. I'm going to just set the layers alpha to the green channel. So that way, pull in just that. Ta-da! And then I will apply Colorista. I'm using Colorista to change the color of the car, and I will show you why here in just a second. But as you can see now, if I do this, it's going to change. Let's see, I'll do the exposure. Change it on everything. So rather than apply it to the car, I'm going to apply it to an adjustment layer. And I'm going to tell that adjustment layer, hey, you're going to use this car layer as your track mat. So this will only affect the car. So let's take the saturation all the way down. We want to make a white car. Turn the exposure up, everything blows out, so we will use the highlight roll-off. So now we've got a lovely white car. Or maybe we would like to have a black car. Also works. Maybe we want colors. We can do whatever we want. But now, how do you build the Mogert? Window, Essential Graphics Panel. You can drag whatever you want effect-wise, like effect controls here, up here. So we'll say, hey, saturation. We'll say, let's see, car saturation. And we want the hue. So we'll call it car hue. And then the exposure. Where are you at, exposure? Here, I'll just double click on you. There you are. Exposure. Car. We'll call this brightness. Or say hue lightness. We'll call it lightness. Lightness. goodness. I can spell. People, I don't know, if you've never presented, you don't understand how difficult it is to correctly spell things when people are watching you. We also need the name for the back of the car. We don't have a name back there yet. So let's make a name for ourselves. And we will make it, let's see. Let's make it a nice car-y kind of font. Let's see, let's do Coquette is a nice kind of thing. We'll call it, let's see. Audience. I need an audience suggestion. What's who wants their name to be on the back of this car? Anyone? Name? Car? Yeah. Okay. What's your name? Vern. And we'll just, you know what? This will be the Vern. We'll just make it Vern. There we go. And we'll put that on the back of the car. So we will make this car a 3D layer, and we will say, hey, I want to parent you to the badged one here. And if you hold Shift, it'll move things to where they go. Huzzah. I probably want to center this text. In fact, I definitely do. And I need to rotate it 90 degrees this way. And should probably make it a little bit smaller. There we go. Now, there are a bunch of different ways you could be doing the 3D text on the back of the car. You could use a plugin like Element 3D or Trapcode's Mirror to make 3D letters. You could use the Cinema 4D renderer that's inside of After Effects. But because this moves so fast, because it zooms in and boom, I think we can get away with not even doing that. I'm just going to trim the layer like right around here is about where it's just going to show up. So I'm going to say, hey, Alt bracket, the name is going to start there, and we're just going to have it show up. You know what? We want these to continue because the lower third is going to be on screen for a lot longer than that. But instead of trying to finagle with weird things, there is a handy time function in After Effects, freeze on last frame, and now we can just have everything go on forever. Lovely. So we got the name, and I'm going to use a very handy effect that looks nice and 3D on here called Luster. Gives it a nice 3D luster to objects below. Oh, I do not want to put it on that layer. I want to put luster on the text layer. Not on all of the layers. Luster on the text layer. And I'm going to choose a handy preset. For those of you who don't know, Red Giant Universe has many, many, many presets for all of the effects. And now they are cloud ones as well. So they can be delivered, instead of having this massive install file with a bajillion presets, there's now going to be ones that can be delivered to you in the internet all the time. Very handy. And we're going to use this emblem one. I think it's very handy. We'll apply that preset. Now, something that you may or may not know in After Effects is that text layers, especially when they're 3D, are something called continuously rasterized. It's a vector object that then has to become pixels because After Effects is a pixel-based compositor. But what that means is that effects such as luster that use position information, so like the source color here, this gradient that drives luster, when this layer moves around, these source points are not going to move because the layer is being continuously rasterized to the size of the comp. So when it moves through 3D space, these gradient driving parameters are going to move around. Perhaps you might think that's not what you want. But it is, because when it moves through that gradient, it makes it look like it's reflecting better. So our little cheat is working out so well for us. So we've got this lovely fake 3D text that looks like it's for all the world, like it's real 3D, sitting on the back of the car. Fantastic. Now I will open the more finished file, because I don't need you to sit here all day. This is, in fact, a presentation about saving you time, and I'm going to be trying to do that. So there's a more finished version. We've got our car, zooms in. I need to make it so we can see the whole thing. First and last name, I used source rect at time expression so that when this name changes to be longer or shorter, this little box will stretch to fit it. I've also cheekily added a shadow underneath the car using just a solid layer and adding a blur to it and parenting it to the car controls. Like, it's dumb. It's so dumb. But it works. So all you have to do when you want to get this out to Premiere Pro is you hit Export Motion Graphics Template. And that's really it. That's all you got to do. And then when you open it in Premiere Pro, you're going to have those controls. And I'm going to show you that right now. So once you're in Premiere Pro, you've got, let's see, where are we starting here? Oh, perfect. We will go into Car Show Begin. We've got our intro here. I'm going to mute that so we don't need to hear it. And let's see, we'll do start here. And when you want to bring your motion graphics template in here, I should show you that you should go into, you'll probably be in like your editing or whatever. You go to Captions and Graphics, and it pulls up this whole Essential Graphics thing here, and you've got templates. And then you want to install your Mogurt, you just click that. Boom. And you pick your Mogurt, and it installs it. I have already installed it. It is right. Car. Car lower third is here. You just drag it in. And then here inside Premiere Pro, once we load our motion graphics template, we can then go to the Edit tab and select our Mogurt. Let's trim it down to fit over the top of that shot. And let's see, someone else, name. Someone, audience, I need a name. David, hi. I see your name tag. David. And then, let's see, and we'll have your last name be that. There we go. And let's make this car, what's your favorite color, David? Yellow. All right, we'll make a yellow car. Make it a brighter yellow. Make it a saturated yellow. And there you go. Just like that, you're editing it here in Premiere Pro. Now, if you're like, hey, there's more than one person in this intro, indeed, we've got this chap here. Just so you know, audience, I'm about to ask for another name and color. So anyone want to be this dude? Who wants to be this dude? Anyone? No one? Fine, I will just name him myself. He'll be Sean. Cody. Nope, like that. Sean. And he is going to have a... Oh, hang on. I'm on this one. You have to remember to select the right thing. Sean, Cody. And we'll change the hue of his car. He'll be pink. It'll be dark pink. And anyway, you get the point. All we have done is, like, so simply made all the changes that have to happen now in the hands of the editor. So if they're wanting to match, say, the color in the background of this shot, maybe the producer's like, hey, I want you to match that car color. All you got to do is select the right one, and you can just go do-do-do, match, matchy, match. You get the idea. You know how to use hue controllers. Now, let's say the producer's like, hang on, I want a different car, or maybe just simply a different typeface or a different font. All you have to do is import your new one with whatever changes you've made, whether you swapped out the model, swapped out the font, and you just drag it with your Alt key held over onto one of them, and it says, hey, do you want to replace all the other instances of this graphic in all sequences? Why, yes, I flippin' do. Then you hit yes, and it replaces them, and hey, we've got a different name on there. And you'll notice it keeps the colors and the new font, because I changed that one too. But it keeps the colors and whatever changes you've made. I've changed both of them to say Sean, but anyway, doesn't matter. That's so simple. So let's say there's 20 names in a show, and there's 20 episodes in a season. That is, math, 400 renders you would have been doing out of Cinema 4D. Now you've done one. Yes, one render versus 200. You're very welcome. I've saved you days of time. All we've done, build Cinema 4D, make ourselves a mat, pass the controls to After Effects, and you are good to go. Oh, I do want to point out, before I go on to the next thing I wanted to show you, is this little cars and effects thing here at the end is a very fun bunch of universe tools to make it come in and do that little thing. This whole thing is just text with box bokeh for this cute little rolling tires blur thing I got going on there. It's universe box bokeh, then heat wave to add just a little bit of like blurry kind of exhaust heat going on, camera shake to make it move up and down like it's all got energy going on, and luster, of course, for its lovely car badge looking effect. So next up, that was a nice long, good 5 minutes worth of tip. Now I'm going to start going with much shorter time-saving tips. This one is more for editors, I'm going to say. This one's going to be more for editors because this, I'm going to be doing it for the most part here in After Effects, but this is something that you could do in Premiere Pro or Final Cut Pro or Avid Media Composer or DaVinci Resolve or really any host where universe can be had. So say you want to get yourself a lovely ambient like background color going on. Like you just need a background. It's got to be just kind of like there. You want it to be kind of classy, and Universe has in it fractal background, which is a handy tool. There's a bunch of presets we've got here. And you can use Universe fractal background to have like a seamlessly looping background, whatever length you want. And it's got some nice presets here of all kinds of stuff. But you know, maybe you don't really want like a fractally look. You want something a little more ethereal, but you still want it to be nice and looping. So I've got fractal background here, and it loops and it spins and whatnot. But you want to add just a bit of like something to it. Might I suggest Chromatown? Chromatown takes basically your footage, or in this case, your fractal background, and then another copy of it, and then it either moves it, or spins it, or blurs it, or camera distorts it, or whatever, and then interpolates between those two versions of your thing with chromatic gorgeousness. It's got like a lot of really cool stuff to it. So you've got this really cool like little ethereal background going on. That's one way of doing it. Here's another one I made. Just kind of like smooth, calm. Maybe this is for a yoga video. You're just chill. And this is just gorgeous, looping, beautiful chrominess. Also, another thing you can use with it is something called Spectralicious. For those who are unaware, Spectralicious is a 6-point gradient in After Effects. You've got 6 points. You can move around and do whatever you'd like with. You can make them colors, and you can pick how much they spread between the points. So it can be like harder or softer spreads. And I found a lot of people don't know about it because when you're looking for a 6-point gradient, you don't think, Spectralicious, that's what I'm after. But it is Spectralicious and beautiful. And I said something was so spectral, a bit of heat wave and Chromatown, and it gives you this kind of cool little look. I've also got this gorgeous little Spectralicious thing. And it's also like that. Lovely, gorgeous, beautiful. So let me show you making one from scratch real quick, just so you can see how fun this is. Composition settings, that's fine. Whatever, that's good enough. We'll do a solid layer in here. We'll make it so you can see it. We'll add, let's do Spectralicious. I like Spectralicious. Spectralicious. We'll apply that. Let's pick a preset. Let's do this one. This one's a fun preset. You know what? No, let's not do that one. That one's too crazy. Let's do Lights in the Fog. I like that one. That one's lovely. Lights in the Fog. And then we'll just, you can animate these to do whatever you want, motion-wise, underneath. And then we'll just do Chromatown right on top of that. And let's pick a preset. Let's do Chroma Explosion. And let's bump up the quality. This is how many copies there are. So you can like 3 copies of it, and the more copies you have, the smoother that blend goes. So there you go. Let's move our end one up a little bit. Yeah, that's how easy it is to get yourself a nice, lovely, ambient background thing using just a couple of tools there in the Universe. And speaking of Spectralicious, let me hop back into Premiere Pro because you may have noticed when I typed in Spectralicious just a second ago that it was also available as a transition, and indeed it is. I'm going to switch to the Effects workspace. Give myself a little more room. And yeah, Spectralicious is available as a transition. You might think, why would you want that? Well, it's really kind of cool. It takes the color of your footage and makes it the color of the gradient points, and then it randomly moves the gradient points around, and then it crossfades between them on both sides. So you get this kind of cool look where it blurs between your two shots. Speaking of transitions, anyone in the audience want to answer me, what is the best transition you can use in video editing? Anyone? What? Star Wipe is the correct wrong answer. Cut. No, Star Wipe is also an excellent choice, but the cut is obviously your best transition is a cut. But sometimes a cut's not appropriate, even though it is generally speaking the best. If you're wanting to move the audience from one scene to another, from one time to another, or from one thought to another, you're gonna want to have some kind of transition besides just a cut, most likely. And this is one fun way to do it. Universe also has warp transition, which I quite like. It gives you kind of a cool little movement. There's Stretch Wipe, which is a good one. It's kind of just a little slide out there. And that one's a good one. I'm going to show you the importance of a preset. If you go to, that was a good one too. If you go to this one, here, I'll pause for a second. Time saving. If you want to just quickly cut between two things before you transition, hey, there's flicker cut. It goes blah, flicker cut. And it gives you cool controls, like you can add some cool like noise and extra contrast to give it a little bit extra punch on that transition point. But imagine having to make all those cuts. Then someone's like, can you make that transition go a little bit longer? And you're like, I have to cut more or shorter, and I have to undo my cuts. You just apply flicker cut and it just does it. But one for the meal, one for the reel every time. Just hit save preset. Like I want to name this Maxon NAB. Color bars, whatever. Put them in your own custom categories if you want it to go crazy, and you hit save. And then the next time you want to apply that transition, say, let's put it over here. Instead of that transition, we want a color wipe. So we're just like, hey, let's do universe transitions, color stripe. We'll put that on there, and it's got these colors default. Let's pick our preset that we made. There it is. Apply, and it. There you go. Boop. Brand colors, my brand. Channel surf is another effect like Spectralicious that has a name that doesn't quite tell you what it does. And it's very handy if you've got like TV screens in your 3D scene and you want to like change channels from one to the other. Channel surf is a good one, is it surfs between the channels. So that's another handy transition to have when you want TVs to look TVE. So there's some tips on things that might make your work go faster. Let's talk about Magic Bullet looks. I find Magic Bullet looks to be very useful in my 3D work. But I want to point out something for editors and color correcty people. That's something that will also save you time. So before this recent release of Magic Bullet looks, the strength slider was useful in some situations, but if Magic Bullet looks had like lens distortions or things like that that really moved pixels around, the old strength slider would be more like this, where it would just kind of fade the effect, so you'd get like double arms, which is no good when you've got dancers. Like it would just kind of double the images up. But now, instead of that, it just nicely and smoothly just transitions between it. So when your client's like, I want it filmy, and you make it really filmy and gross, and they're like, but less than that, you can just easily save time, back off with one slider. All of these effects have their own strength sliders, and they all back off all together. Saves you some time. Now, I also want to talk about how Magic Bullet looks works for enhancing your 3D renders. 3D renders, they come out of the computer and they're perfect, and you want to add some of that analog warmth. I currently live near Nashville, Tennessee, Music City, USA. And I know someone who worked for years and years and years in a recording studio there, and people said his mixes, he was like the guy who did the mixing and mastering, he said his mixes are so good, they just have this like, to them. They couldn't really describe it, but they had a feeling. And the trick was, he would feed his digital, his giant digital board, he would feed that mix onto a cassette tape, and then back into the computer. So he would get that cassette kind of warbly analog warmth into it. No one knew his secret sauce. It was just he put it onto tape first and then back into the computer. Well, in this case, we can simulate a lot of that. So I've got the 3D render here, and this 3D render, looks fine, but it's cute, it's fun, but it's cold. And you can add some lovely Magic Bullet looks. This is a slightly extreme example because we are streaming online, and sometimes the stream doesn't show stuff well. So these are going to be some slightly extreme examples. But I'll show you the tool chain that I like to use on some of our things, and I'll kind of walk through some of them real quick. I've got optical diffusion twice, you say? Indeed, and I'll explain that here in a second. But let me turn, let's see, that one off, that one off, that one off, that one off. You know what, I'm just going to turn all of them off. And I'll go to optical diffusion. You're like, why do you have two? I like two. I've got one that's kind of tight and, small size, a little bit glowy. And I got another one that's like wider and washes out over the whole thing. So it kind of gets some of that kind of grungy, like it's filmed on an old film thing, some clarity to bring back some detail. And then a little tiny bit of chromatic aberration. Don't go crazy. Some lens distortion, especially useful with camera moves. It gives your 3D render just a little bit more of it was filmed with a camera look, which I find very useful. And a little bit of edge softness to take off any chromatic aberration edginess that might be there. And then Mojo, just because I thought it punched up the colors nicely on this particular shot. Some halation, which I will cover here in just a second. More specifically, I love the halation in Magic Bullet looks. As far as I know, it is the best halation effect out there. And renoiser. All these tools tools together work very nicely. I do want to point out one thing. In Magic Bullet Looks, if you are like fiddling with stuff and you want to go back to the defaults, all you have to do, this also works in the trap code designer, by the way, is double click on the property and it goes back to its default, which is very handy. So there's that. Very handy. All right, we are going to get out of that. And I'll show another thing that is useful here. You know what? I'll show a couple more tools. This one is a render that looked like this before Looks came along. Looks added a bit of, like, just a lot more warmth and color to these shots. Same with this one. I used a LUT. Oh, I do need to talk about the LUT. I know you need to talk about the LUT. So let's say you use LUTs in your 3D work or any of your work in general. You're like, I've got LUTs that I want to use. But searching through LUTs is so hard because you just got the file name. Well, right here in Looks, you've got LUTs. You can just like, oh, look at that. You can get a preview of what your LUT might look like without having to like apply it first. You can just see it and just through it. Now you're like, but I have my LUTs that I like the most. I have my favorite LUTs. I would like to have my LUTs in here. You can load a LUT. Let's see if I have some here. I do. Let's load. You know what? Let's load this Cold Light of Day one right here. And then you've got your own custom LUTs down here in this handy cold in this custom. And you're like, hang on, I don't want to have to import every single one of my many LUTs. Oh, show and explore. There we go. We've got a little custom folder that's in. So you take all of your LUTs that I'm sure you have many of because I certainly do. And these are not all of them. All you have to do is drag all of them in there with the folder structure intact. And then you'll have little categories here where this says custom, and you can just fold them up. So fold this one up. These are all the default ones, custom, and then you'll have all of your folders of LUTs in their own folders, and you can just look at them and see what it's going to be before you even touch them. Fantastic time saver, which was what I promised at the beginning. All right. Besides the LUTs, I also want to talk about this shot. Now, this one is a pretty cool little shot. I did not make it. Someone else did. And I want to show you another tool for enhancing your 3D renders. Also very useful for your footage, you editors, is Universe Finisher. You apply that, and it has this enhanced contrast that just helps bring out just a little bit of extra detail, not unlike the clarity effect in Colorista or in Magic Bullet Looks. But I also want to say, if you take this into negatives, I don't have an example of this, but if you have editors, if you have a sky that's looking a little bit you swing this enhanced contrast into the negative, and it sometimes makes your sky look more interesting, which is very handy as well. Now, I do definitely want to show off, I was going to talk about renoiser and halation. So I've got them here on this adjustment layer. I just want to move in to really talk about what that does. There are a lot of grain tools out there in the world, and the renoiser tool that is inside Magic Bullet Looks and by itself as a tool in Magic Bullet Suite is unlike a lot of them. A lot of grain options out there, like if someone's like, oh, I got this footage that someone shot on actual film and I can just overlay it on my footage and have real film grain on my footage. Yes, but it doesn't act like real film grain on your footage. Real film grain isn't just a texture overlaid. It is the little particles of chemical on the film that are the different sizes and react differently chemically. So what Magic Bullet Renoiser does is it takes your image and then rebuilds it out of film grain. So you see on the edges of the text here, if I turn off Looks and back on, you see it's just got that imperfection that you get out of actual real film grain because it has been moved around and completely rebuilt out of the film grain. So it's my favorite grain tool because it works super fast. Like everything's already rendered here, which is handy. All right, now, there's a lot of tips there for editors, a lot of tips there for 3D folks. Now I'm going to talk about particles. I love particles. I love particles so much. I use X particles in Cinema 4D all the time. And of course, Trapcode Particular. I'm going to show off some, I know we had some X particles earlier today, so I'm going to show off some Trapcode Particular stuff today. Now, let me see what I got here. I want to show just a few tips. So we will do this one here. I'm going to talk about this shot. So this shot here has a kind of a cool like depth to the particles. There's actually a few things I want to talk about here. I used a cute little trick on this to make the particles do this. So you know how in Trapcode Particular, you know what, I'm just going to show you from scratch. I think that might work even better. Do I have it in my AE project, so I have to build it from scratch? I don't have to show it. There we go. Don't save that one. So load the project. Come on, After Effects, you can do it. 3 files are missing. Oh well. So in Trapcode Particular, you have the option here of having your particles be screen blending mode, which means they get lighter as they get over top of each other. But as you may have noticed here, these particles get darker as they get over top of each other. What I have very cleverly done is inverted my particles. So here's the native particle as they come, and then I just invert it so the light becomes dark, and of course solid composite and my very favorite glow, optical glow, over top of it. So you get this really cool like depth feeling to them. You just have to remember that you want to keep your colors exactly opposite of what you want them to be in the final. Another thing I want to talk about is this fairly complex looking thing. Let me show it again in my output for the real, blah, 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 not moving. So you can actually just appreciate it. This is all one emitter, producing this all the way over here in green, this in red, and this in blue. How is one emitter being in 3 places at once? It's the magic of light emitters. So in Trapcode Particular, under the emitter section, you just say lights. And then any light that's named emitter becomes your, well, emitter. Okay, I lied. I didn't lie, but there's 2 systems, and this one is emitting from all these particles. So technically, there's thousands of emitters. There's really only one emitter driving the whole thing. This system is coming off of this system, and this system is coming off of the lights. So you can control in After Effects. You can say, hey, I want this one here. I want it to be a completely different color. Okay, let me take off the invert, so you can actually see colors that make sense. All right, so this light here is the yellow one, so it's these yellow particles over here. And we'll say, hey, I want these to be, instead of yellow, I want them to be, I don't know, red. And so that light color then becomes the color of all those particles, and let it simulate from this point up to this point, and there you go. So you can do the position, you can do the spread of how wide it's going by how the cone angle of your spotlight is. So say, let's turn off all these child particles. We don't need to see them for what I'm talking about. If we want to spread the cone angle out of that emitter, we can say, hey, that one's going to spread real wide. You'll get a wider spread. And then let's say, hang on, we can also do how many are coming off of this by its intensity. So you can say, hey, I want to have just more particles coming off of that one. And so you get more particles coming off of it by bumping up the intensity of the light. I put that up to way too many particles, but you get the idea. More particles coming off of it. And it just gives you a lot of control. And then if you need to make a change to something, you only need to change how many particles coming off of one emitter. You only need to change it in one spot, and you've got them everywhere. And in the recent update to Trapcode Particular, light emitter scenes can render up to 3 times faster, which, again, saves you time. There's one more particle thing I would like to break down, but I'm not quite have enough time for it. I'm going to try real quick. Let's see. I'll just talk about it instead of no, I want to show it. I got time? All right. Well, I'll show it first. This is for a concert supporting environmental thing. It's trying to save some coral reefs, so it's rocking for the reef. I don't know how well that's coming through. In situ, you could read that very well, but I know it's maybe dark on this screen. But so we've got a bunch of cool, complex-looking stuff going on here, and I want to show you how to make all of this happen. It's really, really sneakily simple. So I think sneakily simple is the way we like to do things around here. Not import. I want to open project. Don't save changes in case someone wants to see how that looks later. Come on, After Effects. You can do it. Rockin' for the reef. We'll open that up. And as it opens, I will tell you how this works. So this thing uses 5 different particle systems. So let's just, you know what, let me talk about the ground first, because the ground is, again, stupidly simple. You could look for a 3D model of the ground, or you could make one, or you could just grab Trapcode Mirror and just make some geometry based on a fractal, and then you've got and then works with the After Effects camera, and works with the After Effects lights, and so you've got like a C ground without you actually having to do much of anything, and you can just do it right in After Effects. Very handy. All right, so particular. Let's talk about how we make these particles do the thing. So let's see, particles. There you are. So we've got the primary system, and the primary system is these particles that are shooting out towards the text, and we've got this hidden system called text prey. It's based off of this text layer here, and it's spawning a bunch of particles inside the shape of the text, and they're hidden, but they are set in the flocking system in particular as prey, but they don't flee. They stay put no matter what happens. They're going to just sit there and just like deal with the predator coming after them by just nothing. Then we've got reef, which is, I'll scoot forward a little bit. It's these green particles. They spawn when the prey, which is this system, launches on or the predators launches on the prey, and when the prey dies or ends their life, they spawn these green particles, and the green particles are set to move and then slow down. So you get this cool like growth effect where they come on. Let me show it in the player, it might be easier. But they come on and then they kind of like, come on. I'm just going to go to the player and play it. Faster rocking for the reef. Where they come on and they kind of grow. So they just have a tiny bit of random motion that then tails off as they die, or as they live, As they live, it tails off. And then I also have this coral from reef setup. So when these spawn, they have I told this system, spawn from the green ones, but you only have a 2% chance of spawning. And that system, so every 2 out of 100 of these green particles spawns these purple particles going up with just a bit of movement on them, so you get this kind of like stuff growing out of the reef-looking thing. And then, of course, I have this gorgeous trail system, which is what gives you that lovely little like smoky look there. And then with a bit of a color grade and some glow over the top of everything, you get this cool rock in the reef look. And I have more cool stuff I would like to show you, but I'm at 50 minutes. And I want to make sure I leave any time for questions. So today we covered taking your Redshift renders into Premiere Pro and changing their colors and the text without you having to do 400 renders. You only have to do 1, saving you potentially days of work. We covered making cool transitions very, very quickly in literally less than a minute. We covered, so much. Particles, magic bullet. We covered lots of things. Any questions? Or wait, Matthias, you have to ask them if they have questions. You have to ask them if they have questions. I don't ask them. You ask them.
Yeah, I don't have to make you have to do extra work, man. You've already done a great job. Let's hear it from Michael, first of all. So do we have questions? We have you coming back on the stage, right? Later on this week?
No.
This is the time.
This is the time. If you have questions.
This is the time. Well, you did that good of a job. Yeah, no questions.
I do want to say, hang on.
All right. Well, then we'll close out with this.
No, we're not closing out with this. It needs to hush. I just wanted to say, if you want to find me on the social medias, it's too blurred out. I am the great. Yeah, it's on the. I put it on the license plate because I'm cute that way. But you can't see it because I blurred it out because I got too into it. I like to hide my social media handles and stuff. There's a music video from a fairly famous rapper that has my name in graffiti on the background of a shot. Or my online media social media handle. I am the Great Zalam, which is super easy to spell. Let me just type it out for you right here. The Great Zalam. There you go. That's me.
So now that's on the interwebs and it's saved forever.
Or
so now you can find that and rewind
it. And you can also see a lot of me on the Red Giant social media channels as well.
Yes, you can find him and many more of our artists as well as talented trainers on all of our channels on Cineversity, so check us out. We will be back here tomorrow starting at 9:30 a.m. Pacific time, so check us out at Max on VFX on YouTube, and we will see you tomorrow. Congratulations, day 1 done, 3 down. 1 down, 3 to go. Oh, shoot. Ciao.
The time has come to secure your boarding pass for Camp MoGraph. Tickets go on sale at noon Eastern Time, April 20th. Set an alarm and head over to campmograph.com. These tickets are like shooting stars. They'll go fast. But don't panic. Our state-of-the-art system will give you plenty of time to check out. Make sure to enter your camper information correctly so we can prepare for your arrival. Your creativity will soar to new heights at Camp MoGraph. But please leave the moonwalking to us professionals. Over and out! The time has come to secure your boarding pass for Camp MoGraph. Tickets go on sale at noon Eastern Time, April 20th. Set an alarm and head over to campmograph.com. These tickets are like shooting stars. They'll go fast. But don't panic. Our state-of-the-art system will give you plenty of time to check out. Make sure to enter your camper information correctly so we can prepare for your arrival. Your creativity will soar to new heights at Camp MoGraph. But please leave the moonwalking to us professionals. Over and out!